Hey everybody, Paul from Pack to the Dice here. No new lore video this week. Instead, I'm going to be taking the time to work with some fellow D&D YouTubers on some exciting collaborations. But instead, we have this compilation video, putting together all of the first 13 videos in my Eberron lore series. This video was requested by some of you looking for something to put on in the background or something to fall asleep to. So this one is for you. This will be all of it edited together. I did it, instead of putting it in release order, I put it in the best I could chronological order. The first couple videos will have to do with the origins and the cosmology of Eberron, and as we get towards the end of this compilation, we'll be getting into more of the recent history and like the last war and the Aberrant Dragonmarks and things like that. So I tried to edit it into a little bit of a different order than you might see if you just watch the playlist version. So this one is just an extra little video for all of you who wanted something long form like that. I'll get the ball rolling in a second here, but before I do, I just wanted to use this opportunity to say thank you so much for all of you who have supported me in the first few months of me launching this channel, and to everyone who's commented about Eberron and shared like your own thoughts and kind of followed along with me the whole way. It's an incredible feeling. I really do appreciate it so much, and it's given me an opportunity to do some really fulfilling work. It's been an extreme privilege to be able to do this kind of stuff, so it just means so much to me. So thank you again for all of you who subscribe and like and support my channel. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. So here's to many more years of this. Here's season 1 of my history of Eberron, starting us out with Secrets of the Draconic Prophecy. When the Gorgon's breath gives life instead of stony death, when fires create instead of destroy, when towers rise from rubble and reach into the sky, then shall embers spring to life in the darkness, and 5 shall rise to cause a dragon's fall. This is the Draconic Prophecy, fragments of which seem to herald events throughout the world of Eberron, and strangely its author is unknown to all. This strange magical phenomena has been studied by many and understood by very few. On the surface, most of the prophecy is nearly impossible to accurately read. It takes years and years of study to even translate a small fragment, let alone understand and interpret it. Stranger still, parts of the Draconic Prophecy can even contradict itself. A translated section of the prophecy might state that a particular king will invade a neighboring nation, while seemingly simultaneously predicting that same king's death a decade earlier. This has led some scholars within Eberron to write off the Draconic Prophecy as useless, an accidental magical byproduct of creation that generates nothing but nonsense for us to waste our years attempting to make sense of. Yet the Draconic Prophecy is real, and it's still actionable enough that even in the year 299 YK, a group of fiends was able to use it to help them free an imprisoned demon overlord, which is among the closest that Eberron's ever gotten to total destruction. So what is the Draconic Prophecy? Where does it come from, and who actually wrote it? And does it indeed herald the end of the world? The discovery of the Draconic Prophecy dates back to very nearly the beginning of recorded history. So to understand this, we're actually going to have to go back in time literally as far back as we can, back to the birth of the world. See, the origin story for Eberron, at least as told by dragons, says that there were 3 great progenitor dragons that created it all. Cerberus was radiance and said to be the source of all magic and light. Eberron was said to be the symbol of nature and life, while Kyber was a cruel dragon of shadows and hidden knowledge. The myth says that these 3 dragons worked together to create the world of Eberron and its 13 planes, but that near the end of the creation, Kyber betrayed Cerberus and killed her. In order to stop Kyber from destroying everything, Eberron embraced and imprisoned her, trapping her beneath the surface of a newly formed planet of Eberron. Thus we have the world as we know it today, the planet of Eberron with the demi-planes of Kyber beneath the surface and the golden ring of Cerberus orbiting the planet. But in the very first days of this new world, it was a much different place than the one we know today. In the earliest days of Eberron, the world was young and populated by very few intelligent species. The continent of Sarlona was populated by the Coatl, a seemingly immortal species of celestials resembling draconic spirits that claimed to be the descendant of Cerberus. The continent of Zendrik was populated by the burgeoning empire of giants, which was still in its infancy. The greatest power in the world, and its greatest influencer, were the dragons, whose flights roamed unchallenged throughout the world. At least, until Kyber decided to finally hit back. Just as the Coatl were descended from Cerberus and the dragons and giants were likely descended from Eberron, so too did Kyber's children begin to populate the world. These were Eberron's first fiends, Rakshasa, aboleths, and even more powerful infernal creatures with an inclination to dominate the world. These fiends would end up changing the landscape of the world of Eberron and dominating the majority of its surface. The dragons at the time were unorganized and fought with each other as often as anyone else, so they were no match for this unified force of fiends. Great demon overlords gathered followers and built great citadels in their names, and the world might have stayed this way forever too, if not for the discovery of the Draconic prophecy. After the mighty fiends consolidated their hold on the surface world, they ruled over a nightmare kingdom for hundreds of thousands of years. The once proud dragons were forced into slavery and servitude. The fiendish dominion would have continued until the end of time, if not for the Coatl Hez-Khalipa and the blue dragon Orlanastrix. Working together over the course of centuries, these two visionaries studied the sky and the stars and compared their findings with mysterious patterns that appeared on the Earth. They became convinced that such study could reveal a map of the future, an outline of the myriad paths history might follow. Orlanastrix believed it to be the wisdom of the progenitors, the very blueprint of reality. He called it the Draconic prophecy, and it gave Orlanastrix insights into the weaknesses of the demonic overlords. Using the prophecy as the tip of their spear, the two scholars organized a resistance. The dragons teamed up with the Coatl and the giants in what would become known as the First War. Armies of pit fiends marched against armies of dragons and giants in a war that would change the history of Eberron for the better. The dragons knew that the overlords were immortal and couldn't be straight up killed. Even with the prophecy in their hands, victory wasn't possible, at least not without great sacrifice. A sacrifice that the Coatl would make for all of Eberron. Led by Hez-Khalipa, the Coatl sacrificed almost their entire race, forging their immortal essence into a pure force that could hold the overlords and their dire followers. A few demons escaped, but the war was won. Although the dragons had fought fiercely, some believe they abandoned the Coatls at the end, refusing to share the cost of the final sacrifice. It's possible this was a matter of fear, although that seems unlikely. It might be that being mortal, the dragons simply didn't have the spiritual energy required. But perhaps the dragon's survival was a calculated decision. The sacrifice of the Coatls removed both celestials and fiends from Eberron, leaving the dragons as the masters of the prophecy and the most powerful beings in the world. At the end of the First War, new mortal species began to spring up all around Eberron. The giants continued to advance their empire while humans, halflings, and goblins began to populate the world. But it was the dragons who were left in the driver's seat as far as world powers go, and they still had the Draconic prophecy. And they were pretty content to sit quietly and watch this new world develop while they worked on studying it. For tens of thousands of years, things proceeded quietly on this front. Mortal civilization would continue to develop, and the dragons would continue to study the prophecy on their own, using their immense lifespans to make great strides of understanding. The dragons would work to uncover pieces of the Draconic prophecy, trying to find places in the earth where fragments might reveal themselves. These signs are known as prophecy marks. The smallest, mere inches across, might be found eroded into a stone at the base of a hill, formed by the patterns of a cave's stalactites, or wound through the veins of the leaves of a tree. Others grow so large that they're visible only from the clouds, written in the shapes of mountain ranges or the patterns of desert sands. Even the configuration of county roads and city streets in some Eberron locations form prophecy marks, without any deliberate effort on the part of their builders. And finding these marks was no easy task, and some of them would only reveal themselves under certain conditions, such as being illuminated by moonlight or submerged in the ocean. So locating these things was kinda like finding a needle in a haystack. Yet even once you found a prophecy mark, your work was only just beginning. Prophecy marks are not self-revealing. It takes time and great study to even be able to translate a fraction of a mark, and even then it's easily misinterpreted. Most mortals don't possess the patience, time, or perspective needed in order to make anything useful of these discoveries, but dragons are different. Dragons have nothing but time and spend entire eras trying to decipher these texts. They spend years studying constellations and moon charts for new portents and breakthroughs in their work, and even sometimes that's not enough. Yet it was the prophecy that gave the dragons their first ability to fight back against the demon overlords. And since then it has produced new discoveries with each successful translation of the fragments. Once translated, these fragments seem to herald future events. However, the dragons found it easy to misinterpret these translations, as they were often vague and misleading, even at times, like we said before, being completely contradictory. If the prophecy mentions something like the fall of a great crown, it could mean the metaphorical fall of a kingdom, or it could describe the literal fall of the crown from the king's head after he's slain. If the prophecy mentions a Gorgon's breath bringing stony death, that could mean a literal Gorgon's breath weapon, or it could mean something metaphorical with House Cannith, whose house sigil is a Gorgon. So the dragons found that it took great study and care in order to correctly interpret these readings. But the dragons had nothing but time, and spent a great deal of it translating more and more of these prophecy fragments. Yet for entire eras of history, the dragons just kinda sat on these breakthroughs. The dragons were pretty content with the idea of studying the prophecy for merely scholarly reasons, or perhaps it was merely to plant their flag on any new discovery out of pride. They didn't seem super interested in taking actionable moves in relation to the prophecy. They were content to just study it and let it play out. But another big reason for this hands-off approach was the existence of the Daughter of Kyber. You see, buried deep beneath Argonesson, the Dragon Continent, is one of those demon overlords that they defeated way back in the First War. The Daughter of Kyber in particular represents the corruption of dragons, and she was a particularly fearsome demonic overlord to bring down the first time. In some ways, the Daughter of Kyber even acts like Eberron's version of Tiamat, and could even be depicted that way. The dragons of Ebberron have since discovered that anytime they try to exert too heavy a hand on the world and threaten to dominate it or influence it too much, the Daughter of Kyber stirs and breaks free. And on a couple of occasions, this even happened, although both times the dragons seemingly got it under control in time. All this to say, it has caused a lot of hesitation amongst the dragons whenever they decide they might want to try to do something dramatic or drastic in the world. However, one future event would change that philosophy forever: the emergence of the first Dragonmarks. Passed down through blood, the bearer of a Dragonmark can produce one or more magical effects without training. Many sages believe these marks tie into the legendary prophecy studied by the dragons of Argonesson, that in some ways those who bear these marks are agents of the prophecy, pawns on a playing board too vast for mortal eyes to see. 3,000 years ago, the first Dragonmarks appeared on the peoples of Khorvaire. Amongst humans, elves, halflings, dwarves, gnomes, and orcs, 13 distinct Dragonmarks appeared. These Dragonmarks were passed down along family lines, and thus we have the Dragonmarked houses as they exist today. Their unique magical capabilities have changed and industrialized Eberron, and it's made them immensely wealthy and powerful as a result. To the Dragonmarked houses, this is a power to be wielded and utilized, and the greater significance of the Dragonmark's relationship to the prophecy is rarely if ever talked about amongst the houses. But that significance hasn't been lost on the dragons. To the dragons and their extended lifespans, the Dragonmarks appearing 3,000 years ago is still a pretty recent event for them, and one they're still working on understanding. The dragons theorize that the Dragonmarks are manifestations of the Draconic prophecy itself, and while often the Draconic prophecy would only reveal itself on cave walls, ocean floors, or other obscure locations in the earth, this was the prophecy manifesting on living people themselves, marking them as part of the prophecy. And that's not to say that every single person with a Dragonmark is some person of great historical significance alone either. Chronicles of Eberron tells us, Dragonmarks inherently have prophetic significance, but that doesn't mean individual Dragonmarked heirs automatically have important roles to play. There are many ways to interpret the shifting threads of the prophecy. Just as some people read the future in tea leaves or in the movement of birds, there are scholars who can gain information from gatherings or the actions of Dragonmark characters. Think of Dragonmark characters as tarot cards. The individual card isn't important, but it has symbolic meaning, and those who understand the mysteries can gain information by interacting with it. And still, the dragons had so many questions. What do these Dragonmarks mean? Can they be translated and deciphered? What is the greater significance of these people to the prophecy, and what role do they have to play in future events? Why are these Dragonmarks just manifesting now and not when the species first appeared? And most pressingly, at least to the dragons, why were they appearing on humanoids and not the dragons themselves, the seeming champions of the Draconic prophecy? What was clear is that the world was changing. The Draconic prophecy was changing, and the dragons weren't quite sure how to handle this. There was a lot of debate back on Argonesson as to what the appropriate reaction might be. Many among the militant light of Sybaris urged the Conclave to destroy the Dragonmarked, to prevent the Lords of Dust or other enemies from using them. Other dragons argued this was a manifestation of the will of Eberron, and destroying it would be a blasphemous act that could have cataclysmic results. While the Conclave considered, a new voice was heard in the tumult. Young dragons of all colors challenged the passive philosophy of their elders. The world was changing. This new age called for direct observation and, when necessary, manipulation of lesser beings. After long debate, the Conclave agreed to give the members of this new movement a chance to explore their theories. This new group would go on to call themselves the Chamber, a group of dragons that operate in secret, often spending years undercover in humanoid form in order to infiltrate other civilizations. These dragons try to keep a steady but subtle hand on world events, and in particular the Dragonmarked houses. It's possible that the dragons sincerely thought this intervention was necessary, but it also remains a possibility that the creation of the Chamber stems from pure jealousy and condescension. Regardless of the reasoning, since the emergence of the Dragonmarks, the continent of Khorvaire has become littered with these undercover agents of the Chamber, keeping a watchful eye on the actions of the people there and looking for more manifestations of the prophecy. As it would turn out, however, the dragons weren't the only immortal faction out there trying to study and utilize the Draconic prophecy. In 299 YK, one of the demon overlords finally broke free. This was Bel-Shalor, and this immensely powerful fiend had been imprisoned underneath modern-day Thrain ever since the end of the First War. Bel-Shalor unleashed waves of fiends upon the land and devastated Thrain. He was free, and no one knew what his ultimate goals might be once he was finished with Thrain. To the people who lived through that event, it seemed like the world was ending. What happened next lives on in Eberron's history. It's said that the paladin Tira Moran received a vision from a coatl spirit. It warned her of the coming calamity and gave her time to prepare. Tira led a team of heroes in an epic confrontation with the forces of Bel-Shalor, and with the help of the coatl spirit she was able to rebind Bel-Shalor in a silver flame, sacrificing herself along with the coatl spirit to end the calamity. Now this also may or may not have been the end of Bel-Shalor's story, but we'll cover that more in a future silver flame themed episode, I promise. As for the battle itself with Bel-Shalor, it could be that agents of the Chamber played a role in this as well, maybe helping to point Tira and her allies in the right direction or even aid them in battle. Chronicles of Ebberron does suggest this as a viable possibility. The Chamber had agents everywhere, and stopping a demon overlord would have been priority number one in their mandate once things started really kicking off. But once the dust in Thrain had settled, the dragons made an even more troublesome discovery. The release of this overlord wasn't an accident, but a direct manipulation of the Draconic prophecy by a group of fiends known as the Lords of Dust. By deciphering segments of the Draconic prophecy related to Bel-Shalor, the Rakshasa and other fiends of the Lords of Dust were able to selectively manipulate events in Khorvair's history leading up to Bel-Shalor's release. You see, remember before when I mentioned that the prophecy can sometimes contradict itself? Well, the reason it does that is because the Draconic prophecy doesn't just predict the future. It predicts all possible futures. And what the Lords of Dust learned was that if they can decipher these prophecy fragments in time to make sure that the right prophecies do or don't come true, then they can ensure the arrival of certain events. And it's through this subtle spycraft and manipulation that they were able to actually free Bel-Shalor. We don't know exactly which prophecy fragment they used, but whatever it was, all they had to do was make sure that the right world events preceding the prophesized release happened. If the prophecy said, "When Galafair's king abandons his favorite heir, Bel-Shalor shall go free and spread despair," then the Rakshasa of the Lords of Dust would simply need to shapeshift and go undercover to try to sow discord within the Galafair family. This manipulation came as a startling discovery to the dragons. To them, this was a sign they'd been entirely too passive in their observation of the prophecy. The Chamber thus concluded that if they were to continue to stand by and merely observe, they'd be relinquishing control of the Draconic prophecy to the Lords of Dust, and they weren't about to do that. So instead, the dragons learned from their enemy. The dragons possessed what was potentially the largest collection of translated prophecy marks, so they began to go through these old prophecies to see which outcomes they could try to reinforce in the same way that the fiends had. Now, the Chamber didn't just lie in the shadows and watch. Now the Chamber acted with purpose. Now they were willing to do anything they needed to do, good or bad, in order to make sure that the right prophecies did or didn't come true. It changed their very mission mandate. So even to this day in Eberron, the Chamber wages a cold war against the Lords of Dust. The two factions are constantly in the shadows trying to manipulate world events to their favor in order to make their intended prophecies come true. The Chamber will often even recruit non-dragon hirelings and adventurers to do their bidding for them, often needing no reason to divulge their draconic nature or even their greater motivations. Sometimes these spy games can go on for years, decades, even centuries, as prophecy fragments can lead into each other and sometimes be years and years apart. For this reason, the motivations of any single agent of the Chamber or the Lords of Dust can be very difficult to discern. Thus, these two factions have been completely caught up within the nearly indecipherable web that is the Draconic prophecy, the true nature of which we may never understand. But that's not going to stop the Chamber or the Lords of Dust from trying. So the next time you're adventuring in Eberron, just know that literally any person you meet could be a dragon in disguise, manipulating your actions merely to meet the mandate of a prophecy that you couldn't possibly understand. In the world of Eberron in the year 298 YK, Thrain faced the unthinkable. A demonic overlord broke free of his bonds, seemingly having been under their feet the entire time. This was Bel-Shalor, and upon his release he sent waves and waves of fiends against the people of Thrain. To the people that lived through this event, it felt like the end of the world. And for all we know, it might have been, if not for the actions of a young paladin named Tira Moran. Tira Moran had received a vision from a celestial coatl spirit. It warned her of the coming calamity and gave her time to prepare. She assembled a team of heroes, including her most loyal friend, the Elven Avenger Samir Kess, and recovered the legendary blade Clawnir, which was rumored to be an ancient Coatl blade recovered from the Demon Wastes. Together, they marched against Bel-Shalor in a battle against all odds. And in one of the most intense battles in Khorvair's history, Tir Moran and her Coatl guide fought their way to Bel-Shalor and did what they had to do. Tir Moran defeated Bel-Shalor and bound him within a silver flame, re-imprisoning him beneath Thrain and saving her home. But Tir Moran gave her life in the process. Years later, this event would serve as the catalyst for a new religion in Khorvair, the Church of the Silver Flame. Flamekeep, the church's central temple and capital, had been built around the very location of Tir Moran's sacrifice, where priests claimed to be able to commune with the spirit in the flame, Tir Moran herself. These days, the church vows to defend the world from supernatural threats, most notably the potential return of the fiends. They believe that by worshipping the power of the Silver Flame, they might be able to use it as a powerful tool against any demonic overlord that tries to break free of its bonds again. And this is the origin story that most people in Khorvair understand for the Silver Flame. This was only 700 or so years before the canonical start date of Eberron, so it's well understood in recorded history. But what most people of Khorvair might not understand is that this is far from the first appearance of the Silver Flame. It's not far away in the continent of Khorvair that you can find the Demon Wastes, far to the northwest. This is a blasted infernal desert populated by fiends and infernal creatures, and once, in the Age of Demons, the entire world was like this. Nowadays, the Demon Wastes are the last land held by the fiends. Lesser demons and devils who would be more than happy to spill out of the Demon Wastes and destroy all of us. The only thing stopping them from doing so, in fact, is a winding path of magical wards near the edge of the Demon Wastes called the Labyrinth. It's here that clans of orc defenders work tirelessly over entire generations, battling and fending off infernal creatures to stop them from escaping the Demon Wastes. In pursuit of this, the orcs there worship what they call Kalak Shesh, the Binding Flame. This magical silvery flame empowers the orcs there, creating paladins and divine warriors for their fights against the fiends. They claim that the spirits of their greatest warriors reside within the Silver Flame, and that when they die, should they die well, they too will be a new voice in the flame. So this story might sound a little familiar to anyone in Thrain who worships the Silver Flame. It might confuse them. But the truth is, Tir Moran didn't create the Silver Flame, she merely harnessed it, and she was far from the first to do so. These orcs in the Demon Wastes are called the Gashkala, and they claim to have been wielding the Silver Flame in this battle against the demons long before humans ever settled Khorvair. So what is the Silver Flame? Is it a god? It has clear, tangible divine power, so if it's not a god, then where does that power come from? Well, the story I'm about to tell you might be viewed as heresy by the Church of the Silver Flame in Thrain, but it is the truth. At the dawn of recorded history, the world was still forming. The three great progenitor dragons, Sybaris, Eberron, and Kyber, were gone, and the world they left behind was a chaotic one. While Eberron's mortal children were still trying to figure out what it meant to be alive, Kyber's immortal, fiendish children wanted nothing more than to dominate it. And we talked about this era in history in a little bit more detail in my last video, Secrets of the Draconic Prophecy, so if you haven't seen that one yet, I highly recommend it for some added historical context. But to put it simply, the world was populated by celestials, mortals, and fiends. The celestials were the Coatl, benevolent and immortal descendants of Sybaris. The mortals of this world were young, dragons and giants most notably, as all other species were in the very beginning days of their history. The fiends of this world, the children of Kyber, were its most dangerous. Kyber's direct descendants were called the demonic overlords, immortal, near unstoppable forces of evil. For tens of thousands of years, these demon overlords ruled the world, enslaving the dragons and giants and other mortals of the world. And they might have done so forever, if not for the discovery of the Draconic Prophecy. This ancient prophetic tool was used to find a way to imprison the demon overlords beneath Ebberron forever, but not without great cost. In order to have the power necessary to keep the demon overlords imprisoned forever, the Coatl had to sacrifice their immortal essence, creating a binding silver flame that would bind them forever. This was the Silver Flame, the combined celestial radiance of the Coatl spirits, the power that still binds the Overlord today, the evidence of their sacrifice. So when Tir Moran used the Silver Flame to bind Bel-Shalor and re-imprison him, she didn't create the Silver Flame. She merely wielded it to re-bind Bel-Shalor in the same magic that had binded him to begin with. This power was always much bigger than Tir Moran herself, and it's likely that even she understood that. There's even a distinct possibility that once Tir Moran was attuned to the Silver Flame, she would have been able to speak with the ancient Gashkala orcish warriors. Both the followers of the Church of Thrain and the Orcs of the Demon Waste claim that they can hear the voice of every great hero within the flame, so it's possible that the souls of all great heroes who channel this energy do end up here. If that's the case, then Tir Amarant has some pretty impressive company. And throughout all of history, ever since the defeat of the Demon Overlords, people have been worshipping the Silver Flame. As mentioned, the Gash Kala Orcs of the Demon Waste appear to have been practicing this magic since very nearly the dawn of the Silver Flame itself. It's said that great paladins and clerics of the Silver Flame exist amongst the Gash Kala, and they're able to summon and harness the flame in ways that not even the most powerful priests of Thrain can. On Keith Baker's blog, the creator offered some new ideas on the Gash Kala that, while technically not in the canon yet, do offer some interesting insights into this practice. Each of the 4 clans has a stronghold carved deep into the rock of the labyrinth, each drawing on the powers of a manifest zone. These were created by the dragons and coatls of the First Age and are imbued with powerful magic. It's these fortifications that have served as a final refuge in even the hardest of times. Likewise, the Gash Kala possess tools and weapons that have been handed down for generations. The Gash Kala consider these relics to be sacred gifts, and they might as well be. The most potent of them were crafted by the beings who first kindled the flame itself. Of course, an artifact is not something to be used lightly. Sometimes generations pass before someone successfully bonds with a relic. Some say that Tir Amarant's blade, Clawnir, comes from the Wastes, that the Coatl guided her north to claim the weapon she would need to face Bel-Shalor. And the Orcs aren't the only ancient group that venerated the Silver Flame either. The continent of Sarlona was said to be the original home of the Coatl in the First Age, so it's only natural that worship of the Coatl and the Silver Flame would have a place there. This worship was found in the ancient nation of Kalish, which existed on the continent before their fall. And indeed, these people seem to have had the most intimate connection with the Coatl of all. Before the Coatl made their final sacrifice, they sought to preserve what little they could of their legacy. Although most of the humanoid races were extremely primitive, the Coatls found useful servants among the humans of Sarlona. As the war reached its final days, entire human tribes lived amongst the Coatl, serving them faithfully and learning what they could of kindness and peace and sacrifice. When the Coatls realized the price they would have to pay for the end of the Overlord's reign of terror, they gathered their most devout human followers and made them an offer. The few Coatl who would survive the final conflict would invest some of themselves in their followers, altering them in body and soul so they could carry some of the pure silver flame of their mentors with them into the future. Knowing that the Coatl were about to disappear from Ebberron forever, these humans were honored and humbled by the request, and they accepted. The resulting bloodline, a psionically engineered union between Coatl and humanity, was known as the Shulasakar. So the Shulasakar are in many ways Eberron's version of the Yuan-Ti, or at least that's how they originally made their way into Ebberron. These are serpentine humanoids, but instead of resembling snakes, they embody the aspects of the Coatl, complete with colorful scales and feathers. The Shulasakar saw themselves as the last bearers of the Coatl's legacy, and sought to keep their sacrifice alive through worship of the Silver Flame. What resulted was the nation of Kalish, a nation dedicated to the Coatl and the Silver Flame. Kalish no longer exists today, however. Kalish was once a theocratic nation dedicated to the worship of the Coatl, with a long history of crusades. During the Sundering, it was revealed that many of the noble families of Kalish were actually Shulasakar. The Inspired combined the general disdain for Kalish with fear of these alien creatures, and the Kalishites were largely exterminated over centuries of war. And the Sundering itself was an event in Sarlona's history in which the Dreaming Dark orchestrated a shadowy takeover of nearly every nation on the continent in order to establish their new empire of Raedra. We talked about that in detail in my first ever video, What Really Happened to Eberron's Lost Moon, so if you want to find out more about that, make sure you go check that out. But to put a long story short, Kalish fell victim to the Dreaming Dark. They didn't fit into the Quarry's new narrative, so they were wiped out. The Shulasakar weren't all killed, however. A story passed down by the halflings of the Talenta Plain says that a tribe of Shulasakar still survives today, in ancient ruins known as Crescent. The Shulasakar there are divine guardians, watching over one of the last preserved Coatl ruins. These Shulasakar don't accept outsiders, and the Talenta halflings know better than to try to interfere in their work. It's likely that there's some greater significance to what the Shulasakar are protecting here, and that it's more than simply preserving history and culture. But as to that, we can only speculate, and the Shulasakar don't seem interested in elaborating. As it stands today, Shulasakar are exceptionally rare within the world, and most within Khorvaire have never even heard of them, let alone met one. And I will call out as well that, just because I thought it might be fun, and as a small gift to my viewers, I did actually make some homebrew in relation to these things as well. Found in a packet completely for free, linked in the description, you'll find a playable Shulasakar as a new species using 2024 rules. as well as a brand new paladin subclass designed for a Gashkala orc, although I will call out that the subclass works perfectly well in the hands of any Silver Flame user. So if you want to check that out, check out the link in the description for completely free. So all this to say, when Thrain's version of the Church of the Silver Flame was established, it was far from the first time these ideas were spread. See, while Thrain had actually been the center of worship for the sovereign host in Khorvaire, the people there began to experience a change in faith after Belshazzar's escape. When the Fiends invaded Thrain, they didn't just do so on the battlefield. The Fiends used the natural corrosive corruption of Belshazzar's magic to make the people of the land more sinister. During Belshazzar's release, people began to turn against their neighbors, distrust their allies, and lose their faith in the sovereign hosts. And this was kind of the nature of Belshazzar. He's the overlord that represents corruption and turning against your neighbors. It's the overlord of distrust. So much of this was deliberate on behalf of the Fiends, trying to sow discord and doom amongst the faithful and make them lose faith in their sovereign host. When Belshazzar was freed, it wasn't the sovereign host who saved them, it was Tiramaran and the Silver Flame. Thus, the Silver Flame became more and more popular until finally it was the dominating religion in Thrain. In fact, Silver Flame worship became so central to the Thrainish way of life that during the last war, the 100-year war that shaped Eberron's recent history, they actually fully converted to a full-fledged theocracy. At the start of the last war, Thaylen declared himself King of Thrain and seized the opportunity to extend the church throughout the dying kingdom to become head of a grand empire devout to the Silver Flame. His zealotry plunged Thrain into war and set the tone for its fanaticism throughout the last war. Upon Thalen's death, the crown was to pass to his heir, Prince Dazlan. The people rose against the prince, who was deemed weak and unworthy. At the urging of the masses, the church stepped forward, assuming both temporal and spiritual leadership over the state. Intimidated by the church's authority and fearing a bloody civil war if he didn't step aside, Dazlan surrendered his claim to the crown, ceding all authority to the Keeper of the Flame, the mortal who serves as the titular head of the church. And this is how Thrain has existed ever since. Even after the end of the last war, when Gallifrey was officially separated into new nations, Thrain remained a theocracy. This conversion was popular in Thrain at the time, but it wasn't without opposition. An order of knights called the Knights of Thrain had acted as sort of a kingsguard to the Thrainish ruler, and when Prince Dazlan was forced to step down, they saw this as a usurping of Dazlan's rightful throne. The Knights of Thrain refused to accept this and exiled themselves to the city-state of Stormreach, a continent away, where they still make toast to the rightful ruler of Thrain. And even within Thrain, there's many more who claim that Thrain's theocracy is a perversion of what the Silver Flame was meant to stand for. Since Thrain's establishment of the theocracy, corruption has spread more and more every single year, as cardinals and paladins prioritize a need for pride and power. Many critics of the Silver Flame feel like the modern church's model encourages power grabs and oppression, and that's not entirely without merit. Although many followers of the Silver Flame are truly good people just trying to defend the world from ancient evils, there are others who use the Silver Flame as an excuse to carry out their own violent desires. In the year 832 YK, still decades before the last war or the establishment of the theocracy, Khorvaire faced a near-apocalyptic event known as the Silver Crusade. It was something of a pandemic of lycanthropy. Werewolf packs were spreading at an alarming rate and raiding towns and villages. Lycanthropy wasn't a serious threat before this, and many werewolves even lived peaceful lives in the forest. Yet at the cause of this calamity, every single werewolf in Khorvaire began to lose their humanity and hungered only for flesh. Some scholars and druids believe this might have actually been caused by the near release of another demonic overlord called the Wild Heart, and we'll actually be covering that more in next week's video, so stay tuned for that. But all that to say, when the werewolf plague began, the Silver Flame stepped up. If not for the Paladins of the Silver Flame and the Knights of Dolara, the werewolf pandemic might have actually spread across all of Khorvaire. And although it took many years, eventually the spread of this new, violent version of lycanthropy did stop. Werewolves were no longer inherently violent, but this didn't stop Silver Flame Paladins from hunting them down anyways. The warriors of Thrain had a difficult time disengaging from the conflict, and it spread farther and farther even into innocent shifter communities who were never a threat against humanity. This crusade created a lot of bad blood between Thrain and the shifter and werewolf communities that still exist today. Extremist branches of the church that stem from this event still exist today. The most notable of these cells calls themselves the Pure Flame, a group of intolerant, bigoted, and violent fanatics who use the Silver Flame as a tool to punish those who they view as wicked. Shifters, tieflings, and any other innocent person could find themselves the victim of a member of the Pure Flame. And this was just one example of the kind of corruption that would spread throughout Thrain. Even if they evoked a force of good like the Silver Flame, it was proof that they were capable of using it for evil. And these sort of examples go back even farther still. In the year 497 YK, a woman claiming to be Melis Miran, a direct descendant of Tira Miran, tried to seize control of the Church of the Silver Flame. Exploring Eberron tells us, Melis claimed that Tira Miran had revealed she was Tira's direct descendant and the rightful keeper. She challenged many church doctrines and claimed it had strayed from its path. And like Keeper Danth, Melis was shockingly able to wield the power of the Fountain of Fire and Flamekeep, performing miracles no lesser priests could match. This triggered a deep schism that lasted for years, until Melis was finally revealed to be the chosen hand of the Shadow and the Flame. It was not the Silver Flame, but rather the Overlord Bel-Shalor that strengthened her in Flamekeep. Because of the fear that her death would allow Bel-Shalor to choose a new anti-keeper, Melis wasn't killed. Instead, she was petrified and placed in Dreadhold, where she still remains to this day. Now, this was quite a shocking event amongst the followers of the Silver Flame. Not only did they realize that Bel-Shalor was very much still an active force in the world, but they realized that he could infiltrate and corrupt their own followers. For the dragons and anyone else trained in the Draconic prophecy, this also presented a terrifying possibility. The Draconic prophecy revealed potential truths about the future, and the fiends had been able to use it to free Bel-Shalor in the first place. But what if that wasn't actually the point? What if the fiends never actually thought they'd be able to free Bel-Shalor way back then? What if it was all for show? What if their entire plan, from the start, was just to get their foot in the door? Perhaps when Tira Miran sacrificed herself to bind Bel-Shalor, she was really creating a conduit for which Bel-Shalor could create a dark shadow in the flame, a corruption that would slowly spread throughout the divine bindings. Tira Miran's crusade might have been a Trojan horse. And even throughout Thrain's history as a theocracy, we've seen this corruption continue. They've waged shadow wars against other nations, committed war crimes against the very mortals they were sworn to protect, and generally prioritized their nationalism over the true doctrines of their faith. Many followers of the Silver Flame, such as the Knights of Thrain, believe that the Church has completely lost their way. So did Tira Miran make a mistake? Did she get baited into allowing Bel-Shalor to create a shadow in the Silver Flame that would corrupt it from the inside? Well, the truth is, it's possible. But let me pitch another hypothetical. What if the Coatl saw this future coming too? I mean, if the Fiends can read the future in the Draconic prophecy, then so can the Coatl. And if the Coatl saw it, then maybe Tira Miran saw it too. This brings us to the Order of Miran's Tears. Most believe it to be an urban myth, but the story goes something like this. Most believe Miran's Tears to be an urban legend, a secret order of spies and assassins deep within the Church of the Silver Flame, hidden even from the Keeper and the Cardinals. According to the stories, Tira Miran foresaw the danger of the shadow in the flame. On the eve of her battle with Bel-Shalor, Tira charged her trusted companion, Samir Kes, to monitor the church that was to come for signs of fiendish corruption, to save those who could be saved, and to eliminate those who could not. Those who believe these tales say it was the agents of Miran's Tears who recognized the threat of Melis Miran and exposed her as an agent of Bel-Shalor. It should be noted as well that Samir Kes and Miran's Tears are staunchly against the theocracy. Samir Kes knew Tira Miran when she was alive, and he knows that she never would have wanted the Church of the Silver Flame to be the ruling government body. So instead, Samir does what he knows Tira would have wanted. He mercilessly roots out corruption and works behind the scenes to try to dismantle the power of this theocracy. So even if Thrain's Church of the Silver Flame has fallen to a corrupted theocracy, true followers of the faith remain. Followers of the Silver Flame are fighting back against this corruption, even domestically. The Knights of Thrain wait in Stormreach for their moment to save their nation. Miran's Tears operates from the shadows, continuing their cold war against the forces of Bel-Shalor. And the Gashkala Orcs, as they always have, stand stalwart at the edges of the Demon Waste, protecting us from demonic invasions. The Coatl sacrificed themselves in order to create the Silver Flame. They gave up their immortality so that way the world could have a chance to exist on its own without the torment of the demonic overlords. So while it does seem like the Church of the Silver Flame is failing in their duty as its champions, there are those out there who are fighting the good fight against the demons and the fiends of the Lords of Dust. And if a demon overlord ever threatens to break free again, I'm willing to bet that there's going to be new great heroes ready to step up and risk everything to save their homes. Because if nothing else, Tira Miran taught us something important. Whether it's a 300-foot demon overlord or a bigoted, vile, corrupted state leader, we, even as common people, have the ability to fight tyranny in whatever form it takes. In D&D, the world of Eberron has an interesting cosmology. The entire setting takes place on Eberron, which is the planet, a ringed planet in fact, with a yellow ring around it known as the Ring of Sybaris. Orbiting around that planet are 12 different moons. Now that's a really large number of moons, but what's more interesting about them is that they all seem to be linked in some metaphysical way with the various planes of existence in Eberron. But what this means is that whenever a moon is in its closest, most coterminous orbit with the planet, regional effects caused by that plane the moon is linked to may begin to appear on the planet's surface. For example, if Sephiros, the moon linked to the plane of Undeath, Mabar, is coterminous with the planet of Eberron, the plane of Undeath is strengthened. Undead may begin to appear more prevalent, malevolent shadows can attack people in the night, and necromancers might find their magic strengthened as long as the moon is in that very close orbit with the planet. It's just the way that these moons are linked with the planes, and the way that that can kind of spill over into tangential power. It should be noted that this is a natural cycle, and it's been happening regularly since the dawn of time. It's something people expect to happen. Each of the moons will get their turn being coterminous, and many of them bring boons to the people of Eberron as well. The moon of Larvion, for example, the moon linked to the plane of nature, might bring bountiful harvests for as long as it hangs coterminous in the sky. The moons themselves are a bit of a mystery in Eberron, and no one in the world quite knows why they act this way. Some people within the world theorize that the moons are aspects of the plane itself that broke into space as celestial objects. Others claim that the moons we see in the sky only appear like spherical objects because what they actually are giant portals. And they say that if anyone were to actually attempt to land on one of these moons, they might just fall into the plane it's linked with instead. Whatever the true nature of Eberron's moons might be, what's important to note here is that metaphysical link between each plane and its associated moon in the sky. They're inseparably linked. Now the interesting thing here is that there are 12 moons, but there are 13 planes. And if each moon has a representative plane, then how can those numbers not match up? If Eberron has 13 planes but only 12 moons, then where's this lost 13th moon? What happened to the moon of the plane of dreams? As we've stated, Eberron has 13 planes. Each plane represents a concept, like war or order or fire. The 13th of those planes is Delcor, the plane of dreams. When sleeping creatures in Eberron have dreams at night, they're literally having dreams in Delcor. It's the space in which dreams actually exist. However, that's just about the only time anyone ever interacts with the plane at all. The plane has these limitations, and it's strangely detached compared to how the other planes work. For example, if you were to try to go to Delcor by casting Plane Shift, for example, the spell would literally fail. The normal methods that you'd use to reach any other plane simply don't work here, as if the plane itself is in some kind of distant exile. So given the strange way that the plane acts and the fact that we don't see a moon associated with it, is it possible that these ideas are linked? Is it possible that without a planar moon to anchor it, the plane is weakened? Well, what we do know is that there did used to be a 13th moon there. So where did that moon go, and when did it vanish? Moreover, creatures live in this plane too, in the plane of dreams. There's immortal dream spirits native to the plane called the Quarry. What effect did this have on them when the moon got separated? Well, to understand this, we have to actually go back tens of thousands of years in Eberron's history, on the distant continent of Xen'drik, where a lot of this went down. Long ago, Xen'drik was the home of the Giants. Several really powerful giant empires existed on this continent and ruled it for thousands of years. They'd learned their magic from the dragons, mastered elemental binding, and had raided the plains of the Fae and made slaves of the elves that lived there. Their rule in Xen'drik was oppressive and cruel, but it was unchallenged. That is, until their war with the Quarry. Dragons of Eberron tells us, then the Quarry came to Xen'drik. The motivation for this extraplanar incursion remains a mystery, but the Giants' records portray the Quarry simply as ruthless invaders. Other evidence suggests that the Quarry merely sought refuge from a disaster on their own plane, or even retaliation against acts of aggression instigated by the Lords of Xen'drik. Whatever the root of this war, it was a struggle that lasted for centuries. Powerful mystical and psionic forces were unleashed by both sides, and, in time, nearly all the arcane knowledge the Giants possessed was turned to the war effort. Now, this war went on for a long time, with devastating consequences on both sides. The Quarry had unique ways of waging war using psionics, and the Giants were not really prepared for that. And for a time at least, the Quarry had them on their heels, this massive, unstoppable giant empire. And eventually, the Giants got desperate. The outcome is known to any student of history. The Giants unleashed forces that tore Delcor from its orbit, bringing a sudden and terrible end to the conflict. The Giants' gambit devastated their continent and shook the foundations of Eberron. So the Giants used some kind of magic or super weapon that was able to literally expel one of Eberron's moons from its orbit to the point where we don't even know where it is today. And by doing this to the moon that represented the plane of dreams, they were able to cut off the quarry, these spirits from that plane, off from their home. And nearly all of the quarry's power was lost in an instant. Furthermore, it shook the foundations of magic in the world itself to the point where it actually began to destabilize the Empire. Now, the consequences of this action, of the choice to shoot one of Eberron's moons out of the sky, it's hard to overstate just how influential this was to Eberron's history. The shockwaves of this event would be felt for thousands of years to come. On Xen'drik, the Giants found themselves backed into a corner. Their former slaves, the Elves, rose up against their weakened masters. Desperate, the Giants began to harness the power once more, preparing to unleash the same forces that had vanquished Delcor. Perhaps they thought victory was possible, but many historians believe it was pure nihilism. If the Titans couldn't rule the world, they would destroy it. So the Giants, hot off the heel of destroying a moon with a superweapon, were preparing to use that same superweapon against an Elvish slave revolt. It was obvious overkill. So it was then that the dragons finally took notice. After all, it was the dragons who had taught the Giants much of the magic that they knew to begin with. It was the dragons that had allowed the giant empire to thrive in the way that it had. In a way, they were responsible for this, and they took decisive action in response. Dragons of Eberron tells us what happened. Shocked and alarmed at the effect of the forces already unleashed by the Giants, this time the dragons chose to act. A scaled army poured forth from Argonesson, with flights of all colors led by the militant worms of the Light of Sybaris. The conflict was brutal, and its outcome never in doubt. The dragons had no interest in holding territory. They made no effort to avoid civilian casualties. They brought fire, fang, and epic magic to bear in the most destructive ways imaginable. In the end, nothing was left of the proud nations of Xen'drik. Giant, elf, and all other cultures of the land were laid low by the dragons, and powerful curses ensured that the Giants would never again threaten the world. Their mission accomplished, the dragons returned to Argonesson to brood. All agreed that the people of Xen'drik would never have posed such a threat if the dragons had not shared the secrets of magic. The Conclave forbade any flight from sharing the secrets of Argonesson with lesser beings again. The destruction of the 13th moon was sort of the straw that broke the camel's back with the dragons. They used it as justification to not just annihilate the empire of giants, but the entire continent that they practiced their magic on. This destruction would have large ramifications not only for the Giants but for the Elves, who had just been on the cusp of winning their freedom from the Giants when the dragons obliterated them. This would cause centuries of bad blood between the Elves and the dragon that still exists today. The continent of Xen'drik was forever scarred by the event as well. The Traveler's Curse, which the dragon's magic has come to be called, makes navigation on Xen'drik incredibly difficult, and seems to grant bad luck to any civilization that tries to settle on the continent. Nearly every culture that's tried to start a colony on Xen'drik has failed and ended with horrible disaster. So as we can see, this event shaped the history of not only an entire continent, but the histories of many different cultures of people in Eberron as well. And the quarry, the dream spirits that live there? Well, it seems like their plane being expelled from its natural orbit around Eberron might have had negative consequences for the inhabitants of Delcor as well. Although it remains a distinct possibility that the quarry of the Age of Giants hadn't started their war with malicious intent, what is clear is that these ethereal dream spirits took a dark turn for the worse afterwards. The quarry, with their influence on the world broken, were dormant for a very long time, but eventually did emerge again, this time on the continent of Sarlona. Sarlona is another ancient continent, the birthplace of humanity before their migration over to the main continent of Khorvaire. It's widely believed to be one of the oldest places in Eberron, dotted with dragon and Quaddle ruins. At a point in history, the continent was made up of 12 different nations, all existing with their own separate cultures and ways of living life. It was in one of these nations, the mountainous region of Adar, that the quarry would re-emerge. Secrets of Sarlona tells us, 1800 years ago, on a date immortalized as 1 Age of Teratai, Adar received its strangest visitors. Spirits fleeing from the plane of dreams seeking human hosts. A group of monks agreed to provide shelter for these spirits, and the Kalashtar race was born from this union. These Kori who came to the Kalashtar were rebels. These were Kori spirits who recognized that an unnatural darkness, a desire to dominate, had taken hold of their home plane. These dark Kori had theorized that by controlling the minds of others, by controlling the minds of everyone in the world, they might control their dreams as well. and by doing so stabilize the plane of Delcor and prevent another calamity like the one they had suffered from the giants. The rebel Quarry who came to the Kalashtar came to warn them, but they were too late. The Quarry were planning to dominate the entire continent of Sarlona, and that would only be the beginning. Their dark plans would be brought to fruition in an event in Sarlona known as the Sundering. Using psionics and dream manipulation, the Quarry were able to throw the 12 nations of Sarlona into chaos, a chaos without any obvious cause at first. Now, this was the most effective way for these Quarry to interact with the material plane, by interacting with dreams and with psychic energy. Now, the rebel Quarry, the ones who had gone to the Kalashtar, were able to interact with the material plane by giving up their individuality, giving up part of their power, in order to form a symbiosis with those on the material plane. The Quarry attempting this takeover were not prepared to sacrifice their power and individuality in the same way, and this prevented them from directly taking hosts in the way that the Kalashtar Quarry had. But what they could do is manipulate mortals through their dreams and through psychic energy. They could give a paranoid king nightmares of a conspiracy leading him to persecute his own people. Then, afterwards, they could send a charismatic hero visions of justice, urging them to rise up against this tyrannical king. A charismatic hero they had manipulated and controlled to a point of reliability, allowing this hero to both feel like they were the good guy and be worshipped as the good guy by those under him, while secretly being controlled by the Quarry the entire time. So the Quarry are playing a delicate game here. They aren't just trying to subjugate people, they're trying to trick them into subjugating themselves. By manipulating one actor to commit an atrocity and another actor to stop that atrocity, they're creating their own heroes. Now the Quarry have a ruler in charge who's already perfectly molded to be influenced. They're creating trust. They're getting people to give up their freedoms willingly for the sake of security. And they're doing this all while keeping their hands completely clean. Rising from the Last War tells us, the ultimate goal of the Dreaming Dark is to control all of the nations of the world. The plane of Delcor goes through cycles of light and darkness, and the current age is coming to an end. The nightmare spirits that rule the plane believe that seizing control of mortal civilization, by forcing all the people of Eberron to dream the dreams they devise, they can maintain this current age of darkness indefinitely. So the fiends of the Dreaming Dark aren't merely hungry for power, they're fighting for survival. This is what the Quarry are like today, and it does seem to support that narrative that the Giants suggested, that paints the Quarry as ruthless and insidious invaders. Is that the whole story? If the Quarry fear this turning of the age, then what does that actually mean? What happens to the Quarry when the Plane of Dreams begins a new cycle? If this current age is an age of the Dreaming Dark, then is what comes next an age of light? Evidence to some of these questions may exist, once again on the continent of Xen'drik. In Xen'drik, there is a docent that calls itself Shira, and she claims to be one of the last survivors of the giant Quarry War all those years ago, and Shira tells us a very different tale of what the Quarry really used to be like. Shira, in Secrets of Xen'drik, says, "My thoughts are crystal and light, and they do not fade with the passage of time. Nations have risen and fallen while I have lain in my coffin of steel. Delcor is forever lost, and what remains is a twisted abomination. Believe what you will, but the Quarry came to this world in search of salvation, not conquest. It was the denizens of this land, the Sulat League, the Group of 11, the Emperor Kulsir, who brought this war upon us and ultimately destroyed both of our worlds. I am all that remains of the Dreaming Heart, the last spark of light in this new age of darkness. And you're not ready to hear the tale I have to tell." Now, Shira suggests that it's only because that her soul is being kept inside of the docent that she survived the previous turning of the age. The Quarry of her plane, except for perhaps the rebels that would flee to the Kalashtar, had fallen to evil as the age turned to one of darkness. Now, this would suggest that if the age were to turn again, the Dreaming Dark might flip once again into creatures of light. The Kalashtar hold a similar belief. In the Path of Light, the Kalashtar religion, it's said that through shared cooperation and goodwill, they might turn Delcor to an age of light. So both the Dreaming Dark and the Kalashtar believe that Delcor can change once again into a place of light and hope and good dreams. Both of them believe that to be how it works. They just have different directions that they're trying to push the pendulum. Tying all these things back together, we can try to link this back to the Lost Moon. Now, it remains entirely possible that the Quarry of the Giants' Age were in fact as malevolent as the Dreaming Dark that we know today. It's definitely possible that Shira could be smoothing out parts of the truth that she's telling us in order to fit her own narrative. But if a turning of the age did happen back then, it was likely caused when the Giants dislodged the moon of Sira, the moon representing the Plane of Dreams, from orbit. Now, this could have transformed innocent dream spirits simply trying to interact with the material world into creatures of nightmare. And this is purely speculation using Shira as our primary source, but if it is true, then perhaps finding a way to restore Eberron's lost moon could help the Koroi turn their age for the better. Perhaps the Kalashtar are right, and that if we simply work together to heal our collective unconsciousness, love and respect each other, then we can end this age of darkness and heal the world. Necromancy is a powerful force within the world of Ebberron. Most notably, it can be seen amongst the Elves of the Aureni Isles. There, the Elves are led by a group called the Undying Court, a collection of ancient undead elven sages who act as spiritual leaders for their people. Although they are undead, the Undying Court are forces of light and radiance and are powered by Irian, the Plane of Light. On the flip side of this, we have the Order of the Emerald Claw. The Order of the Emerald Claw is a terrorist organization that uses necromancy to spread chaos and destruction across Khorvaire. Some say the organization is led by a Lich Queen named Lady Ilmaro. But what if I told you that both of these necromantic practices came from the same place? In fact, if we go back far enough, we might be able to even find the exact event that brought these practices to Eberron. And if we do that, we'll find a story that stretches across tens of thousands of years. The story of several cultures of elven refugees simply trying to preserve their way of life, and how it led to the loss of the 13th Dragonmark, the Mark of Death. Now, to break this down in a way where we have all of the historical context, I think it's time to dive even deeper back into ancient Eberron history, on the continent of Xen'drik, where the story of the Elves first began. Although the Empire is long extinct, this is the continent where the Giants of Ebberron founded a massive, magically advanced society, one that thrived for many years before it was eventually wiped out by the dragons. This is also where the Elves of Ebberron get introduced into the story, forced to the material plane by the Giants of Xen'drik many years ago. We did talk about it briefly in my very first ever video, what really happened to Eberron's lost moons. You can check that out for even more of the Xen'drik story, but we're going to break down this in detail right now. Elves themselves are not originally from the material plane. Elves, just like gnomes in fact, were originally immortal fae spirits from the plane of Thelanis, the plane of stories, essentially Eberron's Feywild. They resided in Fae-spire cities that would teleport from Thelanis to Eberron from time to time as the moons of Thelanis came in and out of coterminous orbit. Thus they lived lives of infinite joy and celebration, and they would share this joy with the people of Eberron whenever their Fae-spires would appear there for their brief stays. Each of these Fae-spires appears in a different place in Eberron when it appears. Shaelora Lindar is a Fae-spire that appears in the wooded Eldine Reaches. Ter Sirian, the Winter Citadel, appears in snowy northern Karnath. And Pylis Pirial, thought to be the home of the gnomes, is found in Zilargo. These Fae-spires have set locations that they appear when they do arrive on the material plane, so people in those areas know to steer clear of incoming traffic when Thelanis becomes coterminous. Shaetirius Talai was one of these Fae-spires, and it had the unfortunate luck of appearing on the continent of Xen'drik when it did appear on Eberron. Thousands of years ago, one of the Eladrin Fae-spires, Shaetirius Talai, slipped from Thelanis into Xen'drik, but when it appeared, the Giants were waiting. They pillaged the Fae-spire, claiming its treasures and taking its people as slaves. They enslaved the Eladrin of Shaetirius Talai and through magical experimentation, created the modern Elves and the Drow. And the Elves were kept as slaves by the Giants for many years, building for them their largest cities and their greatest works. Eventually, the Giants would push the limits of magic too far and would end up destroying Eberron's 13th moon. This would prompt the Dragons of Arganessen to fly out to Xen'drik and obliterate the continent. And the Elves didn't really view this as liberation. They didn't view this as the dragons doing them a favor. Because when the dragons came through Xen'drik, they didn't discriminate. They wiped out giant and elf alike in their slaughter. And it's not like the Elves needed their help either. They were actually on the cusp of winning their freedom from the Giants before the dragons even stepped in. The only reason the dragons were even attacking is because the Giants were about to use their moon-destroying weapon on the population of Elves because they were losing so bad. So the Elves never forgave the dragons for this act. However, thanks to the foresight of Erin, the great elf who had seen the coming destruction of Xen'drik and led a host of elven refugees across the ocean, much of elven culture did survive. These elves started a new life across the ocean in what would be called the Aureni Isles, where they have lived for thousands of years now. In the many years that have followed, the elves have since split into several distinct cultures, most notably the Undying Court, the Tyrnadal, and the followers of Vol. And interestingly, if we go back and study the Fae-spire of Shaetirius Talai, where the ancestors of these elves were stolen from, we can see where these cultures originated too. You see, Shade Tyrius Talai wasn't all sunshine and rainbows like some of the other Facespires. Even before the Giants arrived, this place had a bit of a macabre nature. Keith Baker, the creator of Eberron, pitches this idea for what the ancient home of the Elves might have been like. Study the lore of ancient cultures and you'll find a reoccurring story of a city that stands on the edge of life and death. A shade is drawn to Dol Ur, but along the way it passes through a wondrous city of silver and bone. A city with tapestries of fine glamour weave and bone fountains filled with blood. The librarians of this final city record the tales of the ghosts, a last record before their memories are lost in Dol Ur. The artists work with creative shades, offering a last chance to complete unfinished works. And then there are necromancers who make darker bargains, offering a chance to return to the world of the living, but at a terrible cost. This was Shade Tyrius Talai, the city at the crossroads, the repository of final thoughts and the last chance for the fallen to find a way back to their world. Shade Tyrius Talai is said to be a place of wondrous necromancy, but it wasn't some cruel, horrible place either. This was a place of bittersweet loss, a place where the dying might find a final grace. It was a way station for lost and dying souls. We see here the balance of light and dark when it comes to necromancy, the grace of death and eternity mixed with the shadowy cost of undeath. The most powerful of these dark necromancer elves were called the Cabalren, and their expertise in necromancy may have been unmatched at the time amongst the elves. The Cabalren were a reclusive set of elves whose arcane might even the giants feared. Whatever the truth behind these legends, these elves were the mightiest conjurers and necromancers Xen'drik had ever seen, pioneering much of the necromantic techniques used in present day, along with many of the fundamental principles of the religion that would eventually become the Blood of Vol. According to legend, the Cabalren created the first vampires, some of which still lie entombed in ancient ruins. So when the Giants launched their initial surprise attack at Shade Tyrius Talai, it forced the Cabalren to become more offensive than they previously had been. They had always known the secrets of lichdom and vampirism, but they never really had a reason to use such drastic measures themselves. But backed into a corner, fighting for their lives, the Cabalren left no necromantic stone unturned, and weaponized every bit of magic they possessed. When the Elves finally did flee Xen'drik, the Cabalren culture survived with them. So it was that two different traditions of necromancy persisted in Elven culture, just like it had been in Shade Tyrius Talai. Following the death of their leader, Eberron, the Elves worked on what would come next. After tens of thousands of years, they agreed that they needed to find a way to extend the lives of their greatest leaders. Too many great elves have been lost during their time on the material plane, and that had to stop. Now with this path of thinking, keep in mind that the elves were used to being immortal spirits. They were from a place where it was known for a fact that death can be cheated. So they didn't accept death as an immutable part of existence. This was a problem to be studied and solved, and everyone had a different opinion about how that should be done. Following Eberron's death, the refugees coalesced around a handful of charismatic leaders and philosophies. The Tyrnadal swore to keep the memory of their champions alive by continuing to fight, laying claim to the northern plains. Talayan led his people to the edge of a vast rainforest, vowing to preserve the image of the fallen in living wood. The Mendirian siblings were wizards and mystics, and they believed that they could harness the light of Irian to extend life. Vol chose the lands that others shunned, a region peppered with manifest zones to Mabar, a place where shadows might suddenly prey upon those who cast them. Mabar was long seen as the antithesis of life, but Vol could speak to the dead, drawing on the traces of her ancestors' spirits. She learned secrets from the long-dead psychopomps of Shade Tyrius Talai and the fallen necromancers of the Cabalren, and Vol believed that she could harness the power of Mabar to use it to overcome death, to give the next Eberron eternal life, even if it meant feeding on the blood of others. This was her pledge to the elves who laid the foundations of her city. We will not live in the fear of death. We will learn its secrets, learn everything there is to know about the nature of life and its loss. We will redefine what it means to live, and in doing so we will never lose what we love again. And so, Shade Desir rose on the banks of the River of Night. 10,000 years later, the Mendirian siblings would go on to create the Undying Court, an immortal undead council of elves powered by light magic that guide and protect the Irene Isles. But there was a long time between the problem beginning to be worked and the arrival of the Undying Court. After landing on the Isles, every subsection of elves at the time had a different idea for how to preserve the great elven heroes, but nearly all of them agreed Vol had chosen the darkest path. Mabar is the plane of undeath and the plane of negative energy. Mabar is entropy and the sapping of life. It can create eternal life, but it always comes with a cost. Nothing from Mabar is ever free. Vampires need blood, liches need souls. Mabar always takes. But Vol was willing to pay this price if it meant unlocking new magical secrets. The House of Vol would keep the skulls of their dead arranged in rows and stacked on walls in Shade Desir, where seekers might be able to consult them and speak with the dead. This was seen as a way of keeping the heroes of the past alive in their own way, and that brings us to an important distinction here. The House of Vol wasn't some place of evil. It was darker magic, sure, but it didn't compel them to evil, it didn't create cruelty, it didn't make them do anything they wouldn't have normally done. The Elves of Vol weren't seeking out new ways to kill and conquer people, they were only trying to find ways to prolong mortal life. Even those who had become undead, their vampires and their mummies, were content living lives as peaceful sentinels and protectors rather than trying to seek out the blood of innocents. This form of necromancy was looked down upon by their fellow elves, and especially by outsiders in Khorvaire who knew only the macabre imagery they presented, but it's important to note that by all accounts these were peaceful, well-meaning people, and they interacted regularly and peacefully with their fellow elven cultures. However, this wouldn't always be the case. Tens of thousands of years later, all of these cultures had developed significantly. The Undying Court was at the height of its power, and the elves of that culture believed that they'd found the one true path to ethical immortality. The House of Vol, meanwhile, was facing a lot of heat. Over the course of generations, the Undying Court grew more powerful and influential. The priests of the Undying Court asserted that all Mabaran undead consume the life force of Eberron to sustain themselves, and while a lich may not require blood to survive, its mere existence is a threat to living creatures. The allies of Vol called this a ridiculous political ploy, an excuse to threaten their undead elders. This tension continued to grow, and then the Mark of Death appeared. This cemented the line of Vol's position amongst the Mabaran faction. They continued to research ways to improve their techniques and to pursue true immortality for their people. 3,200 years before the canonical start date of Ebberron, the first Dragonmarks appeared on the people of the world. The Mark of Shadow had appeared on several elven houses as this phenomenon began, but the elves of the House of Vol developed a different Dragonmark entirely. This Dragonmark was called the Mark of Death, and it was found only on the elves of the line of Vol, making it the rarest of all the Dragonmarks. We don't know exactly what the Dragonmark was capable of, and the creators of Ebberron have made it clear that this is a design choice, so we can only speculate. One notable aspect of the Dragonmarks to keep in mind, though, is that aside from aberrant Dragonmarks, Dragonmark abilities are rarely inherently harmful. So whatever the Mark of Death was, it's doubtful that it was some inherent source of evil. More likely it was some kind of power that was related to death and necromancy, was maybe even scary to look at, but was ultimately something constructive. So then why all the fear-mongering then? The elves eventually turned on the House of Vol and wiped them all out, but it wasn't simply because they practiced Mabaran necromancy, or even because they developed the Mark of Death. If those had been the reasons for their extinction, then it would have happened thousands of years earlier. Instead, something else caused this sudden and dramatic genocide. Long ago, it was revealed that the elven line of Vol, a house that practiced the art of necromancy and bore the Dragon Mark of Death, was engaged in secret blood rites with the Clan of Dragons. The discovery of this pact triggered an unprecedented alliance between the sibling kings of Arenal and the dragons of Arganessen. The sibling kings proclaimed that the House of Vol would be exterminated to the last member, and the Mark of Death would be eliminated from the world. The line of Vol had long been rivals of the Undying Court, and many whisper even today that the attack on House Vol was nothing more than an excuse to eliminate a political rival. But others believe that what the Undying Court truly feared was a path shown in the Draconic prophecy, that a child born of dragon and elf could become a godlike avatar of death. The mother of this child was an elf named Minara Vol, the most advanced necromancer the world had ever seen. She'd been having a secret affair with a green dragon that we know only as the Emerald Claw, who the terrorist organization that goes by the same name would later go on to unknowingly name themselves after. Their child, a half-dragon that they named Arandus Vol, bore the most powerful Dragon Mark of Death that anyone had ever seen. Sympathizers of Vol say that Minara had been meeting with the Emerald Claw in an effort to negotiate peace between the constantly warring elves and dragons, while those who stand against them say that their union was done on purpose in order to create a deadly new Dragon Mark, in order to give the dragons their first ever mark of power. Now, if Minara and the Emerald Claw were actually fighting towards a united elven and dragon alliance, well, they might have actually accidentally succeeded by unifying the two factions against them. What resulted next was a massacre. The elves of Shade Desir were wiped out without prejudice. In true dragon style, they went full scorched earth and genocide. Every member of House Vol was killed, Dragon Mark or no. The elves claimed it was necessary to make sure that the Mark of Death could never manifest again, but the Undying Court was never able to fully wash their hands of this massacre. An alliance between elves and dragons was unbeatable, and all hope for Vol was now lost. What few survivors of the house remained fled in a fleet of ships north to find new lives in Khorvaire. The House of Vol was extinct. The city of Shade Desir remains today, but it's populated only by ghosts. And what of Manara Vol? What of the Emerald Claw? What of Arandis Vol? Well, the truth is that they were all likely killed. According to legend, the Emerald Claw vanished not long after the Purge began. Some say he was killed defending the race of half-dragons, of which his daughter was now the most famous example. Others claim he withdrew from the world in shame over what his hubris had wrought. 2,600 years ago, House Vol was brought low, and the Mark of Death was lost in the process. Rather than see her daughter destroyed, Manara used her powers over life and death to transform Arandis into a lich. They had just enough energy left to send her daughter to safety before a powerful red dragon named Avathirax arrived at the head of 1,000 elf warriors. Before they could get her hands on her, she turned her daughter into a lich, reviving her and sent her away. Now, creating a lich in Ebberron isn't easy, and it's something that can almost never be done to someone against their will, but that's what happened here. Manara used her mastery of necromancy to turn her daughter into a lich and exile her from the islands. Manara Vol was then executed and the war was over. Arandis survived, albeit in the form of an undead lich, and her life would never be the same afterwards. As an undead being, Arandis lost the use of her Dragonmark. Thus, when the diviners of Arenal asked if the line of Vol had been exterminated and the Mark of Death destroyed, they received a vision affirming that the bloodline of Vol was no more. To the world, the last survivor of the bloodline is known as Lady Ilmaro, but in truth she is Arandis Vol, heir to the Mark of Death. So while Arandis Vol does still exist today she goes by the name Lady Ilmaro and has manipulated much of northeastern Khorvaire to her will. She's amassed a following of her own, not the least of which is the Order of the Emerald Claw, named after her father, which commits acts of necromancy and terrorism across Khorvaire. She has elven allies from home as well. The descendants of the elves that fled Arenal during the genocide eventually landed in Farlen, along with Arandis Vol. These elves were trained in the arts of necromancy, and they fell right in line with the pirate way of life that was popular in the Lazar Principalities. These elves became known as the Bloodsails, land-holding pirates that make their living out in the area, attacking and stealing from other ships. The living leader and face of the Bloodsails is Shayan Tassil. She's who you'd meet with during official negotiations with other islands or nations, but she isn't actually the true leader of the Bloodsails. In truth, this necromantic pirate crew is led by a group called the Grimm, who consist entirely of elven undead, a dark parallel to the Undying Court back home. Although Vol was eradicated down to the last person, other houses had stood alongside them and had a chance to flee. The Grimm is made up of elves from those houses, the oldest and most loyal unliving allies of Vol. When Arandis Vol came up with these pirates, she went by the name Lady Ilmaro. No one, not even her followers, could know the truth of her history. She does still proclaim to be of the line of Vol, which grants her status and respect, but none understand that she's Arandis Vol herself, heir to the Dragonmark of Death. To her followers, she's simply a champion of their faith, a really good one. Lady Ilmaro goes out of her way to protect her identity as Arandis Vol, likely because if any of the dragons or the Undying Court knew of her survival, they'd likely devote all of their resources to bringing her down once again. Instead, she operates from the shadows for unknown purposes. It's possible that she seeks revenge on the Undying Court and the dragons for the downfall of her house and her family. Or perhaps she seeks more powerful and forbidden magic that might allow her to regain the use of her Dragonmark of Death. So the consequences of all of these events combined stretch even farther as well. The ripples of this event would actually end up creating an entirely new religion. Completely without Arandis Vol's involvement, the religion of the Blood of Vol was founded. When the exiled elves who had fled north had begun to spread their culture and their story amongst the other peoples of northern Khorvaire, it resonated with the people there. These exiles brought the knowledge of necromancy along with stories of how the heroic family of Vol had sought to attain godhood only to be destroyed by the jealous gods. The people of the religion knew nothing of Arini traditions or Dragonmarks, and they blended this story with their own experience of life in a harsh land, local tyrants, and the empty promises of the sovereign priests. In the process, they somehow discovered something real. The line of Vol had never sought the divinity within, but these priests found it, drawing divine power from their own conviction and their own souls. The religion would take off, spreading across Karrnath and into small pockets of the rest of Khorvaire. It preached the power of inner divinity and an emphasis on relying on ourselves and our peers instead of divine authority. This religion would reach peak popularity during the last war, when seekers of the faith were able to convince the Karrnathi king to embrace the religion and make use of undead during the war. Although Arandis Vol is in no way responsible for the creation of this faith, it remains certainly possible that she's since manipulated it to her own purposes. Any powerful seeker could already be in Lady Ilmaro's pocket, as she commands an authority that's pretty hard to deny, and she can manipulate that pretty easily. So while some seekers and followers of the Blood of Vol might be loyal to the Lich Queen, it remains a minority, and most don't even know who she is. So this is the chain of dominoes that history leads us through. Way back on Zendrik, the Giants decided to raid the Fae Spire of Shay Tyrius Talai, and the elves they brought back ended up bringing their culture with them, creating two of the largest cultures of necromancy in the world. If the giants had raided a different Fae Spire, elven culture in the world could be completely different today. It's fascinating. But the story doesn't quite end there either. There is one more loose end to tie up with the parents of Arandis Vol, Minara and the Emerald Claw. Now we truly don't know what happened to the Emerald Claw, and we can only speculate. Did he die, become a Draco Lich, flee into obscurity, adopt a new identity? It's impossible to say, and that's for you to answer in your own games. But with Minara Vol, however, Arandis' mother who turned her into a Lich, we do have one hint as to where she might have ended up after death. Found deep in the plain of Mabar, the plane of undeath, is a place called the Endless Desert. The Endless Desert seems to be the dumping point of all things ancient and forgotten. Here you can find the littered ruins of fallen civilizations, giant ziggurats, and celestial towers. At its center is a pyramid uniquely of elven design. Here resides the Queen of all Tears, the Lord of the Endless Desert. It's said that she commands shadows and wraiths all over the sands, and she's the unliving embodiment of misery. The woes of others are now her sustenance, and she remains locked in her pyramid, feeding off of it. Her own misery ends up being the food source of several parasitic incubi and succubi who wait around her throne like pigs at the trough waiting to eat the misery that she exudes. Exploring Eberron goes on to tell us, the Queen of Tears is one of the youngest of the dark powers of Mabar. She was once a mortal who dreamed of mastering life and death, but her pursuit of these goals resulted in the deaths of everyone she ever loved and everyone who shared her blood. Her kingdom was razed and she killed her own daughter and transformed her into a Lich. Her name was Minara Vol, the mother of Arandis Vol. In the process of becoming a dark power, she's lost much of her own identity and the sense of her past. She despises both elves and dragons, but has forgotten even her own daughter. If the queen were to somehow regain her memory, she might seek to strike at the Undying Court in Arganessen, or to aid Arandis, or it may be that she continues to dwell in her despair and ignore her past. So Minara Vol could still be out there in a way, but if that's her, she's lived a tortured existence for thousands of years. Even if she wanted to aid her undead daughter, she can't currently even remember her existence. So for now, Arandis Vol is out there on her own, with her blood sails and her Order of the Emerald Claw, up to God's knows what. She's lost the use of her Dragonmark, but she hasn't given up trying to restore it. And if she ever finds a way to succeed, the world might just be reminded of the true power of the 13th Dragonmark. In the world of Eberron, the Warforged are living constructs. They were originally created to be soldiers on the front line of a bloody 100-year conflict known as the Last War. Now, as you might expect from a 100-year war, the death toll on all sides of the conflict had become pretty unsustainable. I mean, one of the nations, Karnath, had to resort to using undead because it was just so hard to keep their regular troops marching and fed. So in an effort to bolster the ranks of the five armies and keep this very profitable war going, a Dragonmarked house known as House Cannith, essentially a private company, devised a plan to create artificial soldiers. Using large eldritch machines known as creation forges, House Cannith brought these constructs to life and called them the Warforged. They began selling them to all of the five nations as an answer to the dwindling troop counts, and the war continued. The Warforged, however, were more than just mindless automatons. They awoke in their creation forges with all the hopes and fears and feelings that a human might have, yet they were born into adulthood with no knowledge of the world outside of the impressions they were given by the first people they met. So with no direction other than to follow their creator's instruction, they all marched to war. But when the war finally ended, many Warforged were left without direction. They'd been handed a weapon and marched off to battle, but many hadn't considered what would come afterwards. Furthermore, few Warforged truly had a grasp on their own existence at all. I mean, who were they? How were they made? Were they truly alive? Did they have souls? Many Warforged assumed they'd simply never know the answers to these questions. Some Warforged, however, couldn't resist the temptation to dig deeper. Some Warforged possessed an unflinching desire to find the truth. Steeljack, like most Warforged created during the last war, served as a soldier in the military. Steeljack served under a Braelish commander, one who had a particular hatred for the Warforged. Time after time, Steeljack witnessed abuse, cruelty, and the needless sacrifice of his own fellow Warforged at the orders of his commander. One day, Steeljack decided he'd seen enough. One afternoon when his commander was away, Steeljack took his most loyal soldiers, commandeered a boat, and deserted the Braelish army, sailing as far away from the last war as he could. Steeljack and his soldiers set sail across the ocean and landed in Zendrik, a mostly uncharted jungle continent far away from the troubles of the war. Now this was an ancient and mysterious land. one that was home to the mighty empire of giants way back in the day before their fall many years ago. Explorers and archaeologists had been coming to this continent for years, trying to explore the jungles and find hidden secrets within the ruins. Steeljack and his men ended up finding a home in the port city of Stormreach, which was an independent city-state on the continent, and they began careers as city guardsmen, calling themselves the Iron Watch, and made themselves pretty useful. The years went on, and one day while walking the streets of Stormreach, Steeljack met a peculiar figure. This figure called himself Laith. He appeared to be a Warforged, yet he claimed to have not been built by House Cannith. He claimed to have lived on this continent his entire life. And that's when Steeljack learned the real truth. House Cannith did not invent the creation forges that birthed the Warforged. They merely discovered them in ancient ruins. Their Dragonmark had made them uniquely capable of operating the magical machinery, sure, but it didn't give them any specific understanding of how it actually worked. These forges were a mystery even to them. So Steeljack was forced to ask himself then, if House Cannith didn't create the Warforged, then who did? Exploring Eberron says the following about what being born a Warforged might be like. As a Warforged, your body was made in a Cannith forge hold. The creation forge wove root-like muscles across a frame of metal and darkwood, bathing your body in alchemical fluids, giving you skin of steel or hardened leather. And then the miracle occurred. You came to life. You're made from wood and steel, but you're alive, aware, capable of feeling love and anger. You were born with an innate sense of purpose, the knowledge of war burned into the back of your mind. But you aren't bound to follow the path that your creators planned for you. You have freedom. You have the ability to learn. Perhaps you even have a soul. So the Creation Forge here seems to be doing some pretty amazing things. It's weaving an entire body from scratch and bringing it to life like Pinocchio. But I think it's worth noting how much of this process is unknown here. How is this Creation Forge working? How does it create sentient life? Does the Warforged indeed have a soul? Well, the reason why these questions are left so open is because even House Cannith, the supposed creators of the Warforged, don't know the answers. Exploring Eberron goes on to say, Cannith artificers designed your body and made you for a purpose. When the Creation Forge imbued you with life, there were things you knew. If you were built to be a warrior, you knew how to wield a sword and a pike. You had an instinctive sense of squad tactics. There were things Cannith instructors had to teach you, but even there it felt almost as if they were reminding you of things you already knew. This is one of the mysteries of the Warforged. Where does your sentience come from? Cannith gave you direction, but they didn't design your mind. If they could, they'd have made you without emotion and likely without the capacity for true independence. And that does seem to track. I mean, if you were creating an army of automaton soldiers, you'd want them to mindlessly obey, right? I mean, why would you purposely open up the door for an inevitable desertion and insurrection when you know how the machine works and you have complete control? So it seems quite obvious here that House Cannith's most important role in the Warforged creation really isn't much higher than they know how to hit the on button. So the big question then remains, who really designed these forges and why? Why would you make an eldritch machine that can create a fully sentient species? Well, before we can begin to answer that, I think it's important to look at another piece of the mystery that we haven't discussed yet, the docents. In Eberron, a docent is a sentient magic item, a sphere that attaches to the chest of a Warforged and offers guidance. Ancient docents have been discovered in Zendrik, artifacts of unknown age and origin, exploring Eberron. So, these docents are also not something that House Cannith is out here making. They're finding these things in Zendrik and just plugging them into Warforged. They don't understand why they exist, they only understand how it benefits them. So if the creation forges are made in Zendrik, and docents are made in Zendrik, and docents are designed to function with Warforged, then perhaps trying to find out more about the docents might get us closer to the mystery of the Warforged. Well, this part of the mystery actually leads us again back to Zendrik with Steeljack and Laith. As we had stated, Laith had told Steeljack that House Cannith did not invent the Warforged. He claimed to have been created here on Zendrik many years ago. Now, he didn't have all the answers, but he was dedicated to helping Steeljack and his people find them. While keeping up their day jobs as City Watch, they spent their spare time following up on leads and ancient rumors. And in their expeditions, they did find ancient Warforged parts. These parts had strange designs not found in a standard Warforged. These included sharp wings, claws, and many weapons and magic items seemingly designed with the intention of fighting giants. This included, for example, the Behemoth Belt, which would enlarge a Warforged to giant size, or an elemental axe meant to be installed on a Warforged to take advantage of a giant's elemental weakness. And most importantly of all, they discovered more docents. They began trying to uncover all of these very ancient docents, anyone they could get their hands on. As sentient magic items with memory and personality, each one that they discovered held a new piece of the puzzle. And it was a docent just like this named Shira, which would hold answers that none of them expected. You can learn more about Shira and Dalcor and the Quarry and their war with the Giants on Zendrik in our last video, The Secrets of Eberron's Lost Moon, but we'll touch on it a little bit here as well. Shira was one of these docents, and Secrets of Zendrik tells us this about her. Docents are intelligent magic items designed to advise and aid the Warforged who utilize them. However, the docent that calls itself Shira claims that these items originally held a different purpose. Designed to hold Quarry spirits, providing a refuge from the spiritual change that destroyed the Quarry of the Last Age and paved the way for the coming of the Dreaming Dark. Shira claims to be the sole success of the docent program and the last survivor of the previous age of Dalcor. So again, just to touch on it briefly, in Eberron, the Quarry are creatures from Dalcor, the Plane of Dreams. These are dream spirits that seem to shift between being creatures of light and creatures of nightmare, depending on where you are in history. They appear to be ethereal spirits whose main way of interacting with our world is through psionics, dream manipulation, and body possession. Now, if Shira is indeed a Quarry spirit trapped within a docent, she's a Quarry unlike any that we currently know in Eberron. She's a relic of a much, much older time. She does tell us this. My thoughts are crystal and light, and they do not fade with the passage of time. Nations have risen and fallen while I have lain in my coffin of steel. Dalcor is forever lost, and what remains is a twisted abomination. Believe what you will, but the Quarry came to this world in search of salvation, not conquest. It was the denizens of this land, the Sulat League, the Group of 11, and the Emperor Kulsir who brought war upon us, and ultimately destroyed both of our worlds. I am all that remains of the Dreaming Heart, the last spark of light in this new age of darkness, and you're not ready to hear the tale I have to tell. Now what she's describing here is the war between the Quarry and the Giants that took place hundreds of thousands of years ago on the continent of Zendrik. She's describing building the docents in order to house Quarry spirits to escape the calamity enveloping their home plane, thanks to the Giants. Now, docents have always been described as sentient magic items. Is it possible that this sentience is merely the last remnants of a Quarry spirit that originally inhabited it? Shira tells us that she's the sole survivor of the docent program, so could there have been failed attempts that created only residual souls within the various docents? Or could it be that designing the docents to be sentient was a necessary function? A Quarry's main method of manifesting on the material plane is typically possession, so maybe in order to safely arrive in a docent, the Quarry had to give it a sentience to possess. Regardless, if what Shira is saying is true, then we know that the Quarry at least invented the docents, whatever became of them afterwards. So if that's true, then could it be that it was the Quarry who also invented the Warforged? Well, it stands to reason. If the docents were designed to hold ethereal spirits, and docents were designed to function symbiotically with Warforged, then it stands to reason that all three of these are linked. But how? Well, let's try to examine this like a Quarry might. You have your docent, which houses your spirit, but it's just a tiny little 2-inch orb. You're not going to be doing a lot of interacting with the world in this form. So naturally, the next step is to build an extension of the docent, a vehicle of sorts for it that the docent can be housed in, that the docent can control, so that way they can perform more varied tasks with these bodies. Well, now you have something. Now you have the docent acting as a brain of sorts and the Warforged acting as the body. And indeed, you can find Warforged like this on Zendrik. And although their role in history is lost to time, they were once known as the Corecraft. Secrets of Zendrik tells us a little bit about them. The secrets behind the creation of the Warforged go back nearly 40,000 years to the war between the Giants and the Quarry. During the conflict, the Quarry created prototypical Warforged, crafting a host of constructs that bear a resemblance to modern Warforged but are distinctly different. Some of these Corecraft Warforged still lurk today in the deepest recesses of the continent, left to guard some forgotten outpost or wandering without purpose. These constructs are a danger to those who encounter them. All who are not Quarry are enemies to the Corecraft, and they attack without mercy or compassion. So it's possible that these prototypical Warforged, the ones that lack true sentience, were the first model. Because these Warforged aren't going around with culture and speaking to people, they are mindless automatons. So it's possible that these were the vehicles meant to house the Quarry spirits within their docents. And now, without that guidance, without that steady hand on the wheel, they've merely gone into autopilot. So if we're on the right track, if Warforged can trace their origins back to the Quarry, then we know why they were created, but we still haven't answered the most important question. Where does Warforged sentience come from, and do they have souls? Well, admittedly, this is where it gets a little shakier, and this is where canon sources start to get a little more and more intentionally vague. It's left to us to use what clues we have to infer our own truth, but we do have a number of those clues. Now, could it be that the Warforged sentience is similar to a docent sentience? If docents were designed to hold Kori spirits, then maybe Warforged were too. Is it possible that at some point, docents became obsolete and Warforged became capable of housing a Kori spirit? Perhaps the personality we see in each Warforged is the remnant of a long-dormant Kori spirit just now being reborn and giving direction. It could also be that the Kori were just the first to work on this Warforged technology. We do have evidence in Xen'drik that other cultures gained access to these forges and used them for their own purposes. Secrets of Xen'drik tells us one example of this. Before the fall of the Giants, clans of renegade drow learned the secrets of creating constructs in the ruined creation forges that the Kori left behind. In these forges, they built the first Warforged scorpions in homage to their god Volkor. Secrets of Xen'drik. So yeah, that's another fun fact about Eberron. There are drow in Xen'drik who worship a scorpion god, Volkor, as a little bit of a reference to Faerun where they worship a spider god. So yeah, these drow found these creation forges and they were like, well, what better thing to do than create a giant mechanical scorpion in honor to our god, and they did so. So with this as an example, it's worth noting that the Warforged could have undergone several design changes after their original design by the Kori, and that could have been more along the lines of what we see today. It could have even been by several different cultures of people all passing the baton to each other through history. The creation forges that House Cannith uncovered and took back with him to Khorvaire might theoretically have been one of these creation forges that were retrofitted by a later group of people for a different purpose. One of the more likely groups behind this is actually the Giants. In fact, it's reasonably likely that the Giants had a heavy hand in Warforged design from the start. As we mentioned before, the Kori likely thought up the idea of the Warforged, but they didn't have an easy way of building it themselves. The only way they could interact with the material plane at all was through psionics and through dreams. And that's why they needed the Warforged to begin with, to give them physical form. So how did they build the forges to begin with? Well, they couldn't build them themselves, so what they had to do was convince others to build it for them. It could have been as simple as giving a really smart giant a dream in which they think that building the forge is a great idea, and then they do so without really understanding why they're doing it. Or if the giant's being particularly stubborn, they could have possessed the giant more directly until the task was complete. Now, it's unlikely that the Giants would have loved being manipulated this way, even if the Kori were doing it with mostly peaceful intentions. The discovery of this manipulation could have even been the catalyst of the war itself between the Giants and the Kori. We just really don't know the details of that. But regardless, it stands to reason that the Giants would have had reasons to make their own versions of the Warforged after the deceit was discovered. They had the forges, they knew how they worked, why wouldn't they? They might not have wanted to build the creation forges originally, but once they had it in their hands, they might as well build an army with it. It's entirely possible that in this war between the Giants and the Kori, that Warforged marched on both sides against each other. Now, it is possible that the Giants gave Warforged sentience themselves. They certainly would have been capable of great magical feats like that, although I struggle to think of a reason why they'd want to. They had previously tried keeping the Elves as slaves under the Empire and were in the middle of fighting a massive elven rebellion as a result of it. So it seems unlikely to me that they'd purposely program the potential for disobedience into their version of the Warforged if they could have just been mindlessly compliant. So, then where do Warforged come from? Well, to conclude, it does seem pretty likely that the inspiration for the Warforged and for the docents came from the Kori, as a way to manifest themselves on the material plane from the plane of dreams. And we know that they were likely created literally by the Giants while under that influence by the Kori. So then where along the line did the Warforged develop their true sentience, and do they actually have souls? Well, what we do know is that resurrection spells work on Warforged, things like Revivify and Raise Dead. So this would seemingly prove that they do have souls. Those spells would typically fail otherwise. So if that's true, then the only giant question left is, where do these souls come from? Are they indeed dormant Kori spirits like we speculated before? We know that docents and perhaps Warforged were designed to be vessels in a way. Maybe they're souls channeled from Dolur, the plane of souls, and placed into these bodies somehow. But alas, all we can do is really speculate on this front. Within the world, it's something that many people and many Warforged still have to ask themselves every day. But now that the Warforged are free, and they have free will, there are many, just like Steeljack and Lath, who will never rest until the answers are found. In the world of Eberron, humans rule the continent of Khorvaire, but that was not always the case. Humans actually migrated here from the continent of Sarlona many years ago and settled on the continent of Khorvaire that already had ancient ruins on it. Before the humans arrived, this land was actually ruled by the massive Draconic Empire, the Empire of Goblinoids. This goblinoid empire had established themselves as the primary superpower on Khorvaire, pushing out other competitors like the Ternadal Elves, the Dragonborn of Kabara, and the Julasakar of the Talenta Plains. The goblins had also built several great cities on the continent of Khorvaire, most notably the city of Jasharat, in the goblin language meaning bright blade. This was the city that would one day become the city of Sharn, the biggest city in all of Khorvaire, but it was once simply a grand Draconic city. The Draconic Empire also created several great works across the continent of Khorvaire, some of which can even be seen today, most notably including the statue of 6 kings near the border of Droaam and Breland in Khorvaire. This is a gigantic, massive statue featuring 6 goblinoid kings that ruled the Draconic Empire, and this was an old statue even when the Draconic were at their height. Yet despite all of their great works, in modern times this empire is but a piece of history. The ruins of the Great Goblin Empire still dot the landscape around Khorvaire, and several of their great works have even withstood the test of time. The goblins of this era were a global superpower, and at its height, the empire was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world. And at their height, they could have easily repelled any human invaders. Yet when the humans came to colonize the continent of Khorvaire, they found that pushing back the goblinoids of this empire to be a relatively straightforward task. So what changed? What caused this mighty empire to fall to the point where they would crumble to mere human explorers? Well, the answer, believe it or not, was aliens. Many, many years ago, at the height of the Draconic Empire, they faced an otherworldly incursion, an invasion from a group of aberrations known as the Delkir. In a sudden, overwhelming wave, these creatures spilled forth from Xoriat in great force to terrorize the continent of Khorvaire. Keith Baker, in his article Dragonmarks, the Delkir and Their Cults, tells us a little bit about that. The Delkir are powerful entities from Xoriat, the Plane of Madness. They aren't the most powerful denizens of Xoriat, they are simply the mightiest to have shown interest in other planes. They are immortal outsiders, not creatures of flesh and blood. The slightest touch of a Delkir can sicken or warp organic creatures, and its mere presence can cause temporary madness. Peering into the mind of a Delkir can cause permanent insanity. This speaks to the fundamental difference between the Delkir and all other forces. We simply don't understand them. Now, it's unclear exactly how this started or where the Delkir began their invasion, but what we do know is that the invasion started on the continent of Khorvaire exclusively. Whether or not the Delkir intended to expand beyond this continent eventually once this land was taken is unclear. It's not even really clear if they were trying to claim territory at all, if that was even a goal of theirs. As these aberrations invaded, they didn't conquer cities, they didn't establish rulers, they merely changed things around them in strange, unpredictable ways. Wherever they walked, the Delkir reshaped the world in their image, sowing madness and creating monsters. They fused goblins together to create the gibbering Dolgrims, and crafted the blind Dolgaunts from hobgoblin stock. So the Delkir were causing chaos and destruction wherever they went, seemingly just performing biological experiments on the goblins, creating new forms of creatures that they would have to fight against, turning their own people against them. But it seemed unclear what the Delkir exactly were getting out of this. Like we mentioned, they weren't claiming territory, they weren't gaining ground. It was almost like they were performing scientific experiments, like they were ripping the wings off of flies just to see what would happen. A common theory is that the Delkir aren't actually soldiers or conquerors. They are scientists and artists. They don't actually have any interest in ruling the world or destroying it. They are simply interested in changing it. They took the goblins of Dakan and created Dolgaunts, Dolgrims, and Dolgars from them, and then sent those creatures against the Empire. It could be that this conflict was exactly what they wanted. They didn't actually care about who won, they simply wanted to watch the goblins fight these twisted mockeries of their own kind and see what impact it had. So in a small fraction of time, the mighty works of the Draconic Empire were devastated. The city that would one day become known as Sharn was completely destroyed. Entire populations of goblinoids found themselves transformed into these horrifying creatures, the Dolgrim and the Dolgaunts. And to the people of Khorvaire, in many ways, this seemed like the end of the world. But the peoples of Khorvaire weren't about to go down without a fight. It took time for the goblinoids to regroup and prepare a response, but once they did so with great resolve. A critical discovery granted them an edge. The discovery of a unique mineral known as Baishik. Baishik is a rare and heavy metal of lustrous purple, mined from the Baishik and Greywall Mountains along Droaam's borders. Aberrations tied to Delkir, including Dolgaunts, Dolgrims, and Mind Flayers, are susceptible to the weapons of Baishik alloys, making the metal highly valued to the Dakan. So the discovery of this alloy allowed the goblinoids to fight back, finally. The Delkir had no defense against this unique metal, and they found themselves losing territory. The Draconic were pretty successfully fighting back this alien invasion of their homeland, but it was going to take more than that to defeat the Draconic. Although their servants and minions could be slain, the Draconic lords themselves were a different story. 6 named Draconic lords had made themselves known during the invasion, and the Draconic did not have any means or an answer to dealing with them. These Draconic included Belashira. Belashira was the Lord of Eyes, and known to its cultists as the Allseer or the Glorious Eye. Stories told of Belashira in the Shadow Marches whispered that the Lord of Eyes can see every evil deed that a person commits, that those touched by this Draconic suffer terrible hallucinations that inevitably drive them to violence or death. Drin, meanwhile, is known as the Corrupter, the Stealer of Thoughts, and it's said that he's drawn to brilliant minds, which he hungers to consume. Drin, compared to all of the other Draconic, represents the corruptive nature of transformation. It's him who created the Dolgrim and the Dolgaunts as twisted abominations of the goblins. Avash is known as the Twister of Roots and is said to be the source of shambling mounds, myconoids, and all other forms of twisted plants within Ebberron. Krizin, meanwhile, is the Prince of Slime and is said to be the origin of most ooze creatures in Ebberron, such as slimes, gibbering mouthers, and gelatinous cubes. Orlask, the Master of Stone, is supposedly the creator of basilisks, medusas, gorgons, cockatrice, and anything related to the creation of stone or the transformation of petrification. Valara, meanwhile, is known as the Crawling Queen, and her domain is insects, arachnoids, and other vermin. Valara likes to inflict swarms of creatures that consume victims from within, and cultists who worship her slowly become infested with these insects, all to the delight of Valara. Each of these Draconic had pushed their unique influence on Khorvaire in ways that were difficult to reverse. And if they couldn't be defeated, then it didn't matter how many Dolgrim that the armies of the Draconic cut down with their Baishik swords, the Draconic could never be defeated while they stood. And although the Draconic did not let this get them down, they were prepared to fight to the bitter end. They received an unexpected ally emerging from the west. The Orcs of the Shadow Marches. The Orcs of the Shadow Marches were traditionally a very simple people. They kept to themselves and mostly stayed living in isolation within the swamps. However, several years before the Draconic invasion began, the Orcs had a mysterious visitor to their swamps, a black dragon named Variak. Legend says that the black dragon Variak journeyed from Argoness into Khorvaire thousands of years ago, and that the Shadow Marches are the site where she first taught the traditions of the Gatekeepers to the ancient Orc tribes. Variak lived with the Orcs for centuries before slipping away to an unknown resting place. Variak's followers claim that before she died, she bade them to awaken her when the end of the world came. Great secrets are said to be hidden within Variak's cave, including legends related to the Draconic prophecy. And yes, that cave's location is still a mystery today within Eberron and makes for a great potential adventure site for a D&D plot. So this dragon Variak had seen something within the Draconic prophecy that urged her to go to the Shadow Marches to teach these orcs what they needed to know to stop a future invasion. She had seen this invasion in the future and knew this was the one way to stop them. And she did this centuries before the invasion even started. The secrets that this dragon taught to the orcs brought druidic magic to Khorvaire, and it included magic capable of creating an otherworldly ward called a Gatekeeper Seal. These seals would be able to imprison the Draconic lords within the demiplanes of Khyber beneath the earth, much in the same way that the dragons had done to the fiendish overlords in very ancient times. The seals forged by the Gatekeepers have a variety of purposes and a variety of forms. Some of these seals are tied to specific Draconic, keeping these individuals bound in Khyber and stripping them of some of their powers. Others ward against aberrations in general, or suppress the influence of the plane of Xoriat. Some of these seals are amulets, objects that can be carried and stolen. It's said that one of these seals is a druidic bloodline, and it will last until the last member of the line is slain. The most common form of Gatekeeper seal is a great stone slab set into the ground or a cavern wall. It's carved with mystical symbols that hedge out the influence of Xoriat and maintain the barrier. With the last of the Draconic lords sealed away by the orcs using the variety of these Gatekeeper seals, and the goblinoids working to drive out the remaining of the Dolgrim and the Dolgaunt, the war was won. The combined forces of the goblinoids and the orcs had successfully defended the world against an alien invasion, but the war had taken a very heavy toll. The goblinoid empire was a mere fraction of its former strength after the war was over, and when the humans did finally sail to Khorvaire to begin to colonize it, the Draconic were a mere shadow of their former glory and could put up only a meager defense. It wasn't long before they had ceded nearly all of their ancient territory to human expansion, and the glory days of the Draconic Empire were over. In the years that followed, the goblinoids worked their way into human society, albeit in a marginalized role. Many goblins found themselves pushed to the dregs of society. As their ancient stronghold of Sharat was taken over and rebuilt as the city of Sharn, They were pushed down into the cogs deep below the city amongst the rubble of their old ruined city. The Gatekeeper orcs meanwhile retreated to the swamps of the Shadow Marches where they still live today. These ancient family lines work to maintain the Gatekeeper seals and do their best to ensure that the Daelkyr will never break free and rise again. Fast forwarding to modern times in Eberron, the Daelkyr invasion is but a mere chapter of ancient history, yet its influence can still be felt in the world today. Called by most the cults of the dragon below, strange cults still exist that attempt to do their best to break these Gatekeeper seals and free the Daelkyr, and they can be encountered all across Khorvaire. In the dwarven lands of the Morholds, they actually face regular incursions from Drin the Corruptor, and it almost seems like Drin's influence over these lands is so strong that he might be using it as a beachhead for a new invasion. Weirdly, this doesn't seem to be any kind of focused effort to free himself either. Although Drin doesn't emerge to battle the dwarves on the surface or anything like that, he does seem to have a rather strong influence over these lands, and pushes back pretty hard against the dwarves when they try to dig deeper underground. The dwarves and the Daelkyr are actually fighting over an ancient and very mysterious dwarven city that the dwarves discovered underground. There's actually a lot going on here, and I'm going to save that for a future video all about the dwarves and the missing 13th clan. But long story short, Drin is up to something here with the dwarves, and his interactions with them show an impressive display of power, one that you wouldn't expect from an imprisoned Daelkyr lord. It's actually unclear from the way he acts if he's actually even imprisoned or not. In response to that, you might say, but Paul, you just told us that Drin was locked away with the Gatekeeper seals. How could he not be in prison now? Did someone free him? Well, that's the thing about the Daelkyr that sets them apart from the Fiendish Overlords. The Fiendish Overlords were these devil overlords that were imprisoned a long time ago before the Daelkyr. And since being in prison, they've been fighting tooth and nail ever since to try to get free. There's no lack of effort there. The Daelkyr, by comparison, are much less bothered by their imprisonment. They don't seem to be making any grand moves to break those Gatekeeper seals. In fact, many Daelkyr scholars within the world of Eberron spend a great deal of time wondering why the Daelkyr don't simply team up to free themselves. Heck, presumably there's more Daelkyr in Xoriat who could help them too. So if all these Daelkyr are just sitting in prison when they have the ability to be free, why do they? Well, some of these same scholars have a theory about this. The Daelkyr don't experience time in the same way that we do, in a linear fashion. To them, time is a flat circle. It's all happening at once. Although they're imprisoned right now, they're simultaneously free in the distant past and free in the distant future. And to the Daelkyr, this is all happening simultaneously. The Daelkyr aren't particularly concerned with freeing themselves because while they're in their prison, they're simultaneously free in other eras of time. In a way, they already are free. So in the case of the dwarves, it is actually a possibility that the Drin that they're facing is a Drin that exists before the invasion of Khorvaire. It's possible that the Drin they're facing is one who's already free. Everything that Drin is doing against the dwarves right now could actually be ancient history to the Drin that was imprisoned by the Gatekeeper orcs. It gets very weird, but that's the nature of Xoriat. It's the plane of madness. It's the plane of breaking all of the rules of reality. So then I suppose we have to ask ourselves, is it possible that these Gatekeeper seals are so powerful that they can even override Xoriat's weird rule-breaking nature? Well, potentially. In fact, maybe it's the only thing that can, and maybe that's why it was so vital that Variac came to teach the orcs everything that she knew. Alternatively, maybe, Variac knew this wasn't the actual end. Maybe she knew this was but one step in a multi-step plan. She did, after all, tell the orcs to find a way to wake her up once the end of the world was upon us. And why would she do that if the battle was already won? Maybe she knows something we don't. Maybe the Daelkyr threat isn't quite over yet. It remains a distinct possibility that the Daelkyr's plans were simply delayed, and that they could once again threaten the world. And if that happens, we can only hope that the heroes of the current age are prepared to fight with half the ferocity as the Draconic and the Gatekeepers of ancient history. At the dawn of Eberron's history, it was the demonic overlords that ruled the world. Great armies of immortal fiends bowed before these overlords, each of which controlled a mortal fear as its domain. Bel-Shalor, for example, represented the fear of corruption and mistrust. Rak-Tolkesh represented the fear of war, while Sulkatesh represented the fear of unknown secrets. Although these overlords and their servants didn't always get along, they most often worked together in order to keep the great mortal species such as the dragons and the giants on their knees. They all shared the goal of keeping these overlords in power and consolidated their might towards that effort. However, during this age, there was a demonic overlord that even the other fellow fiends shunned. an overlord so wild and ruthless that even the Lords of Dust deemed them too dangerous to align themselves with. This overlord calls themselves only the Wild Heart, and despite playing just as much a role in shaping Khorvair's history as Bel-Shalor, much of the Wild Heart's history is still a mystery. But if we dig deeper, we might be able to uncover more about this savage overlord, and discover the truth behind Eberron's shifters, its gnolls, the origins of lycanthropy, and maybe even darker things yet. The Wild Heart is an overlord that represents the fear of a predator, the fear of being hunted, the fear of being gored or eaten alive. This is all the Wild Heart's domain, and their servants don't seek allies or friends in these battles. They don't hunt with strategy or with any grand goal in mind. And that's not to say that the Wild Heart is some aspect of nature either. This is purely unnaturally malevolent. They aren't driven by instinct or hunger or even strategy. They hunt because they delight in the fear that they cause in their prey. When the overlords ruled the world, it was the Wild Heart that controlled much of what is now the modern-day Towering Wood. This wooded area was the hunting ground of the Wild Heart, and their armies of twisted bestial warriors that were created in their name. Even the other overlords avoided these woods. We've been talking about this era of Eberron's history quite a bit recently, so if you want to get more historical context, please go check out my other two videos, Secrets of the Draconic Prophecy and The Truth of the Silver Flame, for more context. But to put it really simply, the world of Eberron used to be ruled by these demons. That is, until the dragons and the Coatl were able to rally the mortals of the world, the giants and the orcs, and anyone else who would fight these giant demonic overlords, into a big battle. This was called the First War, and by the end of it, all of the overlords would be imprisoned beneath the earth within a silver flame, and the fiends would lose their dominion over the world. So when the dragons, the giants, and the Coatl began to work together to try to defeat these overlords, the Wild Heart marched back against them with armies of beasts. The first foot soldier of the Wild Heart was called the Gnoll. In the dawn of time, Eberron was the domain of the fiendish overlords. This was an age of chaos, as the overlords constantly clashed with one another. Rak'Tulkesh, the Rage of War, commanded armies of fiends, while the Wild Heart raised hordes of ravenous beasts. In the struggles between the two, the Wild Heart bred dire hyenas with the ability to consume the immortal essences of the Zakia warriors of Rak'Tulkesh. But the Wild Heart failed to anticipate how consuming fiends would affect its creations. Twisted from within by the immortal essence of the demons they devoured, the hyenas were warped into something entirely new, something that was neither beast nor demon, and so the first gnolls were born. And these gnolls would end up being the primary foot soldier of the Wild Heart. These gnoll armies would march against orcish armies and great dragons in bloody prehistoric battles, all in the name of their overlord. When the First War ended and all the overlords were imprisoned beneath the earth, the gnolls were left without direction, without their leader. The fiendish influence within them began to slowly wither, but it would indeed die hard. For generations, directionless clans of gnolls would roam the countryside, hunting and doing battle with basically anything they found. These clans battled and roamed for years, eventually finding themselves in modern-day Droaam. However, years had passed, and eventually the gnolls began to question where history had led them. Exploring Eberron tells us, centuries ago, two gnolls from rival clans faced one another on a battlefield soaked in the blood of their kin, then questioned the path that had led them here. The two urged others to deny the voice that called for endless war, to refuse to chase death in the service of a fiend. 2 became 4, then 8, until entire clans heeded the call. Clan leaders dragged their idols to the place now known as Zanir, a word that simply means stone, and there they shattered the images of the fiends they once served. Together they gathered hunters, shamans, and warriors and swore an oath. They might be many clans, but from this day forward they would be one pack. They would allow no one, not Chib, god, or demon, to hold dominion over them. Thus, the gnolls of the Zanir Pact were born. These gnolls had no desire to conquer lands or dominate people, they merely wanted a chance to create a new culture of their own, to finally be free to think for themselves. This would eventually lead them to freelance work as mercenaries, allowing them to chart their own destinies and take only the jobs that aligned with their new ideals. They would fight for anyone who would pay fairly, but would always defend themselves and their people, and would never let themselves be slaves again. And these gnolls proved to be reliable mercenaries. The Zanir gnoll will fall in battle before leaving a job undone, a rare trait in a mercenary. The Zanir were skilled warriors with a unique fighting style. In battle they would use unique weapons called Myrnaxes, hybrid axe blades meant for facing diverse targets. The Zanir consider these weapons cultural artifacts though, and don't share them with outsiders. And although many gnolls today are free because of the Zanir Pact, their demonic heritage isn't so easily extinguished. Many clans of gnolls refuse to answer the call of the Zanir, choosing to instead stay loyal to the Wild Heart.
And indeed, even amongst the Zanir, fighting the influence of the Wild Heart is a constant battle. It's an inherent pull within them that they have to fight every day. Young gnolls in the Zanir are taught meditation techniques that allow them to push back the Wild Heart's mental influence, and throughout their lives these gnolls will continue to practice these techniques. To the Zanir, resisting the Wild Heart is a matter of constant discipline. With age and experience, fighting this influence gets easier, but it's never something that comes freely. Some gnolls take this fight even farther. Once they master their own internal darkness, they'll seek to help others from it as well. These gnolls are called the Huiri, which is the gnoll word for warden. These gnolls are demon hunters through and through. These warriors don't channel any kind of divine power, but they use their extensive knowledge of the demons to exploit their weaknesses. The gnolls spent eons enslaved by the Wild Heart and by Rak'Tulkesh, and in some clans, ancestors of these gnolls still remember a lot of the secrets they learned during those days, which they can now exploit to their benefit. These Huiri gnolls can be found anywhere in Eberron, fighting against the Lords of Dust. So nowadays, the Wild Heart is imprisoned beneath the modern-day Eldeen Reaches, and most of the gnolls that used to serve the Overlord are now liberated. But unfortunately, that hardly means that the Wild Heart's grasp on the world is broken. Even though the gnolls have found their freedom, the Wild Heart has found other ways to twist the world to its liking. In our video last week, we talked pretty extensively about the Year of Blood and Fire, a pretty big historical event within Eberron in which the Overlord Bel-Shalor broke free in the middle of Thrain and terrorized the country. The Overlord started sending in armies of fiends and twisted the souls of the mortals that lived in that area. It was this big apocalyptic event that only ended when a paladin blessed by a Coatl and the Silver Flame used great magic to sacrifice themselves to rebind the Overlord in the Silver Flame that bound them to begin with. Again, go check out that last video for more of the historical context on that one. There's a lot going on there. But all of that to say that when an Overlord breaks free of their bonds, it's a really big deal. The kind of event that makes the whole world stop on a dime and turn and look. Bel-Shalor is the most infamous case of an Overlord escaping their bonds, but it has happened with other Overlords in the past before, too. And with the Wild Heart, it may have actually happened more than once, with both events perhaps shaping Eberron's history more than we realize. The first potential release of the Wild Heart came a very long time ago, before much of modern recorded history in Eberron. The world was still recovering from a near world-ending event, a massive alien invasion from aberrations in Zoriat. If you're curious about this one, we actually covered this event in detail too in my video How Eberron Survived an Alien Invasion, so I'll link that one for added historical context as well. What's important to note here is that Eberron was reeling. They had just faced this giant invasion from this group of aberrations and barely fought it off. Khorvaire was in rough shape after the event. And during this event, we're told all about how the goblinoid, Draconic, and orcs who lived back then were able to fight back. But there's not any mention of shifters during this era. Which is strange because shifters make up a big percentage of the population of that region, while goblins and orcs don't. Yet we do hear a bunch of stories of goblinoid cities and orc clans within the Towering Wood during this time. So where did all the shifters come from? There's actually no mention of the shifters in Khorvaire during the age of the Draconic or before. So this might lead one to believe that perhaps the shifters migrated to Khorvaire from Sarlona, just like humanity did. And this is admittedly possible because there are shifters in Sarlona, and they could share heritage. Yet there's no mention of shifter colonists coming with Lazar. So sometime between the fall of the goblinoids in the Draconic Empire and the arrival of humanity, shifters seem to just kind of appear out of nowhere populating the Towering Wood. So how can this be? Well, if we look back at the timeline, there's actually a couple hundred missing years between these two events. So what could have happened between the Draconic Empire and the arrival of humans that preceded the arrival of the shifters? Well, on Keith Baker's blog, he suggests a possible explanation for this. The tales of the shifter moonspeakers never say how the shifters came to Khorvaire. They speak only of a time of chaos and terror, a time when shifters were feral beasts. According to this myth, it was Olorun who taught the first shifters how to master the beast within, and who trained the first moonspeakers. A historian who carefully traces these stories and compares them with the Draconic ruins and what is now the Eldeen Reaches could come to a clear conclusion. Soon after the Daelkyr were bound, something happened in the Towering Wood that utterly obliterated both the Orcish culture within the wood and the Imperial cities just beyond it. Then centuries later, a handful of shifter tribes are living in the wood with tales of moon goddesses leading them out of terror. What could do such a thing? Why, the same power that almost did it again thousands of years later. The evidence suggests that the Wild Heart broke free from its bonds and held dominion over what is now the Eldeen Reaches, possibly for centuries. All civilizations in the region were obliterated. Those humanoids that survived were taken by the curse of the Wild Heart, becoming cruel, predatory lycanthropes driven by the will of the Overlord. Somehow, centuries later, something broke this cycle. Something new emerged from the cursed victims of the Wild Heart. Champions wielding primal power who somehow returned the Overlord to its bonds. And when peace returned to the wood, there were no orcs left. There were only shifters. Now, this suggestion isn't concrete fact, merely a possibility, but it does offer some explanations. If this is to be believed, then this was the first release of the Wild Heart. And we can use the release of Bel-Shalor and Thrain as a sort of reference guide for how this might have gone. Overlords start out as regional threats, and when they break free, they tend to mentally, physically, and even spiritually influence the people residing within that region. When Bel-Shalor broke free, he spread moral corruption, because that was his nature, corruption. So when the Wild Heart broke free, it must have spread a sort of primal savagery. Keith Baker would seem to suggest here that the first shifters might have actually been created by the Wild Heart as its new servants, as lycanthropes. The Wild Heart's previous beast was the Gnolls, but they'd mostly abandoned their master, so new soldiers were needed. This suggests that the shifters, before they were called shifters, were the world's first lycanthropes. And during this era, they would have been more like classic horror story werewolves, savage beasts out for blood with little humanity left within them. Then, at some point, according to Moonspeaker legend, the shifters were somehow turned back to the light, somehow changed from their bestial lycanthropic forms into their more modern shifter forms. Likely once the Wild Heart was rebound within the Silver Flame and re-imprisoned. Somehow they gained a sense of personality and humanity in all this. In the stories, they call this saving figure, the one who guided them to this path, Olorun. They say Olorun stopped the Wild Hunt and somehow changed the first lycanthropes into the first shifters. So then, who or what is Olorun? Well, taken at face value, in Eberron, Olorun is one of the 12 moons. Olorun in particular is a moon representing the plane of nature, Lamania. So if we're to take this story literally, then it's possible that the plane of Lamania somehow ended up being the shifter's salvation. And the plane of Lamania does have a pretty clear connection with werewolves, which we'll actually be talking about later in the video, so put a pin in that one. It's also possible that Olorun was a very powerful dragon. During the Delcure invasion just before this, a great dragon named Variac taught the orcs how to harness natural magic and planar wards in order to win that war. So it's possible that Olorun was another one of these great dragons trying to bestow a gift upon mortals so they might be able to re-imprison this overlord. Yet another possibility is that Olorun was simply a mortal champion, a person defying all odds to save their people, maybe even the shifter or an orc. During the Year of Blood and Fire, Thrain was saved by a mortal woman, Tira Moran, who was harnessing the power of the Silver Flame to defeat Bel-Shalor, so there's no reason to think why the same thing couldn't have happened here. Even though the details are lost to history in this case, it's completely reasonable to suspect that some kind of shifter champion of the Silver Flame could have defeated the Wild Heart and rebound them, someone whose voice actually could still be communed with within the voice of the Silver Flame. So while we might not know all the specific details of this event, we do know that it's pretty likely that the Wild Heart was at least partially released during this era, resulting in the extinction of the orcs and the goblinoids within the region and the creation of the shifters of Khorvaire we know today. But this was only the first time that the Wild Heart would threaten to loose its bonds. It did happen again, in this one in more recent history. In the year 832 YK, the Eldeen Reaches faced a new calamity. This was many years after the first incursion, and most of the people of Khorvaire didn't have the historical context to really understand what was happening. But it's likely that the shifters did. Even if they didn't fully know their own history, they would have felt the call of their creator beckoning them home. See, the world had always known about werewolves, at least since their arrival in Khorvaire, but it was never really an existential threat within their daily lives. Many werewolves weren't even dangerous at all, and were as personable as anyone else. Even the dangerous ones often hunted in seclusion and weren't a terrible threat to most people in civilization. However, as the Wild Heart began to reshake at its bonds, this began to change. Around 800 YK, the power of the Curse of Lycanthropy began to grow. The scholars of Aundair sought an answer in planar conjunctions or the influence of unknown fiends, while deep in the Eldeen Reaches, shifter moonspeakers bemoaned the growing power of an unseen moon. Evil lycanthropes, always the most numerous of the shapeshifters, became even more vicious, and many good and neutral lycanthropes were corrupted and drawn down to the darkness. Afflicted werewolves gained the ability to pass their curse on to their victims, allowing lycanthropy to spread with terrifying speed. By the early years of the 9th century, packs of werewolves were roaming across western Khorvaire, and were-rats had established warrens beneath the greatest cities of the age. Farmers lived in fear of wolves that walked like humans. What was once a superstition used to frighten children was now a horrifying reality. And this lycanthropy was spreading at an alarming rate. Because the curse could now spread even amongst non-natural werewolves, it became something of a pandemic of lycanthropy. And if no one had done anything, it might have forever changed the lives of the people in Khorvaire. We might have even had a corvair where werewolves make up the dominant species. But obviously that isn't what happened. Instead, armies from the Church of the Silver Flame and Thrain began to mobilize. And Thrain wasn't exactly geographically close to the Eldeen Reaches either. It wasn't in immediate danger. This was the Templars of the Silver Flame preparing to mobilize abroad in full force for the first time ever. And there were a couple things that led them to this conclusion. The Puritan scholars of the Silver Flame began to study their enemies. A number of factors colored this research. The subjects of study were evil lycanthropes. Good lycanthropes were rare and reclusive to begin with, and many had fallen prey to the growing power of the curse. As a result, the Puritans quickly assumed that all lycanthropes were inherently evil. Many priests noticed the similarity between hybrid forms of the lycanthropes and the common form of the Rakshasa, and asserted that lycanthropes were demons who had become true fiends in time. Curing lycanthropy is a difficult challenge. Natural lycanthropes cannot be cured, and an afflicted lycanthrope can be cured only if it wants to be. Many claim that the keeper of the Silver Flame at the time, Jolan's soul, used this as an opportunity to strengthen the Silver Flame's influence abroad. The religion still didn't have a huge presence in the other areas of Corvair, and it was an opportunity to expand the power that the church had. Thus, the church declared that lycanthrope souls were beyond saving, and the crusade began. So the Templars pushed into the Eldeen Reaches, into the Towering Wood to face the source of the problem. Now remember that the Towering Wood itself is almost entirely populated by shifters these days. The shifters that had previously been lycanthropes had been liberated generations ago, but now some of them were beginning to fall victim to the influence of this rising demon overlord. Why did the Templars fear shifters? Why was it so easy for them to believe shifters could be lycanthropes? Because the majority of lycanthropes they fought were cursed shifters, taken by the Wild Heart before the Templars came to the region. The Templars didn't jump to this conclusion alone. Were-rats hidden amongst shifters and Templar forces delighted in sowing chaos and turning people who should be allies into enemies. Were-rats worked to convince Templars that innocent shifters were scheming lycanthropes, and to convince shifters that the Templars were butchers and that their only chance for survival was to strike first. So there were all too many incidents where innocents died, but the Templars never believed that all shifters were lycanthropes or that all shifters were the enemy. Shifters were the citizens of the Towering Wood, but shifters also formed the bulk of the forces of the Wild Heart, and lycanthropes were hidden amongst almost every shifter village. So things had been really shaping up perfectly for the Wild Heart. The Wild Heart was able to fan the flames of the Templars' existing bias to twist the narrative. These Templars had been out here in the dark woods fighting a brutal, terrifying war against these lycanthropes. They came out here to the woods to hunt these werewolves, but here in their home turf, it was more like they were being hunted. All to say, these Templars were a bit shaken up. So when the Wild Heart began infiltrating shifter communities to sow distrust, it came all too easy. Remember, all lycanthropes are shapeshifters by nature, so infiltration was a very, very easy thing for them to pull off. The Wild Heart isn't typically one for subtlety, but in cases like this, the Overlord delighted in making them feel like prey. And the Templars were out here fighting this war for decades. This was a long, brutal, crushing campaign for all involved. Every lycanthrope was worth about a half-dozen Templars on the battlefield, and warriors of the Silver Flame died in great numbers. Eventually, however, they did gain the upper hand. As the tide began to slowly turn in the favor of the Church of the Silver Flame, the challenge became one of finding the lycanthropes hidden amongst human and shifter communities. Here again, many Puritans acted with overzealous aggression, harming the innocent in the desperate quest to eliminate the remaining shapeshifters. Ultimately, it was House Mourning that produced Dragon Shard Foci that could detect lycanthropes and guide the Templars to their true foe, and this heralded the end of the Purge. By 880 YK, the Church of the Silver Flame withdrew its forces from the Eldeen Reaches, claiming that the threat of the curse had finally been eliminated. So it was that the second incursion of the Wild Heart was thwarted. As the corrupted werewolves were defeated, it seemed to weaken the power of the Overlord. The scale of this event was actually on par with, if not worse than what happened in Thrain, so it seems likely that at some point an avatar form of the Wild Heart should have broken free. If that's true, we don't know exactly how it was defeated. We can only assume that a band of brave adventurers worked together to find an answer to the threat and seal it away. But it was those closing years of the conflict that really brought out the worst of the Templars of the Silver Flame. Between their own internal biases and the twisted games being played by the Wild Heart, the Church of the Silver Flame had a great deal of innocent blood on their hands. And for many, this would be a haunting regret they'd take with them to their graves. No one regretted stepping in to stop the Overlord, but any with a conscience knew the unnecessary devastation they'd inflicted on the shifter communities in the Towering Wood. Around this time, we'd also get the story of Zev Jaxos, a shifter paladin of the Silver Flame that existed during this era. Zev was a shifter and a devout follower of the Silver Flame, a high-ranking member of the Shadowcar town garrison, one of the most populated cities in Thrain. Zev had a reputation as a patriot and an honorable defender, yet even he was accused of secretly harboring dark ties to the Wild Heart. This was of course untrue, yet Zev Jaxos found himself imprisoned anyways, constantly forced to undergo agonizing magical tests to try to confirm he wasn't influenced by the fiends. Zev Jaxos spent years restrained, manacled, left without hope. It was there in his dark cell that Zev Jaxos created an entirely new fighting style, which he called the Way of the Shackled Beast. By unlocking something he didn't know he had inside of him, he was able to channel his strength into his animalistic nature. This fighting style was a unique blend of shifter and silver flame traditions. It allowed a shifter uncanny control over their own body, making them very difficult to restrain, but it also possessed innate magic that allowed them to reveal shapeshifters. See, Zev's intention was to escape and pass this tradition on to his people. In his eyes, with this fighting style, his people could use it not only to escape Silver Flame persecution, but also to defend themselves from Wild Heart lycanthropes, to be able to identify and combat them without the need for Silver Flame Templars. Sadly, Zev Jaxos died a martyr, never escaping his Silver Flame purification camp. His followers passed on his teachings, however, and this shifter monk fighting style survives in the Towering Wood even today. And this monk subclass, the Way of the Shackled Beast, was printed in an article way back in Dragon 355 back in the day for an old edition. So I've actually taken the liberty of converting it forward to 5e for everyone. I actually did an entire Wild Heart themed packet full of free content for you all to grab. You can find the link in the description, but it comes with the subclass, as well as several stat blocks that could represent servants of the Wild Heart, adversaries for DMs to use. So definitely go check that out. Again, the link is in the description for free. So these days, many shifter communities across Corvair still harbor a deep resentment of the Church of the Silver Flame that might never fade. In modern times, the Church has taken a more moderate stance in response to lycanthropy. Peaceful werewolves are left in peace, but there do still exist more animalistic, dangerous lycanthropes out there, and the Silver Flame still makes exceptions to deal with these creatures. Once defeated, Templars are instructed to try to take the lycanthrope alive so that they might give them a chance to live peacefully within the plane of Lamania, the plane of nature. But this is more than just a simple exile. Many lycanthropes are more than happy to take this deal and find much better lives for themselves within this plane. And there might actually be a strange reason for that. It seems like Lamania, the plane of nature, has a unique effect on lycanthropes. When a lycanthrope enters Lamania, their fiendish influence seems to be suppressed entirely. Even if these creatures had moments ago been ruthless killers, upon entering Lamania, they're liberated of the Wild Heart's influence. Over a century ago, during the Silver Crusade, there were many lycanthropes who fled to Lamania. As long as they remain on the plane, a lycanthrope can't spread the curse to anyone other than their offspring. And the unnatural impulses of the curse, the drive to prey on innocents, the bloodlust that can cause a victim of lycanthropy to lose control of their actions, are suspended. Meanwhile, primal instincts are amplified. Lamanian werewolves remain predators and take joy in the hunt, but they aren't driven to evil and remain in full control. So there's entire communities of lycanthropes in Lamania, packs of survivors from previous ages roaming free, descended from these refugees. And in fact, in Lamania, you can even find packs of lycanthropes worshipping the Silver Flame. You see, during the Silver Crusade, there were a great many Silver Flame Templars who got attacked and infected with lycanthropy. Thankfully, the Towering Wood was also home to many portals to Lamania, and gave many of these Templars an opportunity to opt for exile instead of death. The descendants of these Templars still survive today within the plane of nature, working to keep the worship of the Silver Flame alive, likely with a very unique perspective on it. So why does the plane of Lamania act this way? I mean, it's the plane of nature, sure, but the plane of nature doesn't liberate all corrupted creatures upon arrival. This is a unique interaction with lycanthropy in particular. Well, if you remember the Moonspeaker tales we mentioned earlier, there is still an unanswered mystery at the center of all of this. The shifter Moonspeakers say it was Olorun, the person or entity that liberated them from their original lycanthropic form. And we still don't know who or what Olorun is, but some within Ebberron theorize it might be linked with the plane of Lamania. There are no celestials or fiends within Lamania, yet explorers often report a feeling like they're being watched. And there are times when random events seem to be guided by an unseen hand. When outsiders have sought to establish industries in Lamania, they've been attacked by megafauna, elder elementals, or struck by especially vicious turns of weather. There could be a greater power that watches over the entire plane. Some scholars assert that the Moon of Olorun is the consciousness that governs the plane, and Eldeen shifter traditions that predate the practices of the Wardens of the Wood also reflect this belief. Shifter druids suggest that Olorun created the shifters, and the first lycanthropes were her champions. So if this is true, then the first lycanthropes might have been indeed a force for good within Eberron, before the demonic overlord, the Wild Heart, corrupted them. So is that the end of the Wild Hunt? Perhaps that last time was the last attempt. Perhaps the threat of the Wild Heart is now over. Or perhaps the Wild Heart has entirely new plans altogether, and entirely new allies. Why is it always the Dragonmark houses? House Vidalis. See, House Vidalis actually has its roots in the Eldine Reaches. The Dragonmarked house has always had its headquarters in the Towering Wood. House Vidalis is a Dragonmarked house that combines ritual druidic magic and modern science in their work, and they've typically had frequent contact and generally good relations with the shifters and the druid groves within the area. And House Vidalis as a Dragonmarked house has been stationed here for nearly 2,000 years, so they lived through the latest Wild Heart incursion. We don't have a ton of details on how the Dragonmarked house specifically responded to this conflict, but regardless, many of them lived in the area, and it's possible that the Wild Heart's influence has breached House Vidalis. The Sarian line of the house has always been interested in the dark power of the natural world. While others focused on breeding better livestock, the Sarians studied the Displacer Beast and the Direwolf. During the War of the Mark, the Sarians revealed the fruits of their labors: horrific, living weapons. Much of their work was so terrible that the records have been suppressed. Following the war, their creations were destroyed and their practices outlawed by the Council of the Twelve. And amongst House Vidalis, the Sarian line did this by consorting with the dark forces of not only the Wild Heart, but also the Delkir and any other otherworldly power that would lend itself to their research. They say all this research was swept under the rug nearly 1,500 years ago, but that's not to say that it didn't survive. Even today, there's members of House Vidalis that swear by Sarian's work. Those that believe their Dragonmark's true calling is to unleash the untapped potential of life at absolutely any cost. This group calls themselves the Feral Heart, and they've taken Sarian's line of work and brought it forth to the modern age. Scholars would classify the Feral Heart as a corrupted cult of the Dragon Below, with ties to both Dirn the Corruptor and the Wild Heart. The Sarian family were the first followers of the Feral Heart, and the cult delusions typically take root in those who study the Sarian tools and techniques. The core corrupting belief of the Feral Heart is the idea that we can unleash the untapped potential of nature, the Feral Heart that beats within all things. Ferals quickly become convinced that mundane nature is flawed and half-finished, that they're on the verge of creating wonders. This conviction overwhelms any qualms about danger or morality. Canonically, Mazina de Vidalis is the current leader of the Feral Heart, and resides within a House Vidalis facility near the capital of Brayland. And although she maintains the illusion of innocence, it's entirely possible that she oversees secret facilities, perhaps there within her lair or perhaps all around Corvair, where horrible experiments are being performed on innocent people, trying to forcibly evolve them using fiendish magic of the Wild Heart. And we don't have a lot of information on what they've been creating in these facilities, but given what House Vidalis is capable of, and given the power of an entity like the Wild Heart, it's not good. So this infiltration of House Vidalis might just be the Wild Heart's third attempt at breaking into our plane. And even though we're left with some unanswered questions, what we do know is that the Wild Heart can be stopped. It's been stopped at least 3 times. So if House Vidalis ends up being responsible for another incursion, it'll be time for the adventurers of the current year to teach the Wild Heart an age-old lesson. The world of Ebberron exists within isolation in the greater multiverse of D&D, because unlike other D&D worlds, powerful planar wards exist that stop Ebberron from being influenced from the gods and other powerful forces of the other worlds, such as Forgotten Realms. So Ebberron exists by itself in this isolated bubble. It's the reason why, excluding one Vecna-based adventure in D&D, planar travel to Ebberron is basically impossible from other D&D universes. The world of Ebberron is very intentionally placed within isolation by the progenitors that created it. The world of Ebberron exists as a golden crystal sphere that lies untouched in its own special little corner of the multiverse. Yet, if you were in Ebberron looking up at the night sky, you would still see stars. You'd see the 12 moons, you'd see the glowing ring of Sybaris that surrounds the planet. So these things must exist in a physical form somewhere up there, right? I mean, theoretically, if you had the means, you'd even be able to go up there and travel to them, presumably. Well, exploring Ebberron tells us, there are stars in the sky of Ebberron, but they aren't the anchors of distant solar systems. There are limits to the material plane, and the stars up there mark those limits. Think of them as glittering points in the crystal sphere. So if you were in Ebberron looking up at the night sky, the stars you're seeing are the glittering border points of the crystal sphere.
Those are literally the borders of the universe of Eberron. To breach those would be to go into the greater multiverse, and that's never been done by anyone in Eberron. So what would happen if you did go up there? What would happen if you explored Eberron's outer space? Well, this feat has never been accomplished by the peoples of Corvair, but that doesn't mean it's never happened in the history of Eberron. In fact, in the ancient empire of giants, they had accomplished many great feats of elemental binding and unprecedented planar exploration, and the giants of the Sulat League in particular were very interested in planting their scientific flag of discovery in anything they could claim ownership over. High binders from the Sulat League of Giants did actually find a way, using the binding of fire and lightning elementals to breach Eberron's atmosphere and land on one of the largest asteroids in the Ring of Sybaris, the ring that surrounded Eberron. When the giants landed on the Ring of Sybaris, they made a startling discovery, one that would shatter their understanding of the creation of Eberron, and also one that ensured they'd never return home alive. The realm beyond the atmosphere of Eberron, the place we might call outer space, is not actually endless. As we've stated before, Eberron has borders around it, a warded crystal sphere that stops anything from outside of the borders from influencing this world. Yet there is still enough space to contain things like the planet of Eberron itself, the Ring of Sybaris around it, the 12 moons that orbit it, and more. This place beyond Eberron's atmosphere is called the Astral Plane, but it differs greatly from the Astral Plane that we might know from other settings such as the Forgotten Realms. Chronicles of Eberron tells us this about the Astral Plane. While the Astral Plane is called a plane, it has little in common with the other 13 planes in the orrery. It wasn't created to embody a concept because it wasn't created at all. The Astral Plane is the ultimate foundation of reality, the realm that existed before creation. If you interpret the creation myth literally, the Astral Plane was the canvas upon which the progenitors painted existence as we know it. As such, it's not a part of creation, it's the space that lies between and beyond it. It doesn't have a purpose, it simply is. In a way, the Astral Plane, or outer space, depending on what you want to call it, is the connective tissue between all of the planes, including ours. The great expanse of the Astral Plane is even filled with small color pools that act as portals to the various 12 planes. Many researchers in Eberron even argue that the moons themselves are simply large color pools to their respective planes, larger versions of these planar portals that litter the emptiness of outer space. And even when you cast spells like teleport or plane shift, you're just briefly traveling first through the Astral Plane as your medium before arriving at your intended destination. It's just happening so fast that it's pretty much imperceptible. If you were to venture into the greater expanse of the Astral Plane in a spaceship, for example, you might even witness some of this happening. You may catch a glimpse of a wizard being shunted to another plane as they travel, or you might witness the inner contents of a bag of holding as it stores things in the Astral Plane. You might even witness a powerful wizard using a spell like astral projection as a means of exploration. Yet physically getting into this region of space is not an easy task. Amongst the few cultures who have visited outer space, nearly none of them have managed to get beyond the Ring of Sybaris, just outside of Eberron's atmosphere. And there might be a reason for that. This brings us back to the group of Sulat Giants, our planar explorers who landed on the Ring of Sybaris. In Keith Baker's own Spelljammer game that he ran on his Patreon, the creator of Eberron established his own possibility for why few cultures have breached the Ring of Sybaris. In this narrative, giants land on the Ring of Sybaris and begin to explore. The rock that they land on is nearly completely barren, but they soon discover that they're not the only ones here. The giants find a large, coiled, radiant creature that calls itself the Terminus. This being is a celestial Leyland, a creation of the progenitor Sybaris themselves. The Terminus spoke to the giants only sparingly, but made clear that their duty was to never allow travelers beyond the Ring of Sybaris into the greater astral plane. Despite being the most advanced society in Eberron, save maybe the dragons, the giants found themselves powerless before the Terminus. The Terminus was able to easily disable the vehicle that the giants had used to reach the asteroid, and was able to effortlessly ensure that they would never cross beyond the domain. The giants, frustrated, were never able to find a way to cross. They tried everything that they could, but eventually decided to simply build a monument on the asteroid signed by them, to ensure that anyone else who visited the asteroid knew who had discovered it first. Now, if the greater astral plane is indeed the canvas of creation, then it makes some sense why the progenitors that created the world would want to protect it. Maybe it's possible that the progenitors aren't the only ones who could use its raw, blank canvas abilities to create things of their own, and perhaps that's a future they wanted to guard against. Yet the giants did this long ago, and societies have continued to advance since the fall of the giant empire. Even though they, perhaps thankfully, failed in their mission to explore outer space, others did not. Most notably the dragons and the elves of Arranal. For the dragons, they were able to breach the Ring of Sybaris and build several planar outposts within. How they did so was unknown, but if there was some kind of draconic connection between the dragons and the progenitors, then it's possible that the terminuses, if you follow that idea, might have allowed them to pass through. The dragons hoped that by building an outpost for planar research in outer space, they might be further unrestrained by magical ceilings. We haven't talked about it yet on this channel, but there is a reason why the dragons in Eberron don't have a greater influence on the world than they do. We'll probably cover that in more detail in a future video, but to explain it briefly, there is a demonic overlord in Eberron that's imprisoned on the dragon continent of Arganessen, called the Daughter of Kyber. In some ways, she's Eberron's version of Tiamat. The Daughter of Kyber is a fiend representing the corruption of dragons. Anytime that the dragons exert too much power and influence over the world, they risk empowering the Daughter of Kyber and allowing her to break free of the chains that bind her. Because of this fact, dragons have to be really careful about how much influence they exert over the world, and often they resort to using third-party agents to do their bidding from the shadows instead. Thus began the idea of the Dragon City of Sherokarthal. The dragons theorized that by building a research base in the astral plane, they might be isolated enough from the influence of the Daughter of Kyber to be able to perform the magical feats and experiments that they wanted to unrestrained. It was a city built by dragons, for dragons, and many great and unprecedented works of magic were created here. Yet ultimately, the dragons discovered that their theories of isolation were misguided. Chronicles of Ebberron tells us. Ultimately, the theory was proven wrong. The Daughter of Kyber couldn't touch the dragons of Sherokarthal, but as their glory grew, she could corrupt the dragons still on Eberron, and these corrupted servants could carry the fight on to the Astral City. This led to a second great collapse. The Daughter was defeated once again, but the dragons were forced to abandon Sherokarthal. They didn't destroy the glorious city, but they laid powerful wards and curses upon it, ensuring that no casual traveler could claim their abandoned glory. Today, Sherokarthal simply floats in the astral plane, waiting for some foolhardy adventuring party to break the ancient wards around the city and begin to explore. And as for the Elves of Arenal, well, their excursions into the astral plane were actually a lot more successful. And out of any of the cultures who have gotten this far, they've seemingly done the most with it. The Elves have built an outpost deep in the astral plane called Pylis Var Talai, and they did not build it conventionally. Instead of building great vehicles to get to outer space, the Elves got here through means of astral projection. Using the godlike power of the Undying Court, the Elves were able to project their best arcane practitioners deep into the astral plane where they began to build. After some time, the building had come along far enough for them to complete their first planar portal, connecting Pylis Var Talai with the Arini Isles, the home of the Undying Court. The Elves had their first astral space station. And the Elves seemed to understand the significance of this plane too. This wasn't mere exploration, but convicted purpose. The Elves recognized that the astral plane was a blank canvas of creation. They recognized that it had the power to build entire worlds, and they didn't mean to waste this opportunity. The most important aspect of Pylis Var Talai is the Great Gate. This gate allows passage to the workshop of the Undying Court and to the new reality they are creating. This realm is very much a work in progress, fluid and unsustainable, but they're continuing to work at it. When adventurers visit, the realm on the other side of the gate could be a tiny island or a vast continent. It could be a perfect replica of Arenal, or it could be a wondrous realm that defies the laws of physics. Visiting adventurers could be asked to explore the realm, to test the creation of the counselors and identify its flaws. So the Elves have figured out what the astral plane can be used for on its most epic level. Upon it, entire worlds can be created, just like the progenitors did when they created Eberron. The Elven Gate is a mere attempt at dipping their toe into the water on that front, but it's still a giant leap forward for Elvenkind. Chronicles of Eberron pitches these people, the giants, the elves, and the dragons, as the primary known groups who've explored the astral plane so far. So if someone were exploring the astral plane, they might expect to find the entire plane unpopulated, save for maybe the occasional sighting of maybe a dragon, an elf, or a giant. But that's not necessarily the case. There are people who live in the astral plane, who have existed in the astral plane long before any of these groups came to visit. Most notably amongst these people are the Githyanki. And yeah, the Githyanki do exist within Eberron, although their origins are pretty different. No one on Eberron has proved the existence of the Gith, but they've existed in the outer planes since the dawn of time, maybe even earlier. Exploring Eberron tells us, long ago a proud empire was crushed by the Delkir, but this wasn't the empire of the Dakan, but a nation of gifted psychics who lived in towers of Crysteel and Sentira. Dirn the Corruptor transformed their champions into the first Illithids, using them as living weapons to subjugate their own people. When defeat was inevitable, the great leader Gith led a planar exodus, fleeing to Kithri and the astral plane. Hearing this tale, one might well ask, where are the Gith actually from? They're from Eberron, but not the Eberron that exists today. They came from a world surrounded by the Ring of Sybaris, and there were no humans or elves on their Eberron.
According to the Gith Sarai, when the Delkir completed their work on Eberron, they wiped the Gith world from existence and created a new reality. If this is true, they may have done this actually countless times, and if they break the Gatekeeper seals, they might even do it again. Now that one is quite a doozy, so let's break that down. The Gith story is similar to the Forgotten Realms story in several ways, but different in others. The Gith served as prisoners of the Mind Flayers and broke free. The difference here is that the Mind Flayers in Eberron are servants of Dirn, one of the principal Delkir, and these Mind Flayers are twisted Gith themselves. And the Gith were able to break free of the Delkir, yet the Delkir ended their world anyways. This story in many ways also mirrors the story of the goblinoid Draconic Empire. We talked about it in great detail in our last video, how Eberron stopped an alien invasion, but the gist here is that by working together with the Gatekeeper orcs, the goblinoids of the Dakan were able to stop Dirn and the other Delkir from fully corrupting the people of Eberron, and they were able to seal them away within powerful extraplanar seals, winning the war. The Githyanki lived in a world where the same exact thing happened. The Delkir invaded, began to change them, and even though the Gith fought back successfully, the world ended anyway. This is how the first Mind Flayers were created, and even when Dirn later invaded Eberron and did battle with the goblins and the orcs, Dirn had these Mind Flayers at his side, morphed Gith. So this invasion is, in some ways, a part of history, yet if there was a world before Eberron, where is it, and where did it go? How is that even possible? If some sort of giant reset button was hit on all of Eberron's cosmology, it seems like the astral plane, along with potentially some of the outer planes, were the only areas left untouched. They became refuge points for the Gith, fleeing the destruction of their world. So now we're actually getting into the meat and potatoes of what makes the astral plane so important. It's a timeless, blank canvas of pure creation, and if what happened to the Gith ever happens to the rest of the people of the current age of Eberron, it might also be the only safe place left. It's unknown how the Delkir destroyed reality. The Gith don't hold those secrets. It's possible that the Delkir, with their unique powers over reality, were able to simply hit that giant reset button. Maybe they did it to start over again with a clean control group for their experiments. It might also be possible that the progenitors themselves somehow reset the timeline because of the Delkir invasion. We know that the world ended shortly after the Gith's war with the Delkir, but we don't know exactly why or how. Well, maybe ending the world was the fault of the Delkir, and stopping it was simply a matter of being able to defeat them. If that's possible, does that mean that the Dakani and the Gatekeepers succeeded and saved us when they imprisoned the Delkir in their Gatekeeper seals? Did they save the world more than we even understand? Well, potentially. Maybe that's why it was so important for the Great Dragon Variak to help the mortals of Eberron defeat this Delkir invasion. Maybe they were breaking a cycle. Maybe this was the grand battle for all of reality and existence of Eberron as we know it. Maybe the cycle of rebirth that the Gith suffered is now over and we now live in an age of stability. The Gith never mentioned anything about using Gatekeeper seals on their own, so maybe this was the missing critical piece and now the war is done. But if you recall from my last video, when Variak visited the Gatekeepers, she also told them that they would need to wake her again when the end of the world was upon them. She saw a dark future on the horizon that would require more great heroes. The Delkir might not be done with us yet. And if the Delkir take another swing at us, it's possible it might be too much for us. And if that's the case, then learning more about the astral plane might just be the most important work that anyone on Eberron has ever done. Because the astral plane might be the only way to survive the end of the world. In the world of Eberron, there's a lot of great unsolved mysteries, and many of these are well known to the people within the world and have a lot of influence on their daily lives. There's other mysteries, however, that are buried deep beneath the surface waiting to be uncovered. And just like in our world, no place is more mysterious and unexplored than the depths of the ocean. And it's here, deep beneath the waves, that creatures so powerful, so titanic, that learning more about them might actually reveal more about the truth of the creation of Eberron as a whole. Amongst the oceans of Eberron, the Thunder Sea is by far the most traveled. It's an essential trade route for the people of Corvair, Stormreach, and Arenal, but the Thunder Sea is not neutral territory. Its borders are enforced by the creatures that live beneath the surface, the Sahuagin of the Eternal Dominion. The Sahuagin of this empire have strict rules about when and where sailors can travel, but those who respect the Sahuagin's wishes find themselves traveling mostly unharmed. Many trade ships even employ sea speakers who know the Sahuagin language and can negotiate with any patrols that intercept them during their voyage. Very rarely, sea speakers or other diplomats from the surface world are granted an audience with the Sahuagin leaders in their home deep beneath the ocean. These surface envoys tell stories of traveling aboard dragon turtles and being taken deep underwater to a massive city on the ocean floor called Halcira. Halcira was illuminated by magically bioluminescent coral and was seemingly built around and into a massive slumbering creature. The city was wondrous, and the surface dwellers that visited reported seeing strange magical items and effects never before seen on the surface. Yet the strangest of these effects happened once they'd been shown to their rooms and they'd found sleep. These traders and diplomats found themselves having strange dreams when they fell asleep within the Sahuagin city. These dreams involved flying through the air, floating through endless plains of clouds, and fluttering along winged angelic creatures around them. It was later discovered that these travelers were actually indeed dreaming in the plane of Sirenia, the plane of air. See, normally in Eberron, when creatures have dreams, they're dreaming in a specific plane of existence, the plane of Delcor, the plane of dreams. This is a fundamental aspect of reality within Eberron, it's just how dreams work. Yet something about being within the proximity of this massive slumbering creature had affected their dreams so severely that it actually caused them to have dreams within another plane of existence entirely. Some of these diplomats and envoys even included Kalishtar and Elves, species that shouldn't be capable of dreaming at all. It didn't seem possible, yet it happened. Arcane researchers and the Dragonmark houses all jumped at the chance to study these creatures further and discover what their link to these planar energies might be. But all attempts at that have been fiercely shut down by the Sahuagin, who hoard that power and understanding for themselves. What is known is that these creatures are called Karlasa, and there seems to be one representing each of the planes of existence within Eberron. The Karlasa that the diplomats had seen when they visited Halcira seemed to be bound in some way to the plane of Sirenia, the plane of air, peace, and understanding. And that's suspected actually why the Sahuagin built their central hub for diplomacy and negotiation there. Even in the cruel and oppressive Eternal Dominion, a diplomat or ambassador actually does have a decent chance of getting their point across while within the city of Halcira. The very nature of dreaming every single night within a plane representing a particular idea does change a person, just subconsciously. So what they learned was that the area around the Karlasa sort of acts as a giant manifest zone to the plane that it's linked to, and its effects spill over and influence those who live there. Not only because they dream in that plane, but also just for the regular manifest zone effects that sort of thing can apply. So the Sahuagin who live in these cities find themselves forever changed because of the dreams that they have every night. The Sahuagin have built their cities into other Karlasa as well. In the city of Haldol, the city is built into a massive Karlasa representing the plane of souls. And it's here the Eternal Dominion has built a center for necromantic research, and the skulls of great leaders and priests from across the Empire are preserved for the purposes of speaking with the dead. In the city of Hal Laman, the Karlasa dreams in the plane of nature, so the Sahuagin who have built the city into it have used it to harbor great farms and centers for animal husbandry and biological study. Built into the Karlasa they call Hal Shavar is the military seat of the Dominion. This Karlasa represents the plane of war, and it looks like a massive draconic beast with steel scales. Here the Dominion trains their barons and military strategists in the ways of war, and they host gladiatorial fights here in a giant grand arena. These giant slumbering beasts are radiating planar magic from their respective planes, and the Sahuagin of the Eternal Dominion are literally harvesting it like a natural resource. They work tirelessly day and night harvesting bone, blood, and fleshy materials from these beasts for various arcane purposes. And because of the Karlasa's natural healing properties, even after thousands of years of harvesting, the Eternal Dominion hasn't even come close to making a dent in these creatures. Exploring Eberron tells us, all biomatter from the Karlasa is infused with arcane energy, and the Sahuagin use these substances in the same way that the Five Nations rely on dragon shards. In addition, the biomatter of each Karlasa has unique properties and potential due to the plane it's tied to. The scales of Hal Shavar can be forged into powerful armor and weapons. The steam breath of Hal Fur is an extremely powerful catalyst for evocation magic. The blood of Hal Keith is an exceptional conduit for transmutation. These are just a few examples of the potential of the Karlasa, and the Dominion itself is still discovering new uses for these resources. And it's worth noting that although the Sahuagin seem to harvest these creatures for their own benefit pretty mercilessly, they also seem to venerate these creatures. Amongst the Sahuagin are the Lasash, the Dream Priests. These priests teach that the Karlasa are divine gifts bestowed upon the Eternal Dominion, simultaneously divine beings and servants. The Dream Priests believe that it's their daily rituals and magics that actually keep the dreamers from waking up and allows them to continue their harvest.
Now, whether or not the Dream Priests are actually responsible for keeping these creatures asleep is a matter of some debate, and we'll never actually know the answer to that until the last Ash stop performing their rituals, which they've never done in thousands of years. Interestingly, each subsection of these Dream Priests is led by someone called an Orlasa, or the First Dreamer, and these First Dreamers are kept in a permanent comatose state, constantly dreaming alongside the Karlasa in its respective plane. Exploring Eberron goes on to tell us, the First Dreamer's spirit permanently resides in the Karlasa's dream, where they anchor a temple formed from their pure will. Dream Priests are trained in lucid dreaming, and they have these temples as a base for planar research and to maintain communication across the Dominion. While they reside in different planes, the temples are mystically linked through the Karlasa, and rituals allow the priests to spiritually travel between the dream temples, carrying messages to other cities. And it's in the dream of Hal Eerie that the spirits of the Orlasa meet to coordinate the actions of the Dominion. This is the Shalasa, the Council of Dreams. So the Sahuagin have managed to master and attune to these Karlasa in such a way that's allowed them to actually master planar travel and understanding in a way that's far beyond anyone on the surface. And in fact, among some of the leadership of the Eternal Dominion, they even theorized that they might be able to use these temples as an anchor in which to conquer a layer of the planes. Now that's an unprecedented feat, but if anyone can do it, it's the Sahuagin with these massive dreaming Karlasa, an unprecedented force. And this only scratches the surface of what the Sahuagin are actually capable of doing with the biomatter that they harvest from these creatures. The Eternal Dominion can possess any number of unprecedented eldritch machines or magical capabilities that the surface has just never seen before. The biomatter of their Karlasa grants the Sahuagin a diverse set of resources, but even still there's some Karlasa that they refuse to settle on. Out of the 12 known Karlasa, the Sahuagin have shunned 4 of them, and abandoned all attempts at building settlements there. These 4 being the Karlasa that represent Mabar, the Plane of Undeath, Zoriat, the Plane of Madness, Thelanis, the Plane of Stories and the Fae, and Rizia, the Plane of Stasis and Ice. Now, it's doubtful that the cruel and ambitious Eternal Dominion abandoned these Karlasa for any moral reason, so if they were capable of safely harvesting material from these Karlasa, they'd likely still be doing so. So that means that something about these 4 Karlasa in particular scared even the Eternal Dominion away. And I think for some of these we may be able to draw obvious conclusions. Rizia, for example, is a plane of ice and stasis. It's possible that the Sahuagin attempted to build cities here, but the Karlasa was surrounded by impenetrable solid ice. Or perhaps they even successfully attempted to settle on the Karlasa, only to find that constantly dreaming in a plane representing the idea of stasis stagnated all useful progress. Zoriat is the plane of change, madness, and the plane of breaking all of the rules of reality. So I think out of all of them, this one is the easiest to see how it could have all gone wrong. Any Sahuagin residing near the Karlasa would have likely been changed in their dreams just by visiting the plane of Zoriat, and any material harvested from this Karlasa was likely infused with energy that would have been dangerous and unpredictable. I have to imagine that the ruins of whatever the Sahuagin tried to build here would be a strange and scary place to visit, but it would be one filled with unprecedented magic. And then as for the Karlasa representing Mabar, the Plane of Undeath, well, we actually know what happened with that one. This Karlasa actually already had an occupant. In a sanctum built below the Karlasa is the lair of a kraken named Bastireth, who is currently building a legion of undead minions in preparation for an attack against the Eternal Dominion. Now, we don't know what exactly the Kraken's beef is with the Sahuagin, but it's possible that these two have been fighting for control over this Karlasa for some time, we just don't know. Now, as for why the Sahuagin might have abandoned the Karlasa representing Thelanis, well, that's a plane of the stories in the Fae. That one's a little more unclear. Thelanis isn't necessarily any more dangerous than some of the other planes, even the ones that the Sahuagin do harvest material from. Thelanis doesn't raise any giant red flags in the way that planes like Mabar or Zoriat do. In fact, Thelanis manifest zones are among the safest and most well-known in civilizations on the surface. The Archfey are actually very interactable and can be negotiated with in a lot of cases. So I imagine that maybe the Sahuagin did try to settle near this Karlasa and harvest material from it, but somehow something went wrong and they were expelled. Maybe the Karlasa itself had some sort of negative reaction to the Eternal Dominion when they arrived, or maybe the storybook logic of the plane imposed some sort of moral or lesson on the Dominion that they were entirely unprepared to learn. It could have really been anything, but this is really one of the hardest ones to answer out of the 4. Now that gives us 12 known Karlasa. Theoretically, the 13th one would have been the Karlasa representing Dalcor, the Plane of Dreams. Now, the prevailing theory is that if a Carlossa did exist for this plane, it might have been destroyed when the Giants destroyed the 13th moon of Sira, expelling the plane of Dalcor from orbit. And you can learn more about that in our video, What Really Happened to Eberron's Lost Moon. But as far as that Carlossa, we really don't even know if it existed or ever existed, and if it did, we don't know what happened to it. There's really nothing known about the Carlossa representing the Plane of Dreams. But it is interesting because the Carlossa are called the Great Dreamers, and allow people to dream in other planes that are not Dalcor. So what would the Carlossa representing Dalcor have even done? It is curious to think about. So as far as the Carlossa themselves, what are they? Where do they come from? I mean, the Sahuagin have the most interaction with them and likely the greatest understanding of how they operate, yet it seems like even they don't have the answers of what their greater significance is. The creatures predate the Sahuagin, heck, they predate everything. Exploring Eberron tells us, not even the dragons of Arganessen know of the origins of the Carlossa. They've slept since the beginning of recorded history and are immune to all forms of divination magic. They could be creations of Kyber, trapped before they could rise to the surface, or they could have been crafted by Eberron to guard against some future threat. Perhaps they're young progenitors, and when they finally wake, they'll create new worlds. All that's known for certain is that the Carlossa are massive, immortal monstrosities, and that each one is bound to one of the planes. Now, whatever a Carlossa is, it predates all of the most powerful factions and forces of nature that we know of in Eberron. Whatever these things are, they're either fundamental aspects of creation, or the oldest living things in the world. And the Sahuagin have been able to use these creatures for unprecedented magical feats, such as mage breeding entirely new forms of life, like the Claw of Sharagon, a mighty Sahuagin warrior, and the Plasmid, a new kind of underwater mimic. The Sahuagin have created these things nearly from scratch, in ways that the people on the surface could never learn how to do simply because of the unprecedented magic that these Carlossa supply. Now, what's worth noting is that the Carlossa are beings of immense power. They've been slumbering for all of known history, but if they ever actually rose, they would be entirely unprecedented forces of nature. Most of these Carlossa are miles in length, and would be a world-changing event if one ever did emerge from the ocean. In fact, in exploring Eberron, they even suggest that if you use the Carlossa, if you have one rise up from the ocean, that it could stand in for Eberron's version of the Tarrasque. And the book even suggests that you could use the stat block of the Tarrasque to represent the Carlossa, as long as you add in some additional abilities to represent the plane that it's tied to. And it turns out the book actually provides a lot of those planar effects as well, so all it takes is a little bit of combining of those two resources to create a stat block for each of the Carlossa. And now, simply because I can't help myself, and for your convenience, I've actually compiled stat blocks for each of the Carlossa, along with the relevant planar effects that they would bring. All completely free, and you can find the link in the description if you want to see each of those. I've included one stat block for each of the Carlossa. Most of them are very similar, just with each of them tweaked a little bit to offer a little bit of the flavor from the plane that it represents. This includes an ability that would create a manifest zone within 13 miles of each of the Carlossa, and a unique thunderous bellow for each one to give it a little bit of unique flavor. So, what of the Carlossa? Where do they come from? Were they ever awake? What put them to sleep, and what happens when they wake up? Well, if the Sahuagin of the Eternal Dominion have anything to say about it, we may never find out. The Dream Priests there bet everything on being able to keep their Carlossa in their slumber, because it's the backbone of everything that they do. It's the backbone of the Dominion's advancement. But there are still other Carlossa out there that the Dominion does not have control over, at least 4 of them. And if any of them ever wake up, or are used in the wrong way by the wrong people, Eberron might all of a sudden learn a lot more about them, and the world might never be the same again. It was a rainy afternoon in Eberron, in the year of 873 YK, the height of the Silver Purge. This era was marked by the height of an epidemic of spreading lycanthropy that threatened to bring down all of civilization. A troop of Ondarian Templars had traveled some distance pursuing a pack of werewolves that had fled south of the Ondarian region. This group of Ondarian Templars had tracked this group of werewolves to a strange forest they'd never seen before. The forest gave them an otherworldly feeling and put them all on edge, but they decided to follow the werewolves' trail into it anyway. The Templars entered the forest and ended up losing contact with Ondare for almost a month, until finally one of their search parties found a survivor. The lone survivor spoke of a tower with blackened, leathery walls, twisted as the limb of a dragon reaching up to grasp the sun. The soldier couldn't account for his companions, and his condition was testimony to the horrors he had seen. His upper torso had been fused to the lower body of what was posthumously identified to be a werewolf. The soldier didn't survive long after, and the Ondarian search party soon retreated. The Dragonmark houses were able to later confirm that this event was the work of a powerful mage, one who they swear they'd sentenced to death over a century ago, a profane wizard by the name of Mordain the Fleshweaver. Although Mordain exists today as something entirely different, he was born mortal. Mordain was an elf of House Faerlin, born with a Dragonmark into a life of ease and privilege. Mordain was said to be one of the most gifted wizards that the world had ever seen, and he revolutionized the work of all the Dragonmarked houses at the time. The standard potion of healing recipe supplied by House Jorasco and sold throughout all of Corvair even to modern times is said to be Mordain's original recipe, and many of the eldritch machines that work their way into the daily lives of the citizens of Eberron are his doing as well. But for all of his genius, Mordain had a darker side to him as well. He had a brilliant mind, but he had no sense of scientific morality. To him, the only thing that mattered was the scientific method, and there was no room for ethics in that equation. Even while he was still sponsored by the Dragonmarked houses, his experiments often took a dark turn. During his time with the Dragonmarked houses, he experimented with utilizing the cursed magics of the Delkir. He conducted gruesome experiments on living subjects trying to perform impossible blood transfusions, and it's said that he experimented with replacing real people with constructed simulacrums of them to see if their loved ones would notice the difference. He even tried using Zoriat magic to create a new Dragonmarked house entirely, an experiment which resulted in a cursed line of foul spawn that devoured Mordain's own family. The Dragonmarked houses have since tried to push the narrative of plausible deniability. They claim to have no knowledge of the cursed experiments Mordain was performing in their facilities until it was too late, and that they never would have condoned such a thing. Many claim that the Dragonmarked houses knew more about the depravity of their most brilliant researcher than they would have let on, and that they allowed it to continue as long as they could, hoping that it might yield some important breakthrough for the houses. Regardless, Mordain's work soon became too public for even the Dragonmarked houses to deny, and he was officially excoriated from House Faerlin in the year 797 YK and sentenced to death. But in that task, the Dragonmarked houses had their work cut out for them. According to the records of Salyan Ciralan de Civis, the 12 tried to execute Mordain and failed. Salyan's account states that Mordain was bathed in acid, burned at the stake, drowned, and even dismembered, and after each attempt he rose again, his vigor unchecked and flesh rebound. He was petrified and sent to the Dreadhold, but even then he escaped before reaching the island prison. Salyan speculated that no lesser mage could set his will over the flesh of Mordain. After his escape, Mordain wasn't heard from for nearly 100 years. The Dragonmarked houses probably hoped that he'd finally exhausted himself too far and died during his escape. But when they heard the story of the Ondarian Templars near the forest, the one who had his body fused to a werewolf, they recognized the work of the Fleshweaver all too well. After informing the powers that be of this information, many paladins of Dolara, eager to make a name for themselves in the name of justice, ventured into the forest to try to kill Mordain themselves, each meeting a crueler fate than the last. Interestingly enough, during the last war, a brutal 100-year conflict that shaped much of the history of modern Eberron, several of the 5 nations even attempted to negotiate for Mordain's aid. Now, we don't know of any nations that succeeded in these negotiations, but to be fair, if any of them did, they probably would have kept that a very tightly kept secret. The cursed woods that we mentioned at the start of this do still exist today, and the gnolls who occupy the area call it Cresht Riil, the Forest of Flesh. Since Mordain's arrival, the land around the forest has become home to many powerful creatures, such as hags, trolls, medusas, and more, and even these creatures know to avoid the Forest of Flesh. The woods themselves are incredibly dense, and light somehow never reaches beneath the canopy of the trees, no matter what the time of day is or the season. It's said that the trees and vines here have a fleshy texture to them, and that they produce human blood in place of sap. Some of the trees themselves even howl in agony when moved or disturbed in any way. There's unique foliage here that grows and can't be found anywhere else. Those who live on the outskirts of the forest also speak of horrible things that come wandering out of it. The tree ill, for example, are small rodents that look like the combination of a rabbit and a hamster. These creatures appear adorable at first, but one will soon find out that their flesh is poisonous to the touch, and that they possess a devastating venomous bite. The tree ill also reproduce at an alarming rate and could threaten entire ecosystems if they were ever relocated. For this reason, the gnolls of Droaam attack anyone trying to take these beasts out of the forest for whatever reason. And then of course we have the Skinweavers. Long ago, Mordain released creatures called Skinweavers into the woods. Skinweavers are formed from the severed hands and heads of humanoid beings. The heads have 6 spindly chitinous legs protruding from the sides of the skull and 2 smaller foreclaws with a spider-like abdomen sealing the base of the neck. A Skinweaver hand is severed beneath the wrist and mounted on an armored body similar to that of a scorpion, with the hand in place of the scorpion's tail. These beasts weave webs much like spiders do, but instead of producing silk, skinweavers craft the nests using the recycled flesh of their victims, stretching entrails, strands of muscle, and flayed skin between trunk and bough. Many of these are long abandoned, like cobwebs drifting in the wind. Nonetheless, gnawed bones and glistening strands of flesh are a common sight in the forest, and they serve as clear warnings to turn back. Now, the Dragon magazine article did include stat blocks for some of these skinweavers and short descriptions of what some of the plants here might do, but it was all designed for 3.5 and 4th edition. Thankfully, if you want to use any of these in a 5e game, I've taken the liberty of writing some of this stuff forward into the new edition, and I've given stats to some of the things that didn't previously have ones too. You can find a link to the document containing all of this content in the description of this video, which is totally free. Now, the skinweavers are but one example of Mordain's work. One of his primary pastimes seems to be stitching together several forms of creatures into one agonized form just to see what its benefits might be. So if anyone is foolish enough to explore deeper into the Forest of Flesh, they might find any flavor of Mordain's twisted abominations. And if any of these adventurers get far enough through the Forest of Horrors, they may be lucky enough, or perhaps unlucky enough, to discover the same thing the Ondarian Templar had way back in 873. The Blackroot Tower, the current-day lair of Mordain the Fleshweaver. The Tower of Blackroot is Mordain's stronghold and his greatest tool. Blackroot is a disturbing blend of wood, stone, and leathery flesh. Rather than build it, Mordain grew it. This gruesome structure is unnaturally durable, its walls are as strong as steel, and it swiftly regenerates any damage. It's impossible to teleport through the walls of Blackroot, and divination magic can't penetrate its walls. Moreover, it's said that the tower itself contains a multitude of extra-dimensional spaces within it too, so this tower could be much larger on the inside than it appears to be from the outside. All manner of twisted aberrations, Delkir, foul spawn, and flesh golems prowl the halls and area around the tower, likely all transformed victims of Mordain himself. Given Mordain's unique control over Blackroot Tower, and the fact that he's never been spotted outside of it since its arrival, some have even theorized that Blackroot Tower might be more than it seems. Some members of the Dragonmarked houses have even theorized that the tower itself, and all of the Forest of Flesh around it, is Mordain himself, and that when you're wandering into the Forest of Flesh, you're actually entering the entrails of Mordain himself. Mordain might not be able to leave Blackroot Tower because Mordain is Blackroot Tower. So, as for the fate of Mordain himself, it's not much of a mystery. His tower itself is warded against divination, but the world knows Mordain is out there, and they know exactly where he is, too. For years, noble and perhaps overconfident paladins have made attempts to breach the forest and try to kill Mordain once and for all, but even those attempts have nearly completely ceased for a couple of different reasons. Number one being that, obviously, after 200 years of failed attempts to kill Mordain, many aren't so willing to throw their lives away for what might be a hopeless cause. Most people do simply think that Mordain is too powerful to kill, and that our best hope is to simply stay out of his way. The second reason is that Mordain has chosen a strategically advantageous location for his new Forest of Flesh. Blackroot Tower is found deep within the heart of what is now called Droaam, a nation founded by a coven of hags called the Daughters of Sorakel. This isn't a nation that just any old knight can simply wander into as they please anymore. This place is controlled by the Daughters of Sorakel and the warlords who serve them. Some believe that Mordain himself has a mutually beneficial arrangement with the Daughters of Sorakel, while others believe that the hags themselves fear Mordain and would rather keep him happy and complacent than try to challenge him. And Mordain has made himself quite comfortable here in the last couple centuries. We don't know the true extent of what all he's been able to accomplish in the dark halls of Blackroot, but given all he was able to accomplish even just as a mortal wizard, it's difficult and perhaps a little scary to imagine what he might have been able to do with all the time and resources that he has now. The horrors that can be found within the forest are obvious and apparent, but there's more to it as well. Sometimes what you witness there is as wondrous as it is horrifying. And this brings us to the curious existence of the village of Dolor's Dawn, a village that, believe it or not, is found deep within the Forest of Flesh. Dolor's Dawn is a village of 104 people. The origin of the village is a mystery even to those who live there. On Dravago 11th, 996 YK, these people awoke in their beds in the village. Each of them remembered their name and the name of the village, but nothing else. Despite this amnesia, each villager found that they could draw upon the talents lying beyond conscious memory, skills they couldn't remember learning but somehow knew. This last year has been a struggle for survival in a dangerous land. Working together, the people of Dolor's Dawn have crafted weapons, learned to hunt the vicious beasts of the forest, and slowly created a life in this savage land. And interestingly, the inhabitants of this village aren't figments of illusion, nor are they some kind of deceptive monstrosity. They appear to be normal people simply trying to survive and live their lives out in this hostile environment where they found themselves. They know nothing of the outside world, and those who have attempted to venture beyond the forest to find out more about it have never returned, with most of the village simply assuming they fell prey to the monsters of the forest. Thus, the people of this village have done their best to rationalize this existence as best they can. Some within the village theorize that they live in some kind of afterlife or purgatory, while others believe they're trapped in some sort of other plane of existence or living in a waking nightmare. What the villagers here do know for a fact is that they're surrounded on all sides by a horrible forest of monsters and death, many of which they have to deal with and fight on a daily basis. The people of this village have built themselves a walled fortress of sorts, one that has no need for a gate since they never expect to be able to leave. The people of this village have no idea what the truth is behind their own existence, and they're forced to merely speculate. But if any new travelers or adventurers were to discover this place within the Forest of Flesh and meet the people of Dolor's Dawn, they would crack the mystery wide open. A village of amnesiacs appearing from nowhere is strange enough, but the inhabitants of Dolor's Dawn haven't even realized the true extent of the mystery surrounding their little community. The people of the village know of their own names, but they remember nothing about the past. And as such, when they first awoke, they didn't recognize any of the other inhabitants of the village. But the first travelers who discover this village are in for a shock. A dwarf named Cordron serves as the town blacksmith. His face might seem familiar to anyone who's been to the Moror Holds, and it shouldn't take long to realize why. They've seen it carved into the side of the Iron Root Mountains in a monument over a mile in height. He is Lord Cordron Moror, the greatest king to ever rule the realm beneath the mountains. The blood-spattered huntress is Lazar, the explorer who led humanity to the shores of Corvair. Gallifare I sits at a table with Karn the Conqueror and Jarrett, the last ruler of the kingdom Gallifare founded. This is a village filled with heroes and legends, yet none of them remember their own heroic deeds, nor do they possess the full skills spoken of in the stories. So what are they? Has Mordain found a way to pull these ancient spirits back from the afterlife in violation of the laws of Dolor? Or are these people simulacrums created by the Fleshweaver, clones with vestiges of the heroes' memories with no true trace of their souls? And despite not knowing who they truly are, the structure of how the village operates has very much shaped itself around the skills of these historical heroes. The man calling himself Gallifare Wynarn, the man in history famous for uniting the Five Nations and creating the Kingdom of Gallifare, operates as the village's de facto leader. Ondair Wynarn, one of the most famous wizards in history, serves as the town's leading authority on magic as she attempts to recreate magical rituals from the memories of the other inhabitants. Cordron Moror, meanwhile, the great king of the dwarves, serves as a skilled smith in the village, creating highly valued weapons and tools. So while the villagers don't have all the memories of their past lives, they do possess some of the instincts, personality, and talent that they possessed. And there's some really curious cases in here too. For example, reborn Caius exists here. Some players might even recognize that Caius I actually still exists in Eberron as the vampire ruler of Karrnath, but the Caius that's in Dolor Dawn seems to be a different version of Caius entirely, one from before he died and became a vampire. This version of Caius is kinder and more concerned about the safety of others. This Caius could potentially be on a better track than the real one, strangely enough. In the case of Ondair Wynarn, the Great Wizard, well, she's actually 6 months pregnant with the child of Sael Vidilia, the legendary Ternadal archer from the Age of Giants. And this is actually going to end up being the first birth in Dolor's Dawn that they've ever seen, so it's hard to predict what exactly that's going to mean or how that's going to turn out. And there is actually also one inhabitant of Dolor's Dawn who isn't spoken of in history at all, strangely enough, a human man by the name of Talus Thorn. If you were to meet him, he'd seem rather unremarkable, a relatively friendly healer within the village. He's someone who you wouldn't take a second glance at. But the curious part here is that everyone else in the village seems to be some figure of history. They all share that trait in common. So what makes Talus Thorn significant is unclear. It's possible that he has some significance to history that somehow got buried or left behind that perhaps Mordain knows more about. He could have been a secret serial killer or an assassin, or he could have been an agent of the Lords of Dust or the Chamber. We can only really speculate. But what we do know is that there's something up with this guy, that's for sure. And that's all just scratching the surface. This village could end up containing any number of major historical figures somehow reborn into new lives. And as I stated, none of the other inhabitants of this town have ever been able to leave. So what would happen if they did? If an adventuring party ever found them and somehow rescued them, getting them out of the Forest of Flesh, they'd be able to change the world in all manner of unexpected ways. What would happen if the great king Gallifare I announced his return and tried to reunify the Five Nations? What would happen if this kinder version of Caius tried to confront his darker vampire self? It's possible that an event like this would probably create wars and schisms of its own. Even Dragon 365 suggests that a great hook for a potential player character could be one of these reborn characters, a reborn Karn the Conqueror or Lazar trying to figure out what to do with their new life and their old memories, and I think that'd make for an awesome story. All this to say, with Dolar's Dawn, Mordain seems to once again have performed the impossible. Mordain has chosen a life of unrestrained curiosity, and it's left him twisted and changed. He's the most powerful wizard in Eberron, yet there's going to be few who seek to be his equal. Mordain's powers can't be easily duplicated and have come with a terrible cost. Through his experiments, he's become an aberration, and he may be bound to Blackroot and unable to leave it. So even if people in Arcanics could copy what he's doing, they might not want to. Anyone who could master his techniques would likely lose their humanity in the process. Mordain was born a normal person, and if he'd been a person driven by a moral center, he might have even been able to change the world epically for the good. But alas, he is not, and was not. Instead, Mordain the Fleshweaver sits unmoving in his Blackroot Tower, waiting for the next foolhardy adventurer to try to enter his forest of flesh, and become his newest test subject. In the world of Eberron, much of the world's history was shaped by the emergence of the Dragonmarks. Dragonmarks are magical symbols that manifest themselves onto the mortal people of the world. These Dragonmarks grant their bearers a gift, the ability to innately perform magical feats. These Dragonmarks first started appearing on the peoples of Khorvaire roughly 3,000 years ago, and in the years since, the houses have become one of the central driving forces behind the march of civilization. The world of Eberron that we know today is shaped by their feats. House Civis maintains communication outposts worldwide that allow the rapid spread of information. House Orion operates elemental trains that connect the various cities of the world. And House Cannith creates new technological marvels every day, and their Dragonmarks are what make all of these feats possible. These days, Dragonmarks are pretty easy to categorize. There are 12 accepted primary Dragonmarks, each represented within the Dragonmarked houses. And if the Dragonmarked houses themselves were spinning this narrative, that's where the conversation would end. However, the 12 don't have a monopoly on the power of the Dragonmark. There are less predictable marks, called Aberrant Dragonmarks, which can be found manifesting seemingly at random amongst the people of Khorvaire. These marks can pass through family lines, but they don't always, and they can also manifest just about anywhere on anyone at random as well. And these Dragonmarks are different than the other 12 we know for other reasons too. While the power of the primary Dragonmarks are generally constructive forces of creation, Aberrant Dragonmarks are inherently destructive. And that's not to say that its bearers are inherently dangerous, but the Dragonmarks that they bear do wield destructive power, in whichever way its wielder decides to use that. So if that's true, why don't we see more people with these random aberrant Dragonmarks? It seems like these would spawn more often. Why does it seem like we only ever see the mainline Dragonmarks within the current setting of Eberron? Well, the short answer is that they were nearly wiped out by the Dragonmarked houses in a witch hunt and genocide thousands of years ago. But there is a lot more to the story than that. The story of the Aberrant Dragonmarks is one that spans thousands of years, and tells us more about the modern-day House Tarkanan, the utter destruction of the old city of Sharn, and the bloody, untold history that the Dragonmarked houses don't want you to hear. The first Dragonmarks began to appear on the peoples of Khorvaire and the Arini Isles nearly 3,000 years ago, before even the Kingdom of Gallifrey was founded. In this time, the continent of Khorvaire was still a collection of small kingdoms and independent city-states. These Dragonmarks ended up completely reshaping the world. Their bearers, the Dragonmarked heirs, were capable of wielding great innate magical power, and although they didn't attempt to dominate the world in their name to become kings, their influence and power was felt in nearly every kingdom and city-state. The ability to negotiate and trade with these houses was a make-or-break factor in a state's perceived power. If a king was able to negotiate a deal with House Denaith, for example, the house with the Dragonmark of the Sentinel, they might be able to get battalions of Dragonmarked soldiers to help fight in an ongoing war. These deals would always come at a heavy price, however, and slowly and gradually they would end up giving more and more power to the Dragonmarked houses. Any particular king was only ever as powerful as the Dragonmarked house that backed him. And as the power of the houses began to crystallize within the world, just as people were getting used to this new structure, something entirely new happened that shook it all up. Hundreds of years after the emergence of the first Dragonmarks were the appearance of the first Aberrant Marks. The 12 Dragonmarks are predictable, and their powers are generally constructive, but there's another kind of Dragonmark which is dangerous to both the bearer and the people around them.
Aberrant marks often appear when people of two Dragonmark families produce a child, and for this reason such unions are forbidden by the 12. But aberrant Dragonmarks can also appear on members of any race at any age regardless of bloodline. No two aberrant Dragonmarks are exactly alike. Even if they grant the same power, they might manifest in different ways. And it should be noted as well that especially in this first era of the aberrant Dragonmarks, these marks weren't only just destructive, they had the power to be city killers. In many cases, the bearers of these aberrant Dragonmarks had very limited control over their mark at all as well, and couldn't stop their own destructive power when it did manifest. In other cases, the marks would seem to drive their bearers mad, making them even more unpredictable and dangerous. So while most bearers of aberrant Dragonmarks kept a lid on how much destruction could be caused with their mark, there were more than a few cases where aberrant Dragonmarks devastated society within Khorvaire, and the potential for an aberrant marked person to do such a thing was always there. And we did see some of this in the earliest emergences of the aberrant Dragonmarks. Perhaps the most famous of these cases was the Lady of the Plague. Her Dragonmark seemed to create plague and disease, and she could command and summon packs of vermin to spread her deadly toxins. On Keith Baker's blog, he expanded a little bit on what this person might have been like. The Lady of the Plague grew up in the village of Descara, not far from the modern city of Sigilstar. She loved the country and loved taking care of livestock. When she was 13, her family fell ill with a disease no one had ever seen before. They died, and the plague soon spread to the rest of the village and their stock. Only two things were unaffected: the rats and the girl. When everyone was dead, she fled to the town of Ceres. You've never heard of Ceres because it doesn't exist anymore. It was burnt by those who sought to keep the plague from spreading. The rats kept the girl alive and were the only thing that kept her close to sane. In time, she learned to control her power. Even so, she couldn't bear the burden of the deaths on her conscience. She declared that the girl had died with her family. She was someone new, someone without a name. She was the Lady of the Plague. This is the story of one of the more infamous aberrant Dragonmark champions. By the end of her life, she'd grown to resent her Dragonmark and the power that it brought, but she resented the Dragonmarked houses even more for what would come next. In the coming years, more cases of aberrant Dragonmarks would emerge, and the Dragonmarked houses would take action. About 500 years before Gallifrey would become a kingdom, the War of the Mark would begin. The Dragonmarked houses officially consolidated into an organization known as the 12 and launched an inquisition to exterminate any existing aberrant Dragonmarks. For the next 3 years, anyone with an aberrant Dragonmark was hunted and killed, regardless of any deeds they may or may not have committed. The 12 declared that even if someone with an aberrant Dragonmark hadn't hurt anyone yet, the potential for them to do so was always one bad day away, so immediate preventative measures had to be taken. Well, predictably, the folks with aberrant Dragonmarks weren't about to take this lying down. The Dragonmarks they bore were very powerful and very destructive, and if they had the means to defend themselves from genocide, they were gonna. Where the Dragonmarked houses had the edge in overwhelming numbers and resources, the Aberrants had the edge in pure destructive firepower and guerrilla tactics. Eventually, by the 3rd year of the genocide, they were actually gathered into a proper military force. This force was organized by a man named Hallis Tarkanan. Hallis was born into a loving home, but unfortunately the Dragonmarked houses would make his life more difficult at every turn. Hallis Tarkanan was the son of Alana Halar Denaith, an heir to House Denaith, and Grain Tarkanan, a mercenary licensed by the house. Alana commanded the mercenary regiment Grain served in, and the two fell in love. When Grain developed an aberrant Dragonmark, his contract with the house was severed, and Alana was ordered to end her relationship with him. She refused and was excoriated. Alana and Grain left Korth behind, working as independent mercenaries in southern Rote, the region that's now Brayland, where Denaith had yet to fully establish its presence. They served the self-appointed King Bregar III in a series of bitter conflicts between Rote lords, and Hallis was raised on the battlefield. Alana taught her son the arts of war, and he was as capable as any Denaith heir. So, even after being exiled from their house, Hallis Tarkanan and his folks found a pretty decent life for themselves, serving as respected soldiers. Eventually, House Denaith would make their way to the region, however. The progress and expansion of the Dragonmarked houses couldn't be stopped. The family had found themselves employed by King Bregar, but when King Bregar needed the assistance of House Denaith to win his war, they demanded he remove any aberrants from his court and his army. King Bregar quickly agreed, and arranged subtly for the family to be killed. King Bregar ordered Hallis, along with his parents, straight into an ambush. Trapped on a bridge surrounded by enemy forces, Hallis Tarkanan's aberrant Dragonmark manifested against his will, and he saw the true destructive power of it for the first time. You see, Hallis Tarkanan possessed a Dragonmark that gave him control over elemental tectonics. He could shake the earth beneath them to great force, but he didn't know his own strength. In this event, Hallis Tarkanan's Dragonmark ended up taking the entire bridge down, killing everyone, including his parents. The Dragonmarked houses used this as another helpful piece of propaganda to prove that the Aberrants needed exterminating. Halas Tarkanan ended up fleeing the scene, and for the next few years lived in seclusion. We don't really know what he got up to during this time in his life, but it seems likely that he was secretly gathering strength for revenge. Halas held the Dragonmarked houses responsible for his parents' exile, their death, and his life on the run, and when he re-emerged he had his love, the Lady of the Plague, at his side. And Halas Tarkanan and the Lady of the Plague were the perfect combination for rallying the aberrant Dragonmarked people together. While Halas Tarkanan had come from a military background and was a master tactician, the Lady of the Plague was extremely persuasive and had a way of rallying the desperate with her speeches. It's said that she even convinced many non-aberrant Dragonmarked people to march alongside them, proving to them that it was the right thing to do. And there's some debate as to what their intentions might have been behind gathering this fighting force. Many think that Halas and the Lady of the Plague sincerely thought they had a chance of defeating the Dragonmarked houses, while others think that they always knew this was a lost cause, that their only goal was to make the Dragonmarked houses bleed a little bit before they were killed. Regardless, they began gathering significant numbers. They had a sizable fighting force of their own, as well as dozens of very powerful aberrant Dragonmark champions. Halas Tarkanan alone is said to have had the power to shatter entire cities with his Dragonmark, and he had an entire court of these people. Each of these Dragonmark champions also wielded a Dragonmarked focus, a magical piece of artifice that allowed them to channel their Dragonmark in more focused and dangerous ways. And Dragonmarked foci like this still exist today. The Dragonmarked houses use them all the time to amplify their own abilities within their industry. Yet this was the first time in recorded history that we've seen these things being made for people with aberrant Dragonmarks. So if these Dragonmarked foci were so important, if this was at least partially responsible for them becoming so much of a threat, then how did they get their hands on them? The most infamous champions of the War of the Mark all possessed artifacts that channeled and focused the powers of their aberrant marks. But where did these tools come from? Halas was no artificer, and the Aberrants didn't have the resources of House Cannith. Or did they? It's recorded that Halas ascribed Earth's Fist, his own Dragonmarked foci, to the Tinker, and storytellers have used that to create a mysterious figure, an aberrant heir of House Cannith, whose Dragonmark allows them to consume and twist the enchantments of objects. Others say that this Tinker must have been a fiend, able to create tools to channel the power of Khyber because they themselves were one of the true children of Khyber. Either of these are possible, but there is a simpler possibility. That the Tinker may have been a term referring to a number of sympathetic artificers within House Cannith who opposed the War of the Mark and sought to aid their aberrant foes. So even today we don't know who made these Dragonmarked foci for Tarkanan's army, but if anyone with an aberrant Dragonmark ever shows up with one again, we may be able to finally track it back to its source. And it's with these Dragonmarked foci and with the combined might of their powers that Halas Tarkanan and the Aberrants captured the city of Sharn. Nowadays, Sharn is a pretty famous city in Ebberron. It's a massive metropolis of floating towers and skyscrapers filled with millions of people. But in the earliest days, Sharn was still a small fort city built into goblin ruins. In these days, they still used the goblin word for the city, Sharat, and it was here in Sharat that the Aberrants would make their final stand. They fortified the city and prepared it for siege. They knew full well that the Dragonmarked houses weren't going to let them live in peace after such a bold statement. Not long after the capture of the city, the Might of the 12 was assembled. Armies of Dragonmarked heirs from various houses arrived at the gates of Sharat, but taking it would be no easy task. Normally, you'd siege a city by surrounding it, cutting off supplies and starving them out, but the Lady of the Plague would keep sending vermin into their siege camps to infect waiting soldiers. They were never going to win a waiting game against the Lady of the Plague. Instead, they would need a bloody and explosive entrance. House Cannith prepared explosives, while House Denaith prepared their finest sentinel marshals to be the first through the breach. House Vidalis, known for their mark of handling, which granted them control over beasts and animals, came prepared for battle as well. Unbeknownst to the other houses, House Vidalis and the Sarian line had been experimenting with human test subjects. Humans were as much animals as any other beasts, they claimed, and so there was no reason why their magic shouldn't be able to enhance them as well. And it was in this battle that the first super soldiers of House Vidalis were deployed. Horrible, tortured victims turned into living weapons. And they proved incredibly effective on the battlefield, turning the tide, but the Dragonmarked houses would go on to bury the work forever in shame after just its first deployment. We talk a little bit more about the Sarian line of House Vidalis in my latest video, all about the Wild Heart, so if you want to know more about why they were really trying to make these living weapons, go check out that video for more context. But that's all to say that although the Aberrants possessed great power and held a very defensible position, they knew their hours were numbered. The power, resources, and numbers of the Dragonmarked houses couldn't be defeated, but if the Aberrants were going down, they were ready to take as many Dragonmarked heirs down as they could with them. and when as many of the 12 had funneled into the city as they could, the Aberrant Dragonmark prepared their final gambit. When it became clear that he and his followers were doomed, he and the Lady of the Plague unleashed the full power of their marks, sufficient to destroy the city. Terrible quakes caused parts of the city to collapse, and rivers of lava flowed up from a fiery lake deep below. Swarms of vermin and deadly plagues ravaged the invaders and defenders alike. Some claim the Lady of the Plague's death curse still lingers in the depths of Sharn. And this was how the old city of Sharad was destroyed. The city that would one day be Sharn would eventually be built on top the ruins of this destruction. When you explore Sharn even today and travel down to the lower levels into the ruins of the old Goblin City, you can still see relics and scars from the War of the Mark. Even though the Dragonmarked houses have tried to pave over it and forget that it ever happened, the Aberrant Dragonmarked never did. Although Halas Tarkanon's band was utterly wiped out, Aberrant Dragonmarks themselves are not extinct. Aberrant Dragonmarks can still be found amongst the people of Khorvaire today, and the Dragonmarked houses still take it very seriously. These days it isn't so much of an extermination, more likely an imprisonment and isolation, but that's not really due to any kind of policy change, it's more due to the fact that for some reason Aberrant Dragonmarks simply aren't as powerful as they used to be. Each one used to represent a potential living weapon of mass destruction, but nowadays it's more likely to simply get an out-of-control burst of fire or something else more manageable. But to be very clear, these people are still being oppressed. In the city of Sharn, many of them even gather in secret to fight back against this. This is House Tarkanon. They call themselves a house as a bit of a cheeky jab, as a way of putting themselves forward as much of a Dragonmarked house as anyone. Called terrorists by some, liberators by others, this band works in the lower levels of Sharn, pulling what jobs they need to for funding, but primarily motivated by targeting the Dragonmarked houses for revenge. And funny enough, the government of Sharn actually created this problem themselves. During the last war, the brutal 100-year conflict that shaped much of modern history, the nation of Braylon got an idea from one of their very ancient predecessors. Just as King Bregan had hired Halas Tarkanon's family as a band of superpowered mercenaries to fight in his army, so too did Braylon secretly recruit Aberrant Dragonmarks to fight for them. During the war, Braylon's secret branch, the King's Dark Lanterns, tried to form something of a suicide squad for themselves. They allowed imprisoned people with Aberrant Dragonmarks to go free in exchange for service on secret missions, and many agreed. During the war, this squad of Aberrant Dragonmark commandos would work behind enemy lines, keeping plausible deniability about who they were if they were caught. They proved incredibly effective in the war, but they also proved that they weren't going to allow themselves to be tools forever. When it became clear that the powers that be had no intention of ever letting them walk away, no matter how many battles they fought, they took freedom for themselves. Their leader, a woman named Thora Tavin, led them away from their handler, deserted the Braylish army, and became outlaws in the dregs of Sharn, where they remain today. Thora led House Tarkanon's revival, and they've grown strong. She's a fierce warrior who commands great respect amongst the Aberranaires who work for her. Yet for some reason, she decided to abdicate final leadership of the group to a mysterious hidden figure instead. Thora Tarkanon, still known about town under her original name, Thora Tavin, who recently founded the gang, recently stepped aside from its leadership, ceding power to a mysterious figure called the Son of Kyber. Little is known about him, but he bears the strongest Aberrant Dragonmark seen in modern times, along with the skills of a military commander. Some call him Halas Tarkanon, born again, believing he's mustering an Aberrant army to lead into battle against the Dragonmarked houses. Thora remains the Son of Kyber's second in command and the public face of the gang. The Eberron novel The Son of Kyber does pitch a possible scenario for who this figure might be, but the design intention is for this to be an open mystery for you to explore in your games. What matters here is that Thora and House Tarkanon now have access to some pretty heavy firepower, even if that is mysterious in nature. They continue to work in secret, plotting against the Dragonmarked houses and the government of Braylon. So that's where the bearers of the Aberrant Dragonmark stand today. They're still the underdogs, but compared to the last few thousand years, they've got the spark of something at least. So with all this covered, we can see a lot of how the Aberrant Dragonmarks affected the world and its history, but none of the why. What even are Aberrant Dragonmarks? Why do they appear and what do they mean? Well, it's important to remember that Dragonmarks themselves are more than just magical tattoos. If you watched my video Secrets of the Draconic Prophecy, you can learn a lot more about that, but the long and short of it is that Dragonmarks are manifestations of the Draconic Prophecy. Dragonmarks mean something to the world's cosmology. It's some kind of portent of events to come. The dragons of Arganesson have worked for years to uncover the deeper meaning of these marks, and have uncovered nothing really significant as of yet. All we really know is that the bearer of each Dragonmark can be a portent to the prophecy. It means something significant. So what does an Aberrant Dragonmark mean in that context? We can only speculate, but it's possible that Aberrant Dragonmarks appearing where they did, when they did, was necessary for the prophecy somehow. Maybe it pushed us in a necessary trajectory. sort of like an amendment to the original Dragonmarks in errata. If that's the case, it could maybe explain why they were so extremely powerful to begin with and then sort of mellowed out. Maybe the momentum needed from them had already been achieved and now the power could be turned down. It's also been suggested in the past that this could be something truly aberrant in the truest meaning of the word. Something truly different than our regular Dragonmarks, but in their shape. The Daelkyr specialize in creating and modifying life forms. They get to break the rules. They could have created the Dragonmarks as a weird living way of embodying the prophecy that the dragons and fiends still couldn't really understand. And the aberrant Dragonmarks are a weird variant of that experiment. And this explanation could also explain the shift in degrees in power that the marks have, and their seemingly random deployment. We could be seeing the carefully selected test subjects of the Daelkyr as they test and observe the properties of the Dragonmarks upon mortals. But the truth is, the actual origins of the aberrant Dragonmarks are likely going to remain a mystery. Aberrant Dragonmarks themselves may be inherently violent, but it doesn't make their bearers inherently dangerous or make them bad people. The lives these people are forced to live make them outcasts, and sometimes being an outcast makes you a criminal. But they're only going where they're pushed to go. The Dragonmarked houses of the 12 got viciously possessive of the power they wielded, and were terrified of anything threatening their brand. They tried to wipe out the aberrant Dragonmarks, but the enemy they created was simply too convicted to die forever. Now, House Tarkanan waits secretly in the depths of Sharn, ready for the day that they can remind the Dragonmarked houses that they're still here, defiantly alive, and ready to take the fight back to them. It was by all accounts a normal day in Eberron in the year 986 YK. Several soldiers were stationed at the fortress town of Stubborn in western Breland. The town had been made into a fortress because it had been built into a hostile region of Breland. This blasted land, called the Barrens by the humans who lived there, was also populated by trolls, minotaur, and all manner of other perceived threats. So it was a dangerous place, but it was also a profitable place. Breland was in the middle of the Last War, the deadliest conflict they'd ever faced, and the mines in the surrounding mountains proved vital for weapons and armor production. So thus the town of Stubborn was built and fortified, remote enough to take advantage of the Barrens' resources but fortified enough to repel any local raiders. Attacks had happened many times in the past, but the soldiers on the walls had easily repelled the disorganized bands. Thus, on this warm summer evening when the battle horns were sounded, the soldiers protecting Stubborn had no cause to be alarmed. That is, until they got to the battlements and saw what they were facing. In 986 YK, the soldiers of Stubborn found themselves facing phalanxes of armored trolls fighting with deadly skill, and squads of ogres attacking with discipline and coordination. Stubborn's defenders leapt off the walls in pursuit of harpy songs, and the walls were shattered by hurled stones. The survivors were herded into the plains to face the leaders of this army. This was the first recorded encounter with the daughters of Sorakel. The daughters of Sorakel were names that these soldiers had heard before. Horrible hags spoken of in ghost stories and cautionary tales for children. There were three. The first was the Oracle Sora Taraza, and she had always been the most mysterious. Little was known about her, but the other two had lived in infamy. The second, Sora Katra, was often the monkey's paw in fairy tales and children's stories. She's the force of corruption and tragedy for the hero. She's the magical force that offers the hero the tool they need to defeat the villain, only for that tool to be also their eventual downfall. Soramania, meanwhile, was infamous for monster stories, known for her towering strength and endless hunger. It's said that Soramania eats children and that she binds the souls of her victims to their skulls and crafts lanterns from them. And she's even said to have been the one to kill the famous queen of Gallifrey, Hala-Ir Wynarn, the Sun Queen, whose soul and skull may even still be bound by Soramania. Needless to say, when these soldiers were brought before the daughters of Sorakel, they trembled in fear. But today was not the day they would die. Instead, the daughters of Sorakel had a message for them to share and to pass on to their leaders. "Tell your leaders there's a new power in the west," Sora Katra told the people of Stubborn. "What you've called the Barrens, we now name Droaam. The land beyond the Grey Wall and below the Bishek belongs to our people. Withdraw yours quickly and respect our claim. Next time there will be no survivors." When news of this event spread, King Boronel sent his westward riders, his most elite force, into the Barrens to form a counterattack. But when he finally got word of their eventual arrival and what happened to them, King Boronel finally realized Sora Katra was indeed a woman of her word. This land, then called the Barrens and now called Droaam, is a very ancient one. This land is the heartland of the ancient Draconic Empire, the empire of goblinoids before their fall to the Delkir. The region is dotted with Draconic ruins and strongholds, many of which have been built around to form the cities and strongholds that exist there today. When the Draconic Empire was finally brought low by the Delkir, this land had become lawless and wild. Trolls and ogres came down from the mountains, gnolls migrated south from the Wandering Wood, and all manner of creatures with nowhere else to go ended up amassing here in this valley. The land was mostly populated by nomadic peoples, but this is where we start to see the first civilizations of Droaam rising up, still long before the arrival of Gallifrey. In the southwest, dark magic practicing exiles from Sarlona founded the tiefling city of the Venomous Domain. This is a hidden city, shielded from wandering eyes and warded against unwanted travelers. This is a place where ancient family warlock traditions have thrived. Dark pacts with otherworldly beings were celebrated, and pain, blood, and tears were seen as magical components for spells. This is a place where terrible rituals can produce unprecedented magical wonders, and it's existed here in secret for a very long time. Until recent history, no one even knew it was here. That is, until the daughters of Sorakel arrived. The Tiefling Lords were largely content in their isolation until the daughters of Sorakel rose to power in the region and sought to unify the wilds into the nation of Droaam. Sora Taraza herself came to the Venomous Domain, bypassing the mystical concealment as if it didn't exist. She spoke to the Council of Four, and although no one knows what she said, in the days that followed, the noble line sent representatives to the Great Crag and joined in the Great Experiment of Droaam. And the Venom Lords weren't the only refugees from Sarlona to populate this region either. We talked about it a little bit in my first ever video, what really happened to Eberron's moon, but to put it briefly, the continent of Sarlona was facing a really big war and genocide a couple thousand years ago in Eberron's history, and this forced a lot of the cultures that existed there to flee the continent and try to find new homes elsewhere. The Tieflings of the Venomous Domain were one of these groups, but there was another, an exodus of changelings from Sarlona. Changelings populate much of the continent of Sarlona and may actually be natives of the continent. Many remain there today, but many more fled years ago. Some of those that did ended up in modern Droaam and founded the wandering city of Lost. The Changelings here worship the Traveler, Eberron's god of change and trickery. They say that the Traveler helped guide them to these lands and then blessed them by enchanting the objects around them into what they call facades. Facades are sort of like tiny mimics, except they don't seem to be able to harm others, and they live off of sunlight as opposed to being carnivorous. If harmed, a facade will simply turn its skin into a texture similar to solid rock to try to ward itself from future harm. The changelings of the village of Lost use these facades for everything and build their entire villages out of it. Their homes, their tools, their beds, everything is created from these tiny mimics. They live in moving, living cities, living in symbiosis with these creatures. The Changelings of Lost also seem to have abilities that other Changelings in Ebberron don't seem to have, such as a shared telepathy between all of them. This may be linked either to their history in Sarlona, it could be linked to their connection to the Traveler, it could be something to do with the facades, we simply don't know. Lost is a wandering village and is never found in the same place twice. Because their tents and their homes are alive, it's easy for them to pack up and move when needed. When Droaam rose, the Changelings agreed to work with the daughters of Sorakel, supplying them with spies and saboteurs, but their first loyalty will always be to the Traveler and to a life of constant change. Places like the Venomous Domain and the Village of Lost were remote and easy to stay out of the way of, so they existed for many, many years before Droaam ever rose as a nation. More visible people, such as the goblins, trolls, ogres, and the Minotaur, however, conflict arose often, and stable places of commerce and civilization never really happened until Droaam. When the daughters of Sorakel made their proclamation, the outcasted monstrous folk who'd been pushed to the edges of the mountains all began to return. Sorakatra split them into feudal factions, each led by a warlord that would answer to the daughters of Sorakel directly. In Kazakh Drawl, the Medusa answered to the warlord Sheshka. In Suthar Drawl, a war troll warlord known as the Prince of Bones rules over the trolls and the ogres there. As Droaam has slowly stabilized into a functioning nation, these warlords have become governors of their regions. In many cases, the daughters of Sorakel merely elevated the most popular and powerful of the local monstrous leaders already existing there, but in other cases they helped create them. Thus is the case with the Minotaur. The Minotaur of the current age of Droaam are united, in answer to a warlord named Resh Tarakbar, a brutal raider. This wasn't always the case though. The Dawn Harvest was a clan of Minotaur that preached the value of honor and defending the innocent, and were staunchly opposed to the leadership of Resh Tarakbar and his ways of cruelty. As a result, the daughters of Sorakel viewed this as a defiance of their authority. Soramania sent her most elite fighting force, a squad of specially trained, mage-bred, and armored war trolls called Mania's Fist. The result was a massacre, and although a few scattered members of the Dawn Harvest still live lives on the run, the Minotaur now answer unquestioning to Resh-Tarakbar. Thus, the great outcasts were unified under Droaam. Many had to be brought to heel using shows of strength, but all eventually bent the knee to the banner of Droaam. From here, a nation could be built. Years followed, and eventually, Braylon ceased all military attempts to take back the Barons. The daughters of Sorakel and their warlords were too entrenched and powerful, and some in Braylon even thought they might make potential allies should the last war ever break out again. At the end of the last war, when the Treaty of Thronehold was being negotiated for, the daughters of Sorakel did arrive to petition Droaam to be an official nation as a part of the treaty. We don't know exactly how this meeting went, and it would have been so interesting to be a fly on the wall during all of that, but we do know eventually that it was denied. Droaam's sovereignty hasn't been challenged so far, but it hasn't been officially recognized either. Now, if we count from the canonical start date of Eberron, that puts us at roughly a decade since Droaam was officially founded. It takes time to build a nation, and the Barons didn't have a ton to build off of to begin with. All the same, the peoples of Droaam are building. Although they don't have the full might of the Dragonmarked houses to push forward the needle of progress like all the other cities in Corvair, they do have a number of unique capabilities that only the people who live there can do. This has created a new place filled with very unique forms of culture and commerce. At a Droaam city, you might be able to trade for the unmatched stonework of Kazakh Drawl Medusas, or the mage-crafted magical items of the Venomous Domain. You might be able to go see a musical featuring changeling actors and harpy singers. Although many of the warlords do keep up their act as brutal marauders, it'd be reductive and dismissive to write off all of Droaam as some kind of raider's paradise. Many of the things being built here are constructive and wondrous and give us insights into cultures that had long been pushed to the edge of society. Nowhere can this be seen more than the city of Greywall, which has ended up becoming sort of a crossroads border city between Droaam and Braylon. Greywall is the second largest city in Droaam, second only to the capital of the Great Crag. Its mayor is actually an Illithid named Zorchilic, who claims to have no love for the rest of his kind. It's said that at the founding of Droaam, the daughters of Sorakel found Zorchilic in a Kyber demiplane, imprisoned by his fellow mind flayers. He agreed to help serve them in exchange for his freedom, eventually becoming the mayor of Greywall. The true nature and motivation of Zorchilic is something of a mystery, but he's far from a chaotic force within Droaam. Mayor Zorchilic keeps Greywall a civilized and orderly place, and he's said to have no patience for mindless violence. Under his leadership, the city's become a safe haven for the peoples of Droaam and otherwise. Many of the Dragonmarked houses have even successfully set up shop here. Many of them have begun expanding out west this way, but none more so than the Mark of Finding. House Tharashk has worked closely with Droaam and ended up becoming something of a middleman for Droamite laborers. Anyone in Braylon who might need the hands of an ogre construction worker or Medusa mason may end up contacting House Tharashk to make the arrangement. And this has ended up being a great deal for everyone involved, and the place where you'd usually negotiate these deals would be Greywall. Droaam as a whole, as it always has been, has ended up becoming a great place for exiles from all over the world. A place where those who didn't feel safe in their homes could find a more tolerant, even if no less violent, people. Long ago it was the tieflings and the changelings, now it's the trolls, the ogres, the medusas, the lycanthropes, the worshippers of the Dark Six, and more. And maybe it's possible that was the whole point. We don't actually know why the daughters of Sorakel founded this nation. They're immensely powerful hags and presumably would have had the ability to do all this long ago if they wanted to, so what changed? Did their collective hearts grow 4 sizes one day and they decided to start using their powers for good? Using their power to help the downtrodden, monstrous folk of Eberron making a home for themselves? Well, that's a nice thought, and that could certainly be the truth. We can't disprove that. The daughters of Sorakel even seem to be trying to create a pretty decent quality of life for the people who live there, funding and creating public works to help sustain these societies without the need for raiding. Most notably amongst these public works is the existence of free food. Believe it or not, all meals are provided free of charge in Droaam cities. But if you know what you're eating, you might not ask for a second bowl. The daughters of Sorakel promise that anyone who serves them will have shelter and sustenance. They've lived up to their promise, providing a seemingly endless supply of food. The staple is ground meat called grist, served either as stew, pie, or sausage. Grist is tough and sour, but it's filling, and these grist mills have a seemingly endless supply of it. Few of the people in Droaam know or care where grist comes from, but visitors might be more squeamish, for grist is made from troll meat, ground and processed for consumption. The daughters of Sorakel hold the secrets of processing grist, which isn't eaten anywhere else in Corvair. On its own, troll meat is highly toxic and carcinogenic, but the daughters have devised a magical mixture of herbs and spices that's blended with the ground meat and makes it edible. Every major town has a grist mill, a public cafeteria serving grist. Grist mills include stables filled with trolls. Some are kept as punishment, while others are bred for this purpose. Their flesh is slowly cut away, always leaving time for the creature to safely regenerate, though the pain of this process is still agonizing. The form of grist served in the mill changes daily. Stew, sausage, meat broth, but the substance remains the same, and most Easterners find it sour and unpleasant. The one saving grace of grist is that it's free. So while it's certainly great for the people of Droaam to never go hungry, there is a dark truth behind this salvation. And time again we'll find this theme amongst the promises of the Daughters of Sorakel. What the Daughters are building in Droaam can't be denied, and there's indisputably much to be valued here, and much that the other nations of Corvair have unfairly persecuted. But the Daughters of Sorakel themselves are still somewhat a mystery. They haven't done anything the Five Nations would view as a direct attack, but they are still the Daughters of Sorakel. Soramania may provide security for the city of Greywall, but she's still the devourer of children and presumably still has their enchanted skulls. Sorakatra may provide every town with a grist mill that keeps it fed, but those grist mills are filled with the agonized screams of enslaved trolls being sliced apart bit by bit every day. Looking at it from a distance, it's pretty clear that the Daughters of Sorakel are both committing great acts of good and evil. And to be honest, in this, they're little different than the great leaders of the other Five Nations. Few state leaders can claim to be truly moral people. It's entirely plausible that even though the Daughters of Sorakel have done terrible things to make their nation a reality, they genuinely do have good intentions at heart and merely want to build a nation for people who never had one. But it's also possible this is all one great lie, a show of diplomacy to hide the secret plans of a coven of powerful hags. Each of these hags is the daughter of a powerful archhag named Sorakel, an archhag who has been missing, perhaps imprisoned somewhere for many years. Sorakel herself has not shown herself in the world for eons, and many speculate that whatever the Daughters are doing in Droaam may simply be a plot to somehow bring their mother back. After which all of this diplomacy will end and a new age of darkness ruled by Sorakel and her daughters will begin. And then of course there is a third possibility, potentially the hardest to understand. Remember the most mysterious member of the Daughters of Sorakel, Sora Taraza. She's an oracle and the greatest the world has ever seen. Some say her powers of divination even exceed that of the Draconic prophecy. Taraza is the ultimate guide of the Daughters of Sorakel. She's seen millions of possible futures and guides them to the most optimal path. It's entirely possible that Sora Taraza saw the founding of this nation as one part in a 1,000-part plan. It's possible that Droaam's role in this plan won't even be known until long after its fall. To what end Sora Taraza is doing this, we can only speculate. It could be a series of events designed to bring back Sorakel, or it could be something else entirely. The truth is that the true motivations of the three hags may remain a mystery forever. But even if their goals are nefarious, it's important to keep one thing in mind. Just as we don't judge the citizens of a nation for the actions of their king, we shouldn't judge the citizens of Droaam for the actions of the Daughters of Sorakel alone. Because the truth is, regardless of their personal motivations, they actually ended up creating something beautiful here. The world may never have otherwise known of the beauty of harpy music, the soft texture of Ettercap silk, or the elegance of Medusa stonework. Entire cultures of people could have been made extinct if the ways of the Barons had continued. Now, instead, these people are working their ways into society even outside of Droaam. In the city of Sharn, you can find a sizable population of ogres, trolls, Medusas, gnolls, and more, brought in either from Droaam or through work contracts with House Thrashk. And because of this, the people of Corvair are starting to learn that they might have more in common with the people of Droaam than they otherwise thought. A wall that divided them that never should have existed in the first place has been torn down. And the people of Corvair are starting to learn that maybe we might just be all in this together. The day was the 20th of Olorun, in the year 994 YK, a day that would live on as a scar in the history of Eberron. By all accounts, the 20th of Olorun was a normal day on the battlefront. The Great Last War, as it would eventually be called, had been raging on for nearly 100 years across the continent of Corvair. 5 different nations had all been fighting for control of the continent with no end to the fighting in sight. On this day, generals on all sides of the conflict could tell that several large battles were on the horizon. The nations of Brayland and Thrain had, after many years, finally agreed to a truce.
The two formerly warring nations were now instead preparing to team up for a joint invasion of the nation of Sire to their east. King Boranel of Brayland had sent his daughter, the war hero Princess Boran, to lead their armies. Determined to not be upstaged, Thrain had offered up their best general as well, a man named Bishop Militant Grodin. Together the two armies planned their largest ever invasion of Sire. In the book Eberron, Forge of War, it tells us a little more of a detailed account of that invasion. Marching south of the usual battlefields in western Sire, the vanguard of the Braelish Thrain army quickly overwhelmed Kenrune and surged across northern Dragoon. Advanced forces reached the place now known as the Field of Ruins. There, the invaders paused to await the bulk of their troops before shifting northeast to storm the city of Making. The next day, the main body of Thrain and Braelish forces climbed up through gullies and gorges to higher ground and cut the Seyrune Road some 200 miles southwest of Making. And through a series of quick hit-and-run maneuvers using the tireless Warforged, the vastly outnumbered Siren defenders gave the impression of a much larger force. This illusion and the command and control problems it caused between the invading allies slowed the advance significantly. Given impossible orders to delay and yet preserve as much of their forces as possible, the Sirens did perform brilliantly. On the second day, Siren reinforcements from the east made the battle even more even. Although outnumbered, the Sirens were defending familiar terrain. Late in the afternoon, their battle lines were holding, and the outcome of the struggle was still in doubt. So, from the west, Sire was facing a pretty sizable invasion and holding their own, but that wasn't their only conflict. They were fighting a war on two fronts on that day. To the north, Carnathi forces had invaded, following a retreating Siren army back home. Queen Danelle of Sire prepared for a siege on her capital of Metrol, preparing to defend it from Carnath's undead forces. So, on the 20th of Olarune 994 YK, Sire was in a desperate spot, but holding strong. At least, until the mist came. When Princess Boran and Bishop Militant Grodin prepared their troops for another offensive, everything suddenly changed, and their world was flipped upside down. Suddenly, the sky caught fire and deep fogs gathered. Generalship, morale, strategy, and tactics, all was useless that day. The conflagration that enveloped the field was so bright that it blinded soldiers at Angwar Keep, over the horizon and half a continent away. Both sides died equally on the day of the Mourning. The field where Princess Boran and Bishop Militant Grodin had been preparing for the largest invasion of Sire, the field where they'd been marshalling their incredible force of troops, would thereafter be known as the Fields of Ruin. Every single mortal soldier and general that was on the field was killed that day, and the devastation wasn't limited just to their battle. The rolling hills to the east of the battlefield became a plateau of jagged glass. To the north, a chasm opened in the earth, glowing with a cold purple light. A choking fog erupted in cities across central Sire, killing every living thing it touched as it expanded to define the current borders of the Mournland. Within the space of one day, the nation of Sire had been engulfed in a wall of mist, and anything caught within the mist was horrifically transformed. Over 1 million Sirens were killed on the day of the Mourning. Those who survived were soldiers fighting in enemy territory, those living on the borders who were able to flee from the advancing mists, and those who were able to escape the interior through magical means. On 20 Olarune 994 YK, the nation of Sire ceased to exist. The event happened very suddenly, and there are very few eyewitness accounts to tell us what it might have looked like from the inside. To observers outside the border of the Mournlands, they saw only the arrival of the Mist Wall. The borders of the Mournland are defined by a wall of thick, gray mist that rises thousands of feet in the air and forms a canopy that hides the ruined realm even from above. The area covered by the mist is a shadowy, muffled region devoid of life, sunlight, and sound. The wall of mist ranges in thickness from a few hundred feet to as much as 5 miles. Travelers who linger in the mist suffer a growing sense of claustrophobia and despair. It's easy to get lost in the impenetrable fog, and some travelers have wandered in circles, unable to find their way either through the mist or back outside of it, until their food or water ran out or they blundered into the path of some mutated terror. This mist wall doesn't seem to be dissipating either. Even 2 years later, in the current canonical year of Eberron, it remains stronger than ever. Brave and/or foolhardy adventurers have attempted to venture beyond the Mistwall, eager to make a fortune for themselves, searching for lost Siren treasures, and because of them we do have some accounts of what it might be like inside the Mistwall, in the old lands of Sire. Beyond the mists lies a land twisted by magic, a wound that will not heal. The blasted land is strangely transformed. In some places the ground has fused into jagged glass, in others it's cracked and burned. Broken bodies of soldiers from various sides litter the landscape. The Mournland is a vast, open grave. In that horrific landscape, vile magical effects linger, and monsters mutate into even more foul and horrific creatures. Magical effects continue to rain upon the land as storms that never dissipate. Stories speak of living spells, war magic that has taken physical form, sentient fireballs, and vile cloud kills that endlessly search for new victims. And angry ghosts continue to fight their final battles. The only thing predictable about the Mournland is that nothing is predictable. Any sort of monster or horror could lurk within its borders. And those who have traveled beyond the Mistwall and returned describe the land as being magically unpredictable in this way, inhospitable, but sometimes as beautiful as it is horrifying. The Day of the Mourning redefined the geography of Sire. The Cataclysm razed land, swallowed lakes, and moved whole cities. In some areas, the earth has become torn and gouged as if by some colossal beast. In others, it's become iridescent glass or semi-liquid sludge. Trees in one place turned to crystalline onyx. The flowers at another place began eerily buzzing when touched by a breeze. Nothing in the Mournland is as it was. The entire land is a scar left by the catastrophe of the Mourning. And that's just the beginning. There's plenty of other strange new landmarks, such as the Glowing Chasm, a giant crack that emerged within the land during the Mourning. A supernatural glow emits from the chasm that goes so deep that no one today even knows what's causing it. The chasm seems to change creatures that spend significant time near it as well, transforming them into strange new forms. There's also the land once known as Eastwood Springs, a beautiful lake and luxury resort in Sire now transformed into a mysterious lake of crimson red. And then of course there's the City of Making, which was the center of all of House Cannith's marvelous war machine inventions. It's said that there was a secret lab here where many of these plans were conceived. Rising from the Last War tells us, many people believe the City of Making was at the epicenter of whatever caused the Mourning. The Cataclysm reshaped the terrain around the city, creating the great highland formation known as the Glass Plateau. The Glass Plateau is mostly smooth and flat, though jagged spikes and spires jut up from the ground in seemingly random places. The central portion of the highland plain is obsidian, and bursts of fiery light can sometimes be seen in its dark depths. Towards the edges of the plateau, the glass becomes lighter in color and more transparent, appearing almost pale white along the jagged cliffs of the edge. Nothing grows on the plane of glass, and few creatures haunt its jagged peaks and flat expanse. The ruins of Making still peek through the obsidian flats of the Glass Plateau. Those who believe that the Mourning started here also expect that Making is where the mystery of its origin will be unraveled. So as we begin sifting through the fallout, we may start to be forming theories, but we're still very little closer to determining how or why any of this happened. Many feared that the war itself was what caused the Cataclysm, and this refueled efforts to end the war. 2 years after Sire's destruction, the last war that had lasted for almost a century was over, but people were no less terrified of what would come next. What was the Mourning? What caused it? Was this a natural calamity or some targeted attack? And why did it seem to target Sire specifically? And then there was the most important question of all. Could this all happen again? Now, before we can begin to theorize why the Mourning happened or how, let's look at what it actually did and who it did it to. Although eyewitness accounts of the event are very scarce, we can still learn a lot from its fallout. If we look at the modern border for the Mournlands, we can see where the blast radius and the now ever-pervasive wall of mist was placed. All of the lands within this border are now known as the Mournlands. And interestingly, this border of the Grey Mist lines up perfectly with the drawn political borders of Sire, at least at the time. And although Sire was at one point a much bigger nation at the start of the last war, they had since lost territory to the Elves and to the Goblinoids in various uprisings in Valinor and Dargoon respectively. So what we see as the border of the Mournlands actually reflects nearly perfectly the borders of Sire at the time of the war, at that specific day in the war. So when the Mourning happened, it seemed to not only affect Sire specifically, but also their exact political borders at the time in the middle of a war. This would seem to imply some sort of intentionality. If this was some kind of magical natural disaster, why would it acknowledge political borders? Why does the border of the mist end so cleanly in every direction along the lines that mankind drew on a map? But then, if we look at it that way, if this was some kind of intentional weapon of mass destruction deployed by one of the 5 nations, why haven't any of them claimed credit for it? Wouldn't they want to boast of their destructive power in a way to end the war on their terms? Why disguise your ace in the hole after proving how devastatingly effective it is? When the Treaty of Thronehold was signed 2 years later, the leaders of each of the nations signed it with a trembling hand. They all felt the pressure of what happened to Sire, and if any of them was holding all the cards, that would have been the time to lay them down. This land has become inhospitable to nearly all life, but not all. There were those who were able to crawl out of the mist, although they had no memory of the event and why they might have been spared. These individuals are sometimes looked upon with fear or mistrust, but they truly have no idea what they went through. Interestingly though, they weren't the only survivors of the Mourning. When the dust finally settled and the moans and screams of the humanoids caught in the blast had quieted, the Warforged of Sire found themselves mostly unharmed. The Mourning did not wipe them out in the same way that it had everyone else. Sure, some Warforged had been killed in the general chaos and destruction of the event through falling debris and whatnot, but the blast itself had spared them. Why? They didn't know. Some didn't feel the need to argue either. Some Warforged took this as an opportunity for freedom. The Mournlands was inhospitable to nearly all organic life, but other than having to deal with the occasional mutated creature, it didn't seem to have any harmful effects on the Warforged. In fact, adventurers who return from the Mournlands report seeing scouts and a faction of Warforged all serving under the banner of a Warforged calling himself the Lord of Blades. The Lord of Blades makes his fortress in the Mournlands and has declared war on all organic life, aiming to make Ebberron a world for the Warforged. Despite the Lord of Blades having agents, terrorists, and assassins all over the world, no world leader has any response to this. None of them are prepared to march into the Mournlands and take the battle to the Lord of Blades himself simply because they don't believe they can. So the Mournlands has become sort of a fortress for renegade Warforged like the Lord of Blades as a result. And this actually brings us to our first potential cause of the Mourning: the Warforged. Now, the Lord of Blades would certainly have the motivation to cause something like the Mourning. The Lord of Blades claims to hate all organic life, which the Mourning specifically seems to target. Moreover, it specifically spares Warforged. Sire was also the heart of Warforged production and innovation, so if it was the Lord of Blades that caused the Mourning, his choice of target would also make sense. We can only speculate as to what possible means the Lord of Blades would have had for doing something like this. If he possessed a weapon of mass destruction, he hasn't threatened to use it again, which would be obvious leverage to use. It remains equally, if not more possible, that the Lord of Blades is simply using this calamity to his advantage strategically. But there is more worth noting as far as the potential Warforged Mourning connection. It's worth noting here the existence of the Warforged Colossus. The Warforged Colossus was an engine of war, a cutting-edge invention by House Cannith and their ultimate tool of mass destruction. Rising from the Last War tells us, mere weeks before the day of the Mourning, House Cannith unleashed its mightiest creations, the Warforged Colossi. Hundreds of feet tall, these gargantuan warriors thundered across Sire, crushing everything in their path and leaving ruin in their wake. Meant to end the war decisively, these arcane war machines could pulverize soldiers beneath their feet and incinerate entire legions with beams of red light radiating from their mouths. The project succeeded beyond Sire's wildest dreams. When the original Warforged Colossus took its first thundering footsteps, it was met with a reaction equal parts awe and horror, and it was almost immediately sent north towards Metrol, where armies from Karrnath were menacing the Searing capital. But as the Colossi was beginning to turn to the lands outside Sire, the Mourning came, and the Colossi perished. Now their remains lie like mountains in the Mournland, filled with secrets and waiting to be explored. So as you might have noticed, there's some very suspicious timing here. The Warforged Colossi were finished and sent into active operation mere days before the Mourning, and it was right at the point where they were about to turn the tide of the war itself when everything went down. So could it be that the existence of the Warforged Colossi somehow triggered the Mourning? And if so, was this done intentionally, as a way to stop this Warforged WMD? Or were the bounds of magic simply pushed too far this time? Well, as we brought up earlier, if the Mourning was caused by another nation simply trying to stop the advance of giant robots, they likely would have wanted to claim credit for it. The fact that no one's stepping forward to do so likely means that if it was the catalyst, it was done by someone else. Which brings us to theory number 2. The dragons did it. Now, the dragons in Eberron are meddlers, and they do have a precedent for causing worldwide disaster in order to stop out-of-control magic. Long ago on the continent of Zendrik, the dragons had committed mass murder on an unfathomable scale in order to stop the giants from unleashing a weapon of mass destruction upon the world. We discussed it in much more detail in our video, What Really Happened to Eberron's Lost Moon, so go check that out for more details as to what that weapon was and what they were using it for. On Zendrik, the dragons unleashed utter destruction, but also strange magical curses. In what would become known as the Traveler's Curse, the dragons cursed the land so that it would become nearly impossible to navigate or settle on. Is this Mourning simply an evolution of that idea? Strike out with impossible magic and make it impossible to rebuild your engines of war? Is it possible that the dragons felt the need to step up once again in response to the Warforged Colossus? The Warforged Colossus was truly an incredible magical feat, Now, if you look at its stat block provided in Rising from the Last War, it's listed as a whopping CR 25, one of the most powerful creatures in D&D as a whole, easily rivaling any single ancient dragon. It's absolutely possible, if not even likely, that the dragons would have seen the creation of these constructs as a threat to either them or the fabric of reality as they know it. And while there's no direct evidence that points to the dragons causing the Mourning, the precedent and the motivation are there, and they're one of the few groups that would actually have the means of doing something like this. And now, if we're going to discuss groups that have the means to do something like the Mourning, and that is a very short list, we should also include the Lords of Dust. We haven't discussed the Lords of Dust much on this channel yet, although I do plan to do a deep dive on their connection with the Draconic prophecy in a later video. But to put it briefly, the Lords of Dust serve the demon lords of Eberron and seek to find ways to release them from their prisons underground. The only way that they know of to release them is by following along the lines of a vague metaphysical prophecy known as the Draconic prophecy, which all of reality seems to adhere to. The Lords of Dust have ways of seeing the future, and seeing which events need to happen or not happen in order to reinforce those possible futures, the futures in which their demon overlords are free. As a result, you'll often see these devils and fiends using really obscure and strange espionage in the world to reinforce events that no one else would really care about, but they need to ensure happen. And they could be influencing or changing these events simply because those events will lead to the things they actually want to happen. It's like the butterfly effect made into scientific method. So it is possible that the Lords of Dust thought that this magical calamity was a necessary event, something that needed to happen in order to ensure a demon overlord's release. It's possible that the Mourning itself set forth the events towards that apocalypse, but it's equally possible that it was merely one step in a 100-part, 1,000-year plan. Hell, it's equally possible that the dragons themselves caused the Mourning simply because they thought it would disrupt plans the Lords of Dust were also doing. It's just the sort of games these two groups play. But again, this is all circumstantial speculation. There's no proof that the devils or the dragons caused the Mourning, and neither one is jumping to claim credit for it either. So did one of these ultra-powerful factions cause the Mourning? I mean, maybe, but it's equally possible that this wasn't an intentional attack either. Perhaps the Mourning is simply what the Five Nations fear that it is. A natural disaster caused by the irresponsible use of magic and destruction in the war. Amongst druid circles, this is a popular belief. The druids of the Ashbound and the Children of Winter believe that the Mourning was a natural consequence of the use of magic during the last war. They believe that if serious changes are not made to how people treat the world and how they treat magic within it, then the Mourning will eventually spread until it covers the entire world. Over 1 million Syrians were killed on the day of the Mourning, and nearly 2 years later no one knows why. Sire had existed for centuries before its destruction as a sort of cultural bastion within the Kingdom of Gallifrey. In many ways, it was the cultural heart of the entire continent. Sire was the pulse of art, music, literature, and philosophy within the kingdom. Syrian cities were gorgeous, with cities featuring floating gardens, tower vermishards, and epic art galleries. Sire was by all accounts one of the greatest bastions of art and science in the world, and if any remnants of these great works remain, they're now hidden behind impenetrable walls of mist. Whether or not it truly was the war that caused the Mourning, this should be a wake-up call either way. Because if there's even a slight chance that the Mourning was caused by mankind, then it's up to mankind to stop it from happening again. So to that end, although many people still search for the answers as to what might have happened to Sire, it might actually be best if the people of Ebberron never do truly know the answer. Because if the truth ever got out that mankind was not responsible for the Mourning, and that it was just some one-off fluke, the last war could reignite, and once again consume the world.